in the next sitting. On announcements, we've got Member Moody. The second announcement, or rather, apologies will be coming through. Those who are online, please mute. These ones who never attend and are always online are a problem. Whoever is singing, I think it's one of those that never come physically to the house. Yeah, they'll be switched off when a member Engelbrecht. Myself and Member Bishop, we will request to be excused. At some point, we have a CPA engagement that we must attend, but the House will continue as such. You will chair, okay. You will be helping Member Tulani, Member Gunene. Member Gunene, you've got a volunteer, Member Mahene. Yes, we'll have an announcement from Member Moody. We'll have the member statements. I'll use my discretion on this one, Gay. Then they will have a motion as well from MEC Health. Let me acknowledge the presence of our stakeholders, our guests, the Tshwane Clinic Committee, Tshwane Youth from Ward 39, Randfontein Women's Party Forum, community members from Sidibeng, and community members from Ivory Park. You are warmly welcome. You do not participate in the proceedings. You just remain observers. It is your legislature. You have a right to be here to see how we conduct business, so that when we go visit your communities, you are able to make inputs on your observation. Going right to the business of the day. First order. Secretary, please read the first order. Just before Secretary comes in, a special introduction and acknowledgement of Mr. Maxwell D. Kariuki, is a Kenyan politician and an aspirant MPL, visiting the legislature. He was here in South Africa on legislature business, so he requested, in fact, he's a guest of Speaker, so we thought would like to warmly welcome him. He'd like to see proceedings. We also said you are hoping as well for a return trip to Kenya to also see what they do that side. Mr. Kariuki, you are warmly invited and acknowledged in the legislature. First order, Secretary. Oh, announcements, I'm sorry, where is Mr. Honorable Moody? Is online. Okay, you can start, yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to announce that the City of Tshwane is hosting an Entrepreneurship Month activities, which aim to support smallholder farmers and entrepreneurs. The city has announced that it has scheduled 3 market and entrepreneurship days that will directly benefit local businesses and farmers. Speaker, I rise to make this announcement and to date to ask all entrepreneurs and farmers to come to the below dates to be part of this Tshwane Entrepreneurship and Market Day planned as follows. Wednesday the 26th of November, that's tomorrow, Tshwane Entrepreneurs and Farmers Market Day at Church Square, Pretoria. Friday the 28th of November, Entrepreneurship and Flea Market Day at Solomon Mahlangu Square, that is in Mamelodi West. And Friday the 28th of November, Entrepreneurs Expo in Hammanskraal, bringing together local innovators and small businesses to connect with markets and opportunities. Honorable Deputy Speaker, these events are not mere celebrations. They are platforms for empowerment, breaking down barriers to market access and aligning with the Tshwane economic revitalization strategy, which aims to secure up to 26 billion rand in new investment to create 80,000 jobs and lift economic growth to 3.9% by 2029. Action SA applauds Mayor Dr. Nasipi Moya, MMC Sarah Mobatsa, and MMC Abokeng for ensuring that smallholder farmers, informal traders, and SMEs are placed at the center of Tshwane economic future. We call on other municipalities across Gauteng to follow Tshwane's example. Let us multiply these opportunities so that every farmer, every artisan, and every entrepreneur has a fair chance to succeed. Deputy Speaker, Action SA proudly supports this initiative. We celebrate Tshwane's leadership. We honor the vision of Mayor Dr. Nasipe Moya and her team, and we stand with the small farmers and entrepreneurs who are building Gauteng's future. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. There is no time for chit-chat. MEC, you are already in line and on the queue to speak. Second. Lectures are attended virtual, so that's why I assumed you are second in line to speak. Let's give you a breather. I'll go to member statement. Member Ngobeni, Action SA is virtual.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Aksenan.
Deputy Speaker, sorry?
No, it's Aksenani. You can continue.
All right. No, thank you very much. Deputy Speaker, when the Economic Freedom Fighters was first established, we correctly identified ourselves as a government in waiting. Since being part of the government across municipalities, the EFF has consistently demonstrated the highest level of service delivery. The most recent example is in Tshwane, where the Health Department under MC Tshofatso Mashabela, affectionately known as Rahadi, has excellently, under her leadership, 25 clinics in Tshwane achieved platinum status in this year's ideal clinic realization and maintenance assessment. This evaluation measures primary health care facilities against standards such as infrastructure quality, staffing levels, medicine availability, governance, efficiency, infection control, cleanliness, and patient flow management. This achievement is a testament to the hard work of the EFF-led department, which from the onset sought to make primary health care accessible to all. MC Mashabela and her team conducted regular site visits to clinics to directly evaluate conditions and respond swiftly and efficiently to the needs of each and every center. Under MC Mashabela's leadership, Tshwane residents have experienced the benefits of a truly efficient primary healthcare system. The department continues to make significant strides, including reducing incidents of food poisoning from non-compliant food outlets, reaching the most vulnerable communities through partnership like Pelo Pepper Health Train, bringing essential health services to those with limited access, fostering healthy living through direct community engagement, raising awareness of importance of primary health care, responding to inhuman actions, including Operation Dudula's targeting of immigrants at primary health facilities, ensuring that universal health care remains accessible to all. Deputy Speaker, the EFF correctly identified primary health care as fundamental to a functional health system. Indeed, sitting here from the opposition benches, we can attest where the EFF governs, we govern well. EFF is truly government in waiting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. I rise today to bring to the attention of this House a deeply troubling matter affecting over 150 young learners in Cosmos City, Johannesburg. The learners enrolled in a government-funded learnership program administered by Gaulelo Holdings, a private company contracted by the National Department of Labor and Employment. These learners have reported serious breaches of contract, non-payment of stipend, and exploitative practice under the guise of skills development. The implementing agent, Gaulele Holdings, has allegedly failed to meet its obligations, leaving vulnerable youth without the support and dignity they were promised. While this program falls under the jurisdiction of national government, the learners affected are Gauteng residents. The pain is our responsibility. The future is our concern. Action SA stands firmly against the exploitation of young people, especially when it occurs within publicly funded programs meant to uplift them. We cannot allow private companies to profit off the backs of our youth while hiding behind bureaucratic distance. I therefore call on the MEC for Economic Development in Gauteng to urgently engage the National Department of Labour and to advocate for Gauteng youth. We must demand accountability, transparency, and immediate redress for these learners. Furthermore, I welcome 5 of the affected learners who are present in the gallery today. Your courage in speaking out is commendable. This House sees you. This province hears you. Let this be the reminder that our duty to the people of Gauteng does not end at the borders of jurisdiction. It begins with justice. I thank you.
Thank you, Member More. Honorable Mkhwanazi.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I just want to remind the people as to why Umkhonto Wesizwe MK was formed on December 16, 1961. It was formed to respond to the struggle for freedom and democracy against the apartheid government, policies or racial oppression, with the motto "Submit of the fight." It is the unfortunate that later December 16, 1993, it was then disbanded just before the dawn of the democracy. The good news is that on the 16th December 2023, we witnessed the revival of the Umkhonto Wesizwe, now as a political party. The revival of Umkhonto Wesizwe came as the response to the derailment of the National Democracy Revolution, NDR, the betrayal of the cause of the radical economic transformation, the reversal of the political and economic advance achieved, particular during President Zuma, the failure of Ramaphosa administration and the subsequency of the GNU has resulted in the unprecedented level of unemployment, exacerbating poverty and rampant of criminal. The agenda of the economic transformation has been replaced by the 350 social grant. The black middle class has been eradicated. Black businesses has been decimated. South Africa remain the most unequal country in the world, and the disparity of the witness every day. Those are the material conditions that precipitate the formation of MKP and their container of justice, its existence. The GNU is the industrialized private state asset in the government that is now under full control of capital from Stellenbosch. Let's remind our people about those material conditions that have necessitated the formation of MKP. Ngakho ke ngalokho ngomkhonto sizobagwaza uyobaleka amagwala aze akhele umbimbi nabacindezeli. Gwaza mkhonto, gwaza.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, MPLs, citizens of Gauteng. I rise on behalf of the ACDP in this august House today to stress that we are confronted with a new and devastating social epidemic, the scourge of gambling. What was once a regulated pastime has today become a silent destroyer of households, livelihoods, and communities. It is no longer confined to the casinos or betting halls of the past. It is now it lives now in every smartphone, every data bundle, every online advert that tempts our people with false promises of instant wealth. We are already an economically strained society where unemployment, poverty, and inequality remain the daily realities for millions. In such a climate, then the allure of easy money becomes dangerously persuasive. Online gambling, Honourable Deputy Speaker, through relentless and often predatory advertising, exploit the vulnerabilities of our people, particularly the youth and the unemployed. Families are being torn apart, salaries are vanishing overnight, and debt is driving our communities into despair. Like substance abuse, gambling addiction corrodes the very moral and social fiber that holds our communities together. It is no different from alcohol or drug dependency and must be treated with the same urgency and seriousness as any other public health and social issues. This legislature, Honourable Premier, cannot stand idle while our communities are destroyed. We must call for 1, stricter legislation, regulation and enforcement to limit online gambling access, especially to minors and vulnerable populations. 2, responsible advertising codes compelling gaming companies to act ethically and not exploit socio-economic distress for profit. 3, public awareness and education campaigns led jointly by government, civil society and business to expose the dangers of gambling addiction and to promote financial literacy. 4, rehabilitation and support programs to help those already trapped by addiction, much like we do in the fight against substance abuse. We call upon this House, our executive, the private sector, and every organ of civil society to recognize gambling not merely as a moral concern, but as a social emergency that demands collective and coordinated action. Let us act now decisively to protect our people from this growing scourge that threatens to undo the very social cohesion we strive so hard to build. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Bishop. Member Moriarty.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in response to a recent question to MEC Maile, it was revealed that the Gauteng Gambling Board, under the provincial government's watch, had all but ignored the findings of an investigation into fraud committed by a former CEO. What happened was that the CEO took out a loan from the Gauteng Gambling Board. He couldn't pay it back. He got an NGO to give him the money. He then arranged for monies received by the Gambling Board in fines to be paid over to the NGO to cover the debt. Despite the recommendations of the investigators, no criminal action was taken. Instead, officials are invited to do what you can, steal what you can. If you get caught, threaten to draw out the disciplinary case. You then get a golden handshake in order to get you to leave quietly. That's what happened to this CEO. The MEC's reaction has been incredibly weak. When asked if criminal action had been taken, he said, the current board cannot establish whether there was criminal action taken against Mr. Ngubeni, as there was no formal handover to the current board. Clearly, no action was taken. The MEC should have responded saying he will now take very strong action, but he didn't. Instead, he risks being criminally liable himself in terms of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act. Why? Because he ignored corruption. It shouldn't be a surprise that this Premier's government ignores corruption.
Order.
This Premier hired an HOD that was the subject of an SIU investigation. The same Premier continues to dodge his obligation to disclose 177 forensic investigation reports. Madam Deputy Speaker, the tone is set from the top. In this case, his MEC is obviously content to follow the Premier's example and slow walk matters of corruption, presumably where connected individuals are involved. It's no wonder the whistleblowers find themselves at great risk. This government and its Premier should hang their heads in shame. Thank you.
Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker and the Chair of the session. Let me firstly congratulate the Department of Health and Wellness, capably and ably led by MEC Nkomorale Hoko, for doing the Lord's work yesterday. For the first time, we got to meet in person the family of the late Babita Dokran and families of those who died in the service and families of died fighting for clean governance. Yesterday at the Garden of Heroes at the Krizana Baragona Hospital, their names were written forever, to be forever remembered by all of us and those in the public service committed to fight for clean governance. Some of those names include Doreen Monakise, Luis Konika, Maria Pazamani, Valencia Ngawani, Monica Modau, Florence Mchali, Lungela Shongwe, Agreement Novula Mona, Tandani Zuma, and Babita Dokran. These are people that we celebrated who have fought for clean governance. Madam Deputy Speaker, criticizing South Africa and some of its failures is one thing, but joining forces, whether openly or subtly, with foreign powers to weaken the country using falsehoods and propaganda is tantamount to treason. We must stop beating about the bush, even if it will make us targets of insults or whatever. A faction of white racists who are incorrigible in this country continue to attack our sovereignty and democratic gains. South Africans of all colors who love this beautiful country must urgently consider how to protect our shared future and prevent this poisonous minority of racists from dictating our fate, including going around spreading fake news, saying that there is a white genocide in South Africa. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Makumbele. Honorable MEC. Member statement.
Madam Speaker, let me apologize quickly because bengisamamele lo mfana wakuthukana ngesilungu Madam Speaker. Ake ndiyibone into enje ndisiyo. Those coming after me. Madam Speaker, iphinde ivula kanjani? Seyaqotha manje. Wait too so. I check that. I was not seeing it. Yeah. Okay. Sure. My apology, Madam Speaker. Yeah, ngathikule ni gadget. Chinta gadget. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I got it. Madam Speaker, good morning. I rise to associate the executive with the member statement honoring the late Babita Dokran and all whistleblowers in our health department. Babita, a senior financial official in the Department of Health who exposed corruption and was assassinated for it, represents the very best of public service courage, integrity and loyalty to the people of Gauteng. We also remember another name that is too often forgotten in the public discourse, Mr. Thabo Mkoqi from Chris Hani Baragwanath Academic Hospital. Like Babita was murdered near his home because he refused to look away when public resources meant for patients were being stolen. Together we stand then for all the men and women, known and unknown, who have chosen the fight for corruption rather than to complicate in it. Yesterday then, the Gauteng Department of Health honored their leaders in a very concrete way at Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital. We unveiled their names alongside those colleagues who paid the ultimate price for standing up for wrongdoing in the hospital's newly established Garden of Heroes, a memorial park dedicated to staff who died in the line of duty. Their families stood with us, together with health workers and management, as we committed that these names will live permanently in a space that symbolizes service, sacrifice, and hope for the province. The Garden of Heroes is more than just bricks, trees, and metal plugs. It is a public commitment that whistleblowers in Gauteng Health must never again stand alone. We continue to strengthen internal reporting channels, work with the law enforcement agencies, and build a culture where staff who speak out about corruption are supported, not punished. It is also a daily reminder of every employee and visitor at Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital that integrity sometimes carries a cost, but that this department chooses to honor courage, not to corruption. Madam Speaker, we are determined then to the sacrifice of Babita Deokaran, Thabo Mkoqi, and all whistleblowers, including those who are still alive and serving quietly amongst us. We will move this department to ever closer, clean and accountable governments. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ngiyabonga.
Dr. Bloom.
Thank you. We're going to the first order of business. Secretary, please read the first order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Motion in terms of Rule 117, Sub-Rule 2, read with Rule 121, Sub-Rule 1A, tribute to Babita Deokaran and proposal to honor her.
The proponent, Honorable Bloom, you may rise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this motion seeks to pay tribute to the late Babita Deokaran and honor her memory. Her family are unable to attend the sitting, but they are watching it live on the YouTube link. Now, at her memorial service, her niece, Riola Haripasad, said the following: Babita was a mother, daughter, sister, aunt, a cousin. She was an exemplary civil servant who diligently served the people of South Africa for more than 30 years. Her integrity and courage to stand up for what was right was second to none. Now, can we just pause a minute to acknowledge the deep injury and irreplaceable loss that Babita's family has suffered from what has happened? Let's just acknowledge the hurt that has happened. Thank you, everyone. You know, I think it's significant that the late Pravin Gordhan, the Minister of Public Enterprise at the time, said she was a hero who should be commended and celebrated. And we should all agree that these are fine sentiments for a truly worthy person. But, you know, it would be remiss of me not to note that the then Gauteng Health MEC, Nomathemba Moeketsi, did not attend the memorial, but she sent a message. Jeff Wicks, in this excellent book, please all purchase it and read it. You'll find the truth about what's really happened there. He describes the message from the then MEC as, quote, a stilted, plodding tribute.
Member Bloom, sorry to interrupt. Can you come closer to the mic? There's an echo a bit.
Is that better? Yeah. Jeff Wicks describes the message from the then MEC as, quote, a stilted, plodding tribute that sounded more like a workplace performance appraisal. Now, I've spoken to Babita's family. They tell me that she was passionately devoted to education. In her own life, she worked to improve her skills over a long period and to use those skills for the public good. Now, we need to ask ourselves why people like Babita are not promoted and valued in government departments. Why was Babita seen as a threat and not an asset in the Gauteng Health Department? Jeff Wicks reveals in this book that Babita was at one stage suspended on false charges for 6 months. She did not want her family to worry, so for 6 months she pretended to leave her house to go to work. You know, I don't want to sugarcoat this, because this is the truth of how Babita was sidelined by the Gauteng Health Department even before she picked up the suspicious transactions at the Tembisa Hospital. Now, 12 days before her death, Babita sent the following message. It still gives me chills every time I read it. Morning, CFO. I'm just worried that the guys in Tembisa are going to realize we are onto something. Our lives could be in danger. Now, Babita was loyal to her employer, so she trusted her chief financial officer. She blew the whistle internally, but someone from the department must have alerted someone outside the department, and that was the person who ordered her murder. It's an inescapable conclusion. How else would they have known? Anyway, we now know that the then CFO, Lerato Maggio, initially froze 104 million rand in payments by Tembisa Hospital that were flagged by Babita, but shortly after Babita was murdered, she released those payments. She also did not do a proper forensic audit of 850 million rand suspicious payments as she had promised Babita. It's just mind-blowing. This entire matter would have been successfully covered up if it were not for the efforts of the journalist Jeff Wicks, who analysed her cell phone and laptop after the Hawks did nothing with them. So we need to ask why the disciplinary inquiry against Lerato Maggio was delayed for 2 years. Shortly before it concluded, she was allowed to resign with a pension, and 3 million rand she got while suspended on full pay. I'm pointing this out because the best tribute and legacy for Babita would be a completely transformed Gauteng Health Department. Can we honestly say that this is a department where competence, honesty, and integrity are ingrained practices? Now, I acknowledge that the Honourable MEC for Health has made reference to the Garden of Remembrance at the Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital. It's a very, very worthy endeavour. But this cannot just be lip service. It's got to be more than that. Now, the motion before us is more limited. It provides some options to honour Babita Deokaran, but whatever is done, and I must stress this, it should be done in consultation with the family. It could be the naming of a facility or a department. It may be a personnel service award, or it could be a bursary fund or something else. I am told that Babita was particularly affected by the plight of the mental patients in the Life of Sedimeni tragedy, so it could relate to vulnerable groups in our health system. The family have stressed to me that honesty and integrity must always be associated with anything that bears Babita's name. There's a 6-month deadline for report back to this House on what is agreed on, and I urge the House to adopt this motion, which I will now read in full, and for the department to engage with the family on how to take it forward. So the motion is headed Tribute to Babita Deokaran and Proposal to Honour Her Memory, noting, 1, that Babita Deokaran, a senior official in the Gauteng Department of Health, was brutally murdered on 23 August 2021 in what is widely believed to have been a targeted assassination linked to her role as a whistleblower against corruption. 2, that she has become a national symbol of integrity and an inspiration for ethical and selfless public service. Believing, 1, that the Gauteng Provincial Legislature should formally express its deep appreciation for Babita Deokaran's exemplary public service, for which she paid the ultimate price. 2, that a permanent commemoration of her legacy within the public health service is both fitting and necessary. That this House formally resolves, 1, that the Gauteng Provincial Legislature pays tribute to the life, service and legacy of Babita Deokaran. 2, that the Gauteng Department of Health, in consultation with the family of Babita Deokaran, identify an appropriate way to honour her memory, such as the naming of a new facility, department or personnel service award. And lastly, that the department report back to this House on progress in this regard within 6 months. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Member Mahlabe.
Morning, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we rise to speak about the name of a woman whose story has shaken the very foundations of this government's claim to integrity. Honourable Members, that name is Babita Deokaran. We do not speak of her as a statistic, but as a patriot, a warrior, and a martyr in the brutal war against corruption. Babita Deokaran was a senior financial officer in the Gauteng Department of Health, a public servant in the truest and highest sense. When she uncovered massive fraud and looting of public funds meant for the people's health care, she did not look the other way. She fought courageously, relentlessly, and alone. For that courage, for her unwavering commitment to the people of South Africa and their taxes, she was executed in a hail of bullets outside her home on the 23rd of August 2021. Her life became the price she paid so that you and I, the taxpayers, might see where our money truly ends up. Buying Lamborghinis and high world mansions for the politically connected like Hangwani Morgan Maumela. This is the bitter truth that was purchased with the blood of Babita Deokaran. Honorable members, Babita's name is now counted among a long and growing list of South African patriots who stood against corruption and were silenced. Moss Park were gunned down after exposing looting in Northwest. Jimmy Muhlale shot dead after blowing the whistle on irregularities ahead of 2010 World Cup. Sam Bata, Chief Financial Officer of Umhlatuze Municipality, assassinated in 2021 for refusing to approve irregular tenders. Cindy Somakaka, former ANC Youth League Secretary General, ambushed and killed in 2017 after exposing 394 million corruption in Mzimkhulu. Ntabiseng Mokoena, senior Free State health official, was poisoned in 2018, shortly after exposing province's asbestos scandal. Carl Kinea, the fearless anti-gang unit detective, executed 2020 while investigating police collusion with construction mafias. Mpoma Fole, a forensic auditor, was killed after uncovering irregularities in a mobile chemical toilet tender in Eguruleni. And so many others. Over 100 South Africans murdered since 2010 simply for daring to defend the public purse. The pattern is undeniable. Those who dare to expose grand corruption are eliminated. 4 years later, the masterminds behind Babita's murder and almost all these murders remain free. To the citizens of Gauteng and South Africa, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party makes this solemn commitment. We will transform the tendering system into one that is transparent, competitive, tightly regulated, and merciless towards corruption. A system that serves people, not the looters. At the same time, we will rapidly build internal state capacity so that more services are delivered directly by professionals, well-paid public entities, because of a capable developmental state is the ultimate guarantee of efficiency and integrity. For instance, Burkina Faso, of Captain Traore, the current model combines state-driven development through resource nationalization and infrastructure projects with a rigorous anti-corruption campaign and a strict accountability for officials. Honorable members, Babita Deokaran's death and the death of many must not be in vain. We will honor them not just in words, but by building a procurement system that protects whistleblowers, crushes looting wherever it rises its ugly head. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Albert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since Babita Deokaran's tragic murder, much has been said, many were shocked and infuriated, and many a tear was shed due to this terrible, unnecessary taking of life without remorse. But not enough has been done. For the price she has paid for being upright and honest, for thinking of others above and beyond herself, is actually a moral compass pointing to the various sins in this province and in this country. What her sacrifice tells us are twofold. Human life here is not worth very much. The murder statistics reveal all. And secondly, there is a Leviathan that has taken hold of large parts of the state systems. We have to be honest with each other. Despite the hard work of the police and the SIU, amongst others, too many people are dying at the hands of criminals. Statistics have a way of masking personal lived experiences, but they do tell us that many people's lives have been taken away in the name of fleeting material things. For every number in a statistic, there is the frightful last breath of a person fighting to stay alive, the family and friends left broken with grief, and a community in fear, knowing someone amongst them may be next. Babita Deokaran also showed us that there is an evil force at work, a leviathan that has wormed itself into every important fabric of society, with a special penchant to lodge itself within state procurement systems. And it's still metastasizing, growing stronger and transforming into that fearful thing that can destroy countries, also known as the mafia state. If there's one thing that presents a clear and present danger for order in Gauteng and the sovereignty of this country, it is a transformation of the state apparatus as defenders of the rights of the people into partisan machinery that will destroy those who stand in its way to satisfy its perpetual material hunger. Time marches on relentlessly. How many times has someone stood in front of an open grave and thought, if only I can go back in time? But we cannot. We can only try to learn the lessons of ancient wisdom and start to live them now. Thou shalt not kill is no frivolous Bible law. It is designed to protect us against each other and to ensure that civilization can prosper. Given this knowledge of the sanctity of life, and given that we can only live into the future, how then can we honor Babita Deokaran? We can place her name on new buildings and streets, build a monument and talk endlessly on this subject. But our sense as the Freedom Front Plus is, given her brave and practical conduct to expose crime and ensure consequences for criminals, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that we actually rid our world of the Leviathan. We must stand up to the dragon and strike it down and destroy corruption. We must see what Babita Deokaran pointed us to. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Alberts. Honorable Pother.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, MECs, Honourable Members, I rise today on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance to support the motion and honour the life and legacy of Babita Deokaran, a woman whose only crime, as Jeff Wicks so sharply puts it, was this. She knew too much, and the price was her life. She was not a celebrity, not a political heavyweight, not someone looking for praise. She was a public servant who paid the ultimate price for doing exactly what every government employee should be able to do safely, her job. Babita was a senior official who saw irregularities and refused to play along. She noticed wrongdoing, she raised questions, she reported concerns, and she followed the law. That is what we say we want from our employees. That is what we train them to do. And yet, when she did it, she was left exposed, isolated, and unprotected. Her courage is often described as heroic, and yes, it was. But let us not romanticize her death. Babita did not wake up in the morning to be a martyr. She woke up and went to work. She was simply doing what was expected of her. The tragedy is not that she acted like a hero. The tragedy is that the system forced her to be one. Today, we must ask ourselves a hard question. Do we honor her by turning her story into a symbol, or do we honor her by fixing the environment that failed her? Because Babita was not alone. There are thousands of public servants across Gauteng and across this country who see wrongdoing, who feel uncomfortable, who fear retaliation, who weigh their conscience against their safety. They are watching us today. They are asking whether government has their back, whether integrity is rewarded or punished, whether raising a red flag is a protected act or a personal risk. We must answer them clearly and decisively. We must build workplaces where accountability is not a death sentence, where transparency is not an act of bravery, where whistleblowers are not sacrificed but safeguarded, not silenced but supported, where doing the right thing is normal and where doing the wrong thing is what carries consequences. Babita's story is a reminder that corruption is not an abstract idea debated in committees. It is real. It has names and faces. It destroys lives, and it thrives when good people are left unprotected. So today, in Babita's name, we must commit not only to honour her memory, but to transform our institutions, to strengthen internal controls, to shield employees who are reporting wrongdoing, to build systems where criminals cannot hide behind bureaucracy, patronage, or fear, and to ensure that no one else in our public service ever has to choose between their job and their life. Babita was one woman, but her story now belongs to all of us. Let us ensure that her legacy is not a memorial, but a turning point. Rest in peace, Babita. Your courage lives on through the changes that we must make. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Potter. Member More.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, residents of Gauteng. Today we rise to pay tribute to Babita Deokaran, a courageous public servant who was assassinated in 2021 for daring to confront the cancer of corruption that continues to rob our people of dignity, resources, and hope. Her murder was not only an attack on her as an individual, but a chilling warning to all South Africans who choose integrity over complicity. 4 years later, the mastermind behind her assassination remains unknown, and her family continues to wait for justice. This delay is damning of justice, a system that has failed whistleblowers time and time again. From Babita Deokaran to Mpho Mafule, Marumo Pena, the list is endless. As Action SA, we maintain that these deaths were preventable, and they expose the rot of a system that has not delivered justice, while corruption thrives unchecked. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has laid bare the systemic failures that underpin this crisis. It revealed how criminal networks infiltrated the justice system, how prosecutors were pressured into silence, how police were blocked from doing their jobs, and how intelligence agencies were manipulated by political actors. The Commission also heard harrowing testimony of whistleblowers murdered after exposing corruption within law enforcement, underscoring the vulnerability of those who dare to speak out. These findings confirm that Babita's assassination already showed us that corruption is not isolated, it is coordinated, it is protected, and perpetuated by those who should be defending the rule of law. In 2021, Action SA committed to pursuing justice and stronger protection for whistleblowers. As Action SA at national level, we have announced that we're working on introducing private members' bill that will strengthen the fight against corruption and critically ensure greater protection for whistleblowers. Babita's sacrifice must not be in vain. To honor her and that of other whistleblowers who had paid the ultimate price for doing what is right, we must act decisively as this legislature. We call on the House to support any measures enshrined to protect whistleblowers. In conclusion, we owe it to Babita, other whistleblowers and their families and the people of Gauteng to ensure that justice is delivered and that corruption is confronted with the full might of our collective will. I thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Member More. Member Bishop.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The family of Babita Deokaran. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I must admit and mention that it can't be easy for the Deokaran family this morning to again and again listen to the details and information about Babita's death. Secondly, let me also commend and thank all political parties of this House who have unitedly agreed to put this motion on the order paper in our honour today. So I rise once again, Honourable Deputy Speaker, to honour the memory, the legacy, and the unwavering moral courage of the late Babita, a woman whose life exemplified the highest ideals of public service and whose brutal assassination remains one of the most painful reminders of the cost borne by those who dare to confront corruption. Babita was not merely a public servant. She was the embodiment of ethical stewardship. Her precision, her astuteness, and a deep sense of responsibility made her a guardian of the public purse long before the rest of the country understood the depth of the corruption her efforts would uncover. She saw what many may have ignored. She questioned what others may have accepted. She refused to bow to the conveniences of silence. She did not turn a blind eye, and for that she paid with her life. Yet today, as many revelations unfold around the Tembisa Hospital corruption matter, Babita's voice resonates even louder. The skeletons coming out of the closet stand as vindication of her vigilance and integrity. They confirm what she courageously exposed, that corruption was deeply entrenched, that procurement systems had been subverted, and that the cost of inaction was borne by ordinary citizens. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we must also acknowledge that for every Babita we know, there may be many others, ethical, committed public servants, now too afraid to speak out, too aware of the risks, and too conscious of the dangers faced by whistleblowers in our country. Their silence is not a sign of complicity, but a reflection of their vulnerability. And it is our duty as lawmakers, as leaders, and as custodians of accountability to ensure that no one who stands for the truth stands alone. Therefore, today, we reaffirm the necessity of strengthening protections for whistleblowers, ensuring that every individual who steps forward is shielded, supported, and safeguarded. A democracy cannot thrive without truth tellers, and public institutions cannot function without those who are willing to raise the alarm when systems fail. But the lesson of Babita is not only for those in positions of oversight or those tasked with financial controls. It is a lesson for all of us, each day, in every task and in every action, no matter how routine we are called to imbue a little bit of Babita, to carry a courage, a diligence, and a commitment to ethically serve into the very fabric of our work. Integrity is not demonstrated in grand gestures alone. It is built through the quiet, consistent decisions we make in our daily duties. I thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member Ali? Okay. Oh, she's online. Okay, she'll speak after. Member Ali, you can continue.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Please allow me to stand on the greetings and protocols that you have already established, and rather turn my attention to the fact that it is no coincidence that we are honouring Babita Deokaran during a time when the country is reflecting on the importance of women in our society and the need for us to protect and preserve them. I'm reminded of the role that they played in delivering this democratic dispensation. I'm told that in the struggle, such women were referred to as the flowers of our revolution. I must tell you, Premier, I was not very impressed with that title. I thought to myself, what good is a flower in the battle against good and evil? What can it possibly do? I then turned my attention to a poem by Tupac Shakur, who speaks about a rose that grew in the concrete. He speaks about how this rose had to be tenacious, how it had to push and pull and poke and prod to make sure that it breaks ground and it pushes and penetrates the concrete until finally it blossoms and blooms and spreads the fragrance of freedom. I then began to respect the power of that flower. Today, our fight is no longer against apartheid. It's against corruption in its endemic nature. It has metastasized like a cancer. It is now concretized like the very ground that we walk on. And Babita was that rose that grew in the concrete. She triggered a seismic event that burst open the belly of the beast and exposed that officials and politicians and even pseudo businessmen and women are corrupt to the core. What do we do with that knowledge and what do we do with that information today? I beg that we ought to resist wherever we see corruption, that in our small sphere of influence, we should rebel whenever it rears its ugly head. Allow me to say, do not go gentle into that great night, but rage and rage against the dying of the light. Deputy Speaker, as I close, I am reminded of the words of Sir Elton John as he reflected on the Rose of England, Princess Diana. And I will say this today to Babita. Goodbye, Babita. Although we never knew you at all, you had the grace to stand up tall when those around you cowered and they crawled. You were failed by your country, failed by your people, and yet it seems to me you lived your life like a bright shining candle against the winds of corruption, never knowing who to cling to when the rain of bullets set in. I would have loved to know you, but I remain inspired by you. Your candle burnt out long before your legend ever will. Lala ngoxolo, rose that grew from the concrete. May you multiply, oh the flower of this revolution. I thank you.
Member Ramukhopa, you'll speak after. Member Ramukhopa. Oh, Pumil. Okay, Member Paul.
Greetings, Deputy Speaker, honorable members of the House, most importantly, the residents of Gauteng. Deputy Speaker, we gather here today filled with sadness that the motion presented to the House today speaks to the commemoration of the life of Papita Deokaran, a life that was taken brazenly and with impunity in order to silence a voice that refused to sit back and watch as the pillaging of state resources was going otherwise unchecked. While we commend the MEC for the Memorial Garden of Heroes at Bar, we remind the public that it is not the scandal of 2 billion that was looted at Tembisa Hospital that must be a memory attached to the name of Papita. It is not the exposing of irregular expenditure, maladministration and corruption that permeates across Gauteng Department of Health. No. Instead, it is the bravery, the courage, and the fearlessness to speak truth to power that we must attach the memory of Papita Deokaran. We are sure that Honorable Bloom is no stranger to this phenomenon. Since he's been in this legislature since 1994, he literally witnessed the transition from the racist apartheid government to the post-apartheid racist economic government, which is now GNU and its lower houses. He can therefore attest, Madam Speaker, that history now harshly corners us to pronounce that Papita was killed by a government. It is not simply the hitman behind the gun, nor those who pulled the trigger. It is the environment facilitated by corrupt state officials that killed Papita. And we know their names, and like apartheid, we know their affiliation. From apartheid to present, South Africa has carried a tragic continuity, the silencing of those who dare speak against power. Under apartheid, assassinations were tools of the regime. Today, whistleblowers who expose corruption fall to bullets fired from the shadows, while the state looks away. This violence is not random. It is engineered by the unholy alliance between corrupt officials and criminal tender syndicates. Yes. Frantz Fanon warned us of this moment. In The Wretched of the Earth, he describes the pitfall of national consciousness, where post-colonial elite inherits the machinery of the colonizer, but not the moral responsibility to transform society. Instead of serving the people, they mimic the greed, violence, and authoritarian reflexes of the old order. The assassination of whistleblowers is a living proof of Fanon's prophecy. It reveals a nation where the truth is punished, where courage is met with bullets, where the state itself becomes complicit through silence. It is not merely individuals who are targeted. It is the conscience of the nation itself. Today we debate how to commemorate the likes of Papita Deokaran, Jimmy Mohlala, Pamela Mabini, Mpho Mafole, Thomas Mare, and many others, because of a systemic facilitation of killing those who speak out against corruption has become the order of the day. In closing, Deputy Speaker, we must reiterate this again and again. The death of whistleblowers in this province and in this country is systematic. It is not coincidental, neither is it accidental. It is a methodological and organized and facilitated even by the levels of government. To truly honor this woman's memory, as lawmakers, would be to decisively and intentionally uproot the rampant corruption, which is a manifestation of anti-blackness, not only the Department of Health, but all departments of this government, because it is the masses of our people that are real victims of deprivation of basic services such as health, housing, and more especially economic participation. May her soul rest in peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Nseke. Order, Member Nseke.
Here.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Whilst everybody commemorates Babita's life, it's important to know what the people of Tembisa were denied. Corruption is not a victimless crime. Since 2014, I have made it a habit to visit Tembisa Hospital. One night, I was confronted by the true horror of the people in critical emergency situations, desperately waiting in chairs and on the floor because there were insufficient beds. Walking into some of the wards, patients were on the floor, and those who had mattresses had brought them to the hospital. During these periods, written questions indicated that, on average in that year, 325 people a month had slept on the floors of Tembisa Hospital. Other written questions indicated that nurses in a maternity ward worked with just 3 per shift while delivering 1,500 babies per month. That's about 50 babies a day. Since one birth needs about 3 sisters, simultaneous deliveries meant mothers were sometimes unattended, even giving birth in bathrooms with tragic outcomes. The ward urgently needed more staff. Whilst this is a picture of the maternity ward, it was also the picture of other wards in the hospital, with serious staff shortages compromising the delivery of quality health care services. When visiting the hospital, one sees women needing emergency C-sections being pushed through the outdoor corridors because no one has addressed the indignity of transporting a pregnant woman exposed to the elements, even in the rain. During COVID-19, Tembisa Hospital had no proper isolation rooms and was forced to make makeshift tents as overflow wards. Imagine if money had been spent building covered passages for the dignity of mothers about to give birth. In Tembisa, when you are admitted, the new norm is for your family to bring you a mattress, sheets, your own pajamas, and with every visit, bring your scarf-teen. Nomthandazo, who's become a friend of mine today, her sister went to Tembisa Hospital to deliver her second baby via cesarean. Upon being discharged, she had her baby, but she also had feces oozing on the side of her waist here and was discharged in towels. She went back to the hospital but was told to go home. A few days later, she died, leaving her 2 children. Nomthandazo, unemployed, must today look after her sister's children and her own 2 children. With what? You wonder. Which section of any hospital needed skinny jeans at 2,500? Which hospital needed expensive buckets at 10,000 rand each? If you Google the cost of a hospital bed, which I did, one was 8,500 rand. So imagine how many more could have been bought if you think of the bucket and the jeans that were bought. The ANC's liberation movement with leaders from Tembisa are raised by the very people who use this hospital. Tembisa residents are the ones who bear the new shame. Fear of going to a hospital to die, desperate for a Tembisa hospital that will save their lives, yet their desperation has become a new type of oppression. Thank you, Babita, for tirelessly fighting for the good health of the people of Tembisa and the Gauteng at large. The DA is coming and will end the era of expensive and not needed jeans, making life-saving a priority for the people of Tembisa. With this, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I support this motion and truly believe everybody in this House with a conscience will support the motion too. I thank you.
Thank you. Member Leswano.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and greetings to the residents of the Gauteng. But I also extend our collective greetings to the families of fallen heroes of our province as well as beyond. Well, I rise this morning not so much to debate, and you will realize that I'm rising with the subtlest of tonalities. Not to debate, but rather to pay tribute to Ms. Babita Deokaran, but also to Mr. Thabo Mngok, who was a deputy director in the Chris Hani Bara Gwanath Hospital, particularly in the supply chain management unit. But we also recall the life of Mr. Mpoma Fall, a senior audit executive in the city of Ikuruleni. And a little better further down in the West Rand, we also recall the life of Ndate Marumo, Eric Pena, who also lost his life, having been gunned down for exposing a corruption. And so, if you will, Madam Speaker, we choose this grand platform, which is the People's Parliament, to pay tribute and not resort to a debate for there are no opposing points to be argued, but rather shared realities that needs to be collectively confronted by this House and the rest of a society in shared action. Incidents of a brazen crime, as have been described by several members here, continue to be a blight and shouldn't merely be politicized, but rather dealt with systematically. This moment should unite all of us into collective resolve in how to tackle corruption and malfeasance within our public institutions. We urge the stern pursuit of all criminals who subvert our democratic order and systems to be brought to book. As we dip our heads in humility of our fallen heroes, we are in an indisputable agreement that all those who lose their lives in the course of servanthood should be honored and acknowledged equitably. We pay tribute to the courage and moral fortitude of all whistleblowers, individuals who risk everything to expose corruption, the abuse of power, and gross misconduct in the public sector. Whistleblowers impact our world on a daily basis. They risk their reputations and careers and even put their lives in jeopardy to report wrongdoing. Whistleblowers have changed industries, and their reports of crimes committed in the cover of darkness have assisted governments all over the world. Whistleblowers deserve to be recognized and honored. They deserve to have their lives protected, and hence our persistent calls for more legislative reforms in this regard. Madam Speaker, this legislature has a responsibility towards all the residents and whistleblowers from our province alike. Just yesterday, and in keeping with the spirit of consistent and the indiscriminate recognition of whistleblowers and the martyrs of anti-corruption and clean governance, we witnessed together with the families of these martyrs, including the family of Babita Deokaran, the successful launching of the Garden of Fallen Heroes at the Chris Hani Bara Hospital, a consummate and yet emotive event initiated by the Provincial Department of Health under the MEC Nkomoralo Hoko, which commemorated and saw the opening of a beautiful memorial garden and glass plugs to honor men and women who have distinguished themselves in the discharge of their designated roles and lost their lives as a result. We salute their courage and resilience that even when confronted by shadows of adversity, they didn't relent, and as such is the heroism that builds solid nations. The garden, which bears the names of Ms. Babita Deokaran, Mr. Thabo Mgokli, amongst others, is a permanent commemoration of the legacy of all those public health servicemen and women who lost their lives in the course of their duty, a duty they carried diligently and honorably. Here today, we rejoice their path, the righteous journey of moral rectitude and virtue. Their common virtue is that they were great patriots who sought no higher reward beyond their usual earnings, but merely sought fairness and equality in all procurement processes. Honorable members, we have urged the MEC of Health to explore the possibility of establishing similar heroes' gardens in all our hospital facilities as sites of remembrance to the ultimate sacrifice that ordinary men and women make to defend the integrity of our government. Notwithstanding, it is our submission that the best way to immortalize and honor the names of all these great patriots is not merely through ascribing things in their name, but rather internalizing the values they exemplified for our everyday guidance. Their names will echo through generations as symbols of selfless sacrifice and devotion to duty. It is for that reason that we recall the names of all known and unknown heroes and heroines who perished in the hands of syndicated criminals who exploit the people's government. It is common cause that some of the collaborators to these criminal activities bear the title of both junior and senior government officials entrusted to mend the system on behalf of the residents of our province and yet exploit its vulnerabilities. We are at the least comforted that such officials have often been exposed and held to book. It is our submission that consequence management should never be politicized, but duly maintained in accordance with our laws. We are in agreement with those who have said that more needs to be done in the prosecution of both criminals and collaborators who willfully pillage the resources of the public. As one author once remarked, public service must be more than doing a job efficiently and honestly. It must be a complete dedication to the people and to the nation. We need to work urgently to uproot all rotten elements within our departments and agencies. Madam Speaker, as part of our oversight role, we painstakingly note that there are notable deficiencies in procurement systems which are often exacerbated by weak accountability and oversight mechanisms. We urge the provincial government to strengthen governance structures and systems to eliminate malfeasance both internally and externally. We take note and support the efforts for the introduction of digitized procurement systems, which will in part, if not whole, contribute to the elimination of human manipulation in the tendering system. We further urge Treasury and all departments to continuously conduct product price benchmarks so as to detect and reduce exorbitant and unrelated market pricing submissions in the procurement of goods and services. The ANC has expressed a view that a comparative research be responsibly undertaken to provide incentives for whistleblowers without straining the fiscus. It is further our view that we need more collaboration and coordination between our departments and law enforcement agencies. Consideration should also be given to the creation of an anti-corruption entity for our province, which will complement the overall work of maintaining good governance and ethical corporate culture. Ladies and gentlemen, at some point, and without diminishing the role that all these martyrs and fallen heroes would have played and their notable sacrifices, we need to reflect their lives of these patriots for how their families understood and knew them. We should be reminded that they were not merely public servants, but they were also parents, brothers, sisters, and that their families need to be consistently consoled and supported in whatever means reasonable. Yesterday, during the launch of the Garden of Fallen Heroes, I intimated that their grief is our collective pain and that their sorrow is our collective sadness. The ANC government commits to working with all affected families. I wish strength and comfort to Ms. Babita Deokaran's 18-year-old bride daughter, whose name I can't divulge, and siblings, Sunil, Rakesh, Suraj, Shamila, Mira, and Bishop Tony Hari San, who is the brother-in-law. I also wish strength and continued comfort to the wife of Mr. Thabo Mgotli, Ms. Lona Makumalum Mgotli. Strength and comfort also to the parents of Mr. Mpho Mafole, Ndate Kikilami Azariel and Meshila Nora Mafole and his two teenage children, Khonz and Khawel. Might I also wish strength and comfort to the wife of Mr. Marumo Pena, Ms. Johanna Pena, and their children whose names I also can't divulge. Madam Speaker, we urge our law enforcement agencies to cushion them from harm, from any continued exposure to harm. As I conclude, I want to assert that the best way to honor these great patriots is to exemplify their ideals of selfless service to humanity. Let us strive to be like them for theirs and the posterity's sake. I must emphatically state that the memory of these great patriots do not belong to any political party, but to the collective memory of the rest of South Africans. Robalanga khotso, dinatla tsa dinatla, and we shall always remember you. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lizwalo. Honorable Bloom, please reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I listened intently to all the contributions. I must admit they were thoughtful, they were inspiring, and I really hope to Babita's family, I hope there was some measure of comfort from the unanimity in this House about the value of Babita's life and how we should take it forward. And various themes were coming through. We should all be united to fight corruption in a real way. And, we need to change the environment in which honest and diligent civil servants like Babita Deokaran get murdered, frankly, for doing their job. So that to me came out very strongly. And that not just a memorial, that let this be a turning point. I thought that was a very good point, that we need to rededicate ourselves and, really do the changes that Babita would have liked to have seen as the real legacy for her. So we've heard very good sentiments today, but let me just reiterate, we've heard about the garden amendments at Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital. It cannot just be mere lip service, it's got to be actual reality delivered, a reformed Gauteng Health Department in which people like Babita are honoured and promoted and do their jobs. And we've heard about the suffering at Tembisa Hospital of our patients, that money, the budget is spent for what it is intended to be spent on patients in our hospital and not siphoned off to people who buy Lamborghinis with them. It's just obscene. So let that be the takeaway from this debate. Thank you to everybody. I was really, I thought the contributions were magnificent. People put a lot of thought into it, and it is a unanimously supported motion. I thank everybody for it. Can I just formally move it so that it is a motion of this House? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion was for debate, so I now put the question. All those in favour say yes. Yes. Those not in favour say no. The yes have it. The motion is adopted by the House. Thank you. Secretary, please take us to the second item. Sorry? Oh, question. Question paper. Yes, that's the second order. And it's questions to the Premier. As per Rule 138. Honourable Bloom, once again. You can pose your questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to the Honourable Premier. With regard to Mr. Leseba Malatana, the suspended head of the Gauteng Health Department, will the Premier please indicate, one, why he's not removed him from the department as done with the two other heads of departments who were assessed as high risk according to their lifestyle audits? Two, is it not desirable for the department to have a permanent CEO as soon as possible? Three, what review is being done of his decisions as HOD as he has been identified as a high-risk individual? Four, does the Premier regret appointing him last year as HOD despite the SIU investigation into his alleged receipt of bribes to influence tenders? And five, will the Premier apologise for his poor judgment in appointing him as HOD despite all the obvious red flags? Thank you.
Premier.
Thanks so much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much, Honourable Member Dr. Bloom. Truly appreciate that. Honourable members, to respond to question one, Honourable Bloom, Mr. Malatana was placed on precautionary suspension on the 13th of October 2025 in terms of the Senior Management Service Handbook. Following this action, Mr. Malotane brought an agent application to set aside his suspension, which the Office of the Premier defended, and the court judgment delivered on the 17th of November 2025 dismissed with cost and ruled in favour of the Office of the Premier. In her ruling, Judge Whittaker found the following: that the SIU report contained believable allegations of serious misconduct and revealed a strong initial case, that the suspending the applicant was the only logical and rational outcome based on the evidence, that there was a real risk that the HOD could use his position to influence the investigation if he remained at work, and that the allegations would undoubtedly cause serious public concern about the integrity of the office of the HOD if he were to remain in his position. Honourable members will appreciate that in dealing with such matters, one must follow due process and be guided by policy and legislation. And this is the part that I want to emphasize, Honourable Bloom. In dealing with such matters, one must follow due process and be guided by policy and legislation. And thus far, my office is attending to this matter in line with the SMS handbook and the contract signed to appoint Mr. Malota. In terms of your second question, Mr. Darion or Dr. Darion Bartley, who currently leads the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, has been appointed as the acting HOD for the Gauteng Department of Health to ensure stability and continuity in this critical department, and his appointments highlight the importance of prioritizing seamless service delivery. In terms of question 3, the SIU is still conducting a comprehensive forensic investigation on Mr. Malotane. The Gauteng provincial government fully supports the work of the SIU and other law enforcement agencies and is committed to rooting out maladministration and upholding accountability. It's when this process has been concluded that we'll be in a position to take an appropriate action. In terms of question number 4, Mr. Malotane was appointed to the position of the HOD after he demonstrated his capability to deliver in that position. It is important to note that there are internal processes to assess the performance of all public servants. This takes into consideration the performance of the employee to meet the set targets. It is also equally true that the department has a responsibility to assist employee where shortcomings are related to delivering on his performance targets. Consequently, having noted the department's performance and the outcome of the lifestyle audit, I've since requested the SIU to conduct a comprehensive forensic investigation in this matter. Hence, Mr. Malotane is placed on precautionary suspension until the SIU completes its comprehensive forensic investigation. In terms of your last question on whether the Premier will apologize on his poor judgment, unfortunately, I'm not ready to do that as this matter is still ongoing. Thank you so much.
Honourable Blue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the Honourable Premier is not ready to apologise when we appointed him, despite what I've called obvious red flags. The red flag was that already when you appointed him, he was being investigated by the SIU for allegedly participating in 10 million rand bribes, together with 2 other officials, to influence contracts. Now, I mean, that's a massive red flag, and you can't hide behind the fact that we're waiting for the final report because it's a matter of high risk. So he was already a high-risk individual when you appointed him in June last year, and now you're still not ready to admit your mistake, because of course it's a mistake. You've had him in office for more than a year, and now that they've found these problems with his lifestyle audit, we're going to have to wait for a full comprehensive investigation. This could paralyze the Gauteng Health Department for a very long time, because we need a permanent CEO to be put in office as soon as possible. So, you know, I don't think this is a very good answer at all. You sort of, you made a mistake. You should admit it, but I'm just, you know, I wonder why he was appointed in the first place, because, you know, we've seen corruption. Everybody's spoken against corruption in that department. Was he protecting people? What about the appointments he'd made? That's why I asked about reviewing all the decisions that he's made. You put a thoroughly compromised individual in charge of, you know, the Gauteng Health Department, which is hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people rely on it for their health care, and now you're not even reflecting on the fact that you made a mistake. I think, Honourable Premier, you have to be a lot more decisive, and fixing this department should be a much bigger priority, including why doesn't this department have a chief financial officer after all these years? There's so many problems in that department, and you put the wrong individual in there, and you're still not willing to admit it. Thank you.
Well done, Jack.
Thank you. Any other further short remark? Thank you. Premier.
Thanks so much, Deputy Speaker. You know what worries me? Those who believe in the rule of law are the one that wants to break the rule of law. As I'm speaking to you now, Deputy Speaker, Mr. Malotane is not charged by any law enforcement agents. Mr. Malotane has not appeared in any court. and the allegations that Dr. Bloom is emphasizing in this part, they have not been placed in any court so that Mr. Malotane can respond. I can't fire somebody on the basis of matters that have not appeared in court. The rule of law indicates that if somebody is charged and appears in court, we'll be in a position to take the proper action. When Mr. Malotane applied for this particular job, Dr. Bloom himself, he didn't raise these matters that he raised. He raised a matter of his qualifications. He wrote to me that the person you're about to appoint does not have qualifications. When we proved his qualifications, he's now second-guessing another problem. We can't run government like that. If you have an issue that you have with somebody on the basis of corruption, there are law enforcement agencies that deals with this matter. And until those matters are within the law enforcement agencies, you don't expect me to take action on hearsays and force this government to pay in court in terms of litigation and related matters. We can't work in that particular fashion. Yes, I acknowledge that on the basis of the decision we have taken as this executive, that all HODs must go through lifestyle audits. His lifestyle audits came. On the basis of that report, we suspended him. He challenged our suspension. The court agreed with us that we have followed the law to the letter, which is what we need to do. We can't shortcut the law purely because you hate somebody or you don't like that particular somebody. It does not work in that particular fashion. And that is why I'm saying, if Dr. Bloom honestly feels that there are serious allegations against the said individual, let's jointly follow it up with the law enforcement agencies and establish why law enforcement agencies are not attending to this particular matter. To blame that we are protecting other people in the department is unfair, because at this present moment, there's nothing that is in the law enforcement agency's diary that indicates that we need to take this kind of an action that is requesting us to take. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 7th of October, the Economic Freedom Fighters conducted an oversight at a site where the Merafong solar farm was supposed to be. Surprisingly, this flagship program, which was part of the promises that were made by the Premier in the inaugural SOPA of 2023, it seems to exist on a paper. And to ascertain whether the program indeed exists, can the MEC answer the following questions? As of today, what is the current status of the program in terms of its stage and progress? Has any construction taken place? What is the exact location of the solar farm? And what are the timelines for operationalizing the solar farm? Thank you.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much, Honourable Member, for your question. The site totaling 1,500 hectares have been allocated to 3 independent power producers. This was through a bid, and after that bid, 3 independent power producers were appointed. The contracts are comprised of an option period agreement, which is 2 years, during which the IPP seek permitting authorization from different departments and state-owned enterprises. So within the period of 2 years, these independent power producers are given that window period to get approval from state-owned enterprises, environmental impact assessment, spatial and land use approval, and budget codes. The independent power producers also use this period to source funding and offtake agreements with people that are going to buy that electricity. The second agreement is the lease agreement, which is triggered at the end of option period. So the independent power producers will take on site to begin construction once all these arrangements have been finalized and they have all the approvals that needed. So they could not go on site until all these particular matters have been clarified. In terms of where the solar farm is located and the allocation. They've got longitudes and so I don't know how to read them, where the latitude and the here. I will share where they are located so that you can go there and check where they are located. And what are the timelines for the solar farm to be operational? It's 2 years. At contracting, the estimated time for construction was 2 years. So by 2027, the solar farm will be under construction and hopefully to be in the position to produce power. However, this is highly dependent on the timelines given by ESCOM for connecting this substation to the cost estimate letters that needs to be approved. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Remark? Thank you. Honorable Mukherjee. Oh, sorry. Honorable Linting.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Considering that the Office of the Premier is driving the province-wide campaign under the banner Tswada, Gauteng Against Substance Abuse, bringing real help and real hope to our communities in collaboration with the Gauteng Department of Social Development and other stakeholders, can the Premier answer the following questions? 1. How is the Office of the Premier coordinating with relevant departments and civil society partners to ensure that the Tswada campaign is rolled out effectively across all districts in Gauteng? And 2, in what ways does the Office of the Premier plan to build on the achievements of the program to strengthen the province's social fabric, reduce crime and substance abuse-related harms, and thereby reinforce Gauteng's status as a capable, ethical and developmental province?
Premier.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you so much, Honourable Linting Mekwe. And I really want to thank you, Honourable Member Mekwe, for raising this issue. The issue of drugs in our province is a serious matter. When we launched this campaign of Tswada, we had no clue about the magnitude and the number of people that are affected. Initially, we were targeting 5,000 people. We then elevated to almost 8,000 people. When the campaign was launched, almost 13,000 people pitched up, making it practically impossible for us to accommodate all these numbers. We had to return some of the serious cases that needed immediate assistance. In this regard, our facilities were flooded, and majority of our institutions were not ready for these numbers. And some, unfortunately, of the users felt that they need to go back to their homes or to their street, to the huge disappointment of parents that brought these children to us. This is a clear indication that if we can't act decisively on drug abuse, the future that we say we are planning for, we are not playing for the current youth. We are planning for youth that will come from other countries to take advantage of our country. It's very important, therefore, that we take action now to deal and attend to the issue of drug abuse. I also intend to write to the President of our country to indicate the seriousness of this particular matter. As Gauteng alone, we can't tackle and resolve this matter. We need all powers of government and all the resources of government to attend to this particular matter. We are also aware that other political parties that want to score cheap political parties on this serious matter. The issue of drugs is not an issue of politics, the issue of society. It needs all of us. Those that think that they can use this matter to score cheap political party, shame on them, because we need to resolve this matter collectively rather than point fingers on the institutions. Reality is, drugs are sold in our communities. All of us, we need to hunt those that are selling drugs. Reality is, majority of undocumented foreigners are the ones that are selling drugs to our children. We need to close this gap collectively. Reality is, our children are being targeted by institutions and international syndicates who are selling drugs to our children. We need to attend to this matter as soon as possible. So we'll use our integrated work stream processes as outlined in the 2023 SOPA to coordinate an integrated effort and plans to curb substance abuse. And we want to extend our sincere gratitude to all the NGOs, the institutions that are working within this area, the Department of Health, the doctors, the nurses, and community volunteers who responded to our call to tell our young people, it's not cool to use drugs. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. I will share the detailed response with Honorable Mekwe. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you. Honorable Mekwe.
It's just a short comment, Deputy Speaker. I would like to encourage the Premier to indeed raise it with the President, because working together is more important. There's nothing that we can achieve all by ourselves, and we have seen it with the Watershed G20 summit that was held recently, and we want to congratulate our government for having led our country as well as the region. And with this one as well, we know that we will actually soldier on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mekwe. Any other remark or question? Thank you. Honorable Mokgethi. Member.
Thank you.
Member, yes, Member Ntsare.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think I just have a supplementary remark, not even a question. The Premier said 13,000 people had applied for, rehabilitation. I think as much as there are challenges with life in Ganyisa, there must be concerted effort to say if there's problems of compliance, how do you then replace the institution? Because clearly there is no capacity to support these 13,000 people that have come through. The second comment, in addition to that, I think also before starting a new program, I think it's important to eradicate the waiting list that had started in 2023 when the Premier came into office. Because the worry I have is those people still think they're on the waiting list, and we've started a new program, and yet we have not eradicated the waiting list from before. And they still have the expectation from government to be rehabilitated first when openings arise. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. You'll also close this question after replying to.
Thanks so much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you so much, Honourable Member Ntsare. I always argue that you will never solve a problem until you know its magnitude. So if we have just waited for those that are on the waiting list, we'll not know that there are 13,000 people that have not walked into the waiting list to be assisted. So our approach is very simple. You don't tackle this problem on a piecemeal approach. The problem is massive. We just have to put the resources. And we are grateful that we launched this campaign, regardless of the doomsayers. We now know where the resources are needed. We now know the NGOs that were claiming to play in this particular space, but are not doing anything in this particular space. And they continue to get money from government. We have to rechannel it to those that can assist us on this particular matter. So we appreciate the advice. We'll take the component of the advice. But the reality is we have a drug problem in this country. Until all of us accept, and I can declare without fear of contradiction, Deputy Speaker, none of us in this House now can claim that they are not directly or indirectly affected by issues of drug abuse in our society. We need to find a way of dealing with it. But you also need to enforce and support law enforcement agencies, because we can't have drug lords that behave the way they're behaving in our society. So we'll attend to it, Deputy Speaker, and ensure that we attend to this matter. But for now, at least, the department knows where they need support. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mokgethi.
Thank you very much. I will act as Mokgethi for now. On behalf of Honorable Mokgethi, considering that the Office of the Premier continues to lead the province in promoting clean governance through effective intergovernmental coordination, implementation of the Culture Shift 2030 accountability framework, and capacitation of oversight structures in collaboration with the Auditor General of South Africa, can the Premier answer the following questions? How is the Office of the Premier enhancing intergovernmental coordination and internal governance systems to sustain Gauteng's positive audit outcomes and uphold a culture of accountability? 2, what steps are being taken to capacitate oversight structures and ensure that audit findings are addressed timeously, thereby improving service delivery and performance management? And 3, how do these interventions contribute towards consolidating Gauteng's position as a leader in ethical governance and the building of a capable developmental state?
Premier.
Thanks so much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you so much, Dr. Mokgethi Lingting Mekgwe. Truly appreciate it. Deputy Speaker, let me start by congratulating and welcoming the Department of Transport to the family of clean audits and congratulate you for the first time. The Department of Transport have received their clean audit. Welcome to the family. You must stay there permanently. You must not be a visitor in the family of clean audits. The Office of the Premier is driving a comprehensive approach to strengthen governance and accountability through 1, implementation of Culture Shift 2030, 2, integrated governance systems, 3, intergovernment coordination, 4, risk management and internal control. This measures ensures that Gauteng sustains its clean audit record while fostering a culture of accountability across the provincial administration. In terms of question 2, the key interventions include capacity building for oversight bodies. The Office of the Premier works closely with the Auditor General to train audit committees and departmental governance teams and compliance and risk mitigation. 2, quarterly monitoring and reporting. 3, direct intervention in critical cases. 4, collaboration with civil society. We do this through the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council, which is a body consisting of external members of society who advise and guide us on matters related to audits, ethics, and promoting integrity within the provincial government. These steps assist to accelerate the resolution of audit findings, improve performance management, and enhance service delivery outcomes across all our departments. In terms of your last question, the intervention reinforced Gauteng's commitment to ethical governance by promoting transparency and accountability, by also strengthening institutional integrity and advancing developmental priorities by setting a provincial benchmark where all departments need to adhere to this benchmark. Thank you so much for the question, Dr. Mokgethi Lingting. Thank you.
Honorable Lingting.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, Honourable Premier. Will the Honourable Premier indicate whether he would be in principle support this possible introduction of a provincial Gauteng Community Safety Support Bill aimed at establishing a Gauteng Community Safety Support Service within the Department of Community Safety, structured intended to assist with crime prevention, public safety and law enforcement in full compliance with the Constitution, applicable to national legislation and the Bill of Rights. The proposed bill will enable the Department to formally establish a provincial support service comprising community safety wardens whose function would be to supplement rather than replace the South African police services and municipal police services. Furthermore, does the Premier support that such a legislative process should proceed strictly in accordance with the rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, including public participation, committee oversight, and all required legislative scrutiny? If yes, kindly indicate what the extent of these measures are, and if not, can the Honourable Premier indicate to the House why not? Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Premier.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you so much, Honourable Mulder. I think the debate on the establishment of Community Safety Support Bill is a debate that is relevant, that we need to accept. There might be limitations and challenges on its impact and its role, but as the Gauteng government, anything that will assist us to fight crime, will embrace it and support it. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, especially Section 1272A, empowers the Premier of a province to assent to and sign bills. Accordingly, the Premier's role is confined to the functions outlined within the formal legislative process that indicates that policing remains a national competency, that there's an urgent need for this national competency to be unpacked so that provinces can provide the necessary support. You are quite aware, Dr. Mulder, that the Constitution does not assign the Premier any authority or obligation to provide principal support for this bill. But notwithstanding this, crime is an apex priority of this administration, and we remain ready to engage all stakeholders on how best we can take it better and which piece of legislation can assist us to push back the frontiers of crime in our province. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Premier, thank you for the answer. Just a short remark then. The Freedom Front Plus is of Gauteng, opinion that Gauteng as a South African economic hub continues to be constrained by national government's centralised policies, which leave the province powerless in key areas, including community safety. The FF Plus maintains that Gauteng must have a greater say in managing its own security services and challenges, and that the introduction of a provincial crime support bill offers a practical, constitutional and forward-looking solution. Such legislation would not only correct the legal and operational shortcomings exposed in the current warden program, but would also set a national example of how provinces can strengthen safety, accountability and service delivery within the constitutional mandate. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member Mulder, we indeed share the same sentiments. We are of the strong view that there are some legislative powers that need to be decentralized to provinces relating to law enforcement agencies, purely because there are various elements of law enforcement agencies that are already in place. Let's take the Neighborhood Watch program, for example. It's a program that is fighting crime in our province, and there's more powers than the province, and it becomes very difficult for the province to provide oversight to such institutions. We've got patrollers, we've got CPFs, we've got many institutions that are fighting crime. We just need the coordination, and I think the proposal that we are putting on the table is a proposal that is worth considering, so that we can consolidate and harness this kind of law enforcement agencies. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it.
Member More? For Member Ngobeni? No, I saw it. Member Ngobeni? Or Member More? Okay. Siyadlula, honourable members. Member Ngani?
Thanks, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and greetings to the Premier, Executive, Honourable members in the House. I've taken your call, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll just go straight to where you say I must start. But I will never start in this testimony, but I'll start by saying this pattern of brutal enforcement against black tender premiers and prolonged impunity for white monopoly capital was confirmed in testimony before the Madlanga Commission and corroborated by the Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee on Capture of the Criminal Justice System in ongoing hearings. Premier, I think you've got my motivation on what is happening in this country or in our province and in our municipalities. But I would like to ask these 5 questions. When will the Premier suspend the currently active Bidvest contract in Gauteng pending full forensic audit and recovery? When will the Premier table regulations provided compulsory rotationally tendering within the next 60 days? When will the Premier prescribe mandatory 50% on black ownership for all provincial contracts exceeding 50 million? When will the Premier provide within 14 days record of Bidvest tenders document in 2019 to 2025, which has been withheld from public scrutiny? And when will the Premier recommend provincial intervention in Ekurhuleni, Joburg and Tshwane metros, where Bidvest retains flagged contract while black-owned enterprises have been destroyed? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much, Honourable Kani. We want to make it clear that it's important to first clarify that Bidvest provided disinfection and deep cleansing support to various schools in the province as a donation valued at 4.1 million, not as a tender. Secondly, schools were provided with a budget of almost 15,000 each to deal with deep cleaning in their own school facilities, as per Circular 6 of 2020, issued by the Gauteng Department of Education on the 20th of May 2020. So it's thus not clear why such a recovery or trade restriction should be placed against Bidvest when they made a donation or they were not part of a tender process of the department. In terms of question 2, procurement in South Africa is guided by, among other things, Section 217 of the Constitution, as well as the Public Finance Management Act and the Preferential Procurement Regulations. The Premier's role through the Provincial Treasury is to ensure that provincial departments comply with these statutes, not to introduce new regulations. If a change were needed to these regulations, it will come from National Treasury or the relevant minister, not from the office of the Premier. Gauteng is committed to tightening procurement rules, and as such, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury introduced the open tender process to ensure that all our tenders are adjudicated openly. It is this process that we want to encourage members to attend to procurement meetings so that they can be in a position to understand how we allocate tenders in the province. In terms of question 3, our policy target is to ensure that all our tenders, 60% of procurement must go through open tender, 80% must go through Africans, 40% women, 30% youth, 7% people with disabilities, and 40% must also go to township, informal settlement, and hostels. This is the above targets that we have adopted in this administration. In terms of your last question, we will indeed take stock of the areas that we are recommending that we take stock, especially interventions in Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, and Tshwane metros, where you indicate that Bidvest still have some of contracts working in these municipalities. We will follow up on this as we don't have this information currently. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
No, thanks. We'll just keep an eye on it. We are quoting Bidvest because I believe so many, I will have made a 2-page or 3-page question. But the issue is around, when we ask this question, we ask it based on black empowerment, because we have seen it from certain years after the 9 progressive years. We have seen black business going down. So can we at least adjust on that one and not give these big companies even smaller nyana jobs that our people they can perform? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other follow-up question, supplementary, or a question? None? Thank you. Premier?
Deputy Speaker, we acknowledge and appreciate the sense that's raised by Honourable Member Mkade, and we share the same sentiments. There is a certain opposition party that claims that it can remove broad-based black economic empowerment. And they've produced something that they say is a private bill. We are waiting for it. We'll crush it. It's not going to succeed, that bill. They are raising unnecessary expectations because they think the wealth of this country must only be confined to the privileged few. We refuse. We will defeat that bill. We are waiting for it. Let it come to this House. We will defeat that bill. The wealth of this country belongs to all. And reality is there are some people that snatched the wealth of this country unfairly so, using legislation that barred other people. It's very important that all these resources must belong to all South Africans, not a certain section of society on the basis of the color of their skin. We are waiting for that bill. We will crush it, mercilessly so. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you almost missed your spot.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regard to the City of Tshwane's initiative to rejuvenate its urban landscape through strategic property activation, including the release of 10 municipal properties for lease and development, and noting the role of the Bed Buildings Committee in reversing urban decay and promoting inclusive renewal, can the Premier of Gauteng answer the following questions about what the provincial government is doing to support such work in Tshwane and other municipalities focused on fixing inner cities? Number one, what specific support has the Gauteng provincial government provided to the City of Tshwane to strengthen its inner city renewal initiatives, and how is this support being monitored for impact? Number two, has the Premier engaged with other municipalities in Gauteng to replicate Tshwane's model of property activation and urban rejuvenation? And if so, which municipalities are currently implementing similar programs? And finally, what mechanism has the provincial government established to coordinate with municipalities, investors, and communities to ensure that urban renewal projects are aligned with provincial development strategies and deliver sustainable economic and social benefits? Thank you.
Premier.
Thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Let me also thank Member Ngobeni for the question raised. Deputy Speaker, as part of the broader CBD revitalization program, the Gauteng Provincial Government developed the CBD revitalization implementation plans for Hammanskraal CBD and Tshwane CBDs, in particular Pretoria CBDs. The plans were then incorporated into the broader city of Tshwane to reverse the destruction that was there in Tshwane when it was run by a certain opposition party. As part of this program, the city has identified the following: cleaning of streets, sidewalks and parks, tree planting and beautification, bulk infrastructure maintenance, repairs and installation of roadside ways, lighting and CCTV cameras, attending to hijacked, neglected and derelict buildings, and by law enforcement. This kind of support has created lots of opportunities as part of the G13 program. In terms of question 2, the provincial government has established a G13 work stream, formerly known as CBD Revitalization Work Stream, chaired by COCTA to coordinate service delivery operation. The intention of the work stream is to provide a common platform where all municipalities congregate to demonstrate best practices to address inner city rejuvenation and G13 service delivery intervention, to learn from each other and adopt best practices where relevant to their specific context. In terms of question 3, it is an undertaking that we want to improve and take bold and high-impact initiatives, especially in the following areas: the Gauteng Rapid Train Integrated Network, 2, Lanseria Smart City, 3, City of Johannesburg Alternative Waste to Energy, 4, Aerotropolis development around OR Tambo International Airport, 5, fresh produce market recapitalization in Johannesburg. These initiatives and projects will go hand in hand with the mainstreaming and implementation of urban renewal initiatives in our province. Thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Member More.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. On question 2, which municipalities are currently implementing similar programs? I did not hear that part. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I've indicated that we are not doing it per municipality. Every Tuesday, a meeting chaired by the Honourable Member Mamabul all municipalities gather and share the plans and we implement at that particular level. Thank you so much.
Any other supplementary question, remark? Thank you. There is none. Thank you, Honorable Premier. We move on to the second phase or second stage. Questions for oral reply to the executive as per Rule 134. Kushiyeke ntoni ngoku? Ngiyangibheka ngathi. Who's standing in for Member Maluka, or is she online?
Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Actually, this question was carried over. It was deferred. It's a very old question, but I will ask it anyway. In light of the upcoming G20 summit to be held in the province later this year, can the MEC please answer the following? Has there been dedicated spending towards the enhancing of security, in particular focus for the G20 summit? If so, how much has the department spent to date towards this? The department has stated on numerous occasions that crime in the province was one of the priorities for this financial year. Can the department confidently say that crime prevention and enhancement have not been unduly escalated to fit the G20 summit over the people and residents of Gauteng? And how many operations to date have been conducted in areas that have historically recorded high crime rates? And of these operations, how many arrests have been affected? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Maseleng. Honourable Premier, you may reply, sir.
Thanks so much, Chair of Chairs, and let me also thank Honourable Member for the question. The Department did not incur any dedicated spending towards G20. It has further not spent any budget outside of its appropriation for the current financial year. All expenditure, inclusive of traffic police overtime, were therefore managed within the current allocated budget. The Department has stated on numerous occasions that crime in the province was one of the priorities for this financial year, and it's within that context that we allocated funds at the beginning of the financial year, not influenced by matters related to G20. In terms of question 2, the implementation of crime prevention enhancement measures in Gauteng has not been unduly escalated to focus solely on G20 summit. All operational plans were designed to complement existing policing strategies rather than replace or reduce normal service delivery. Regular policing operations across all districts have been continued uninterrupted with station visibility, crime prevention patrol, sector policing and community engagement proceeding as normal. The deployment and interventions aligned to G20 Leader Summit were integrated into existing frameworks to strengthen public safety without diverting resources away from Gauteng residents. Actually, in return, we received many law enforcement agencies that were coming from outside the province to come and assist us in this province. So Gauteng residents will remain the priority, while we are also meeting the obligation of hosting international events. In terms of your last question, since 2025-07-01, a total of 591 operations have been conducted, resulting in arrest of 3,205 suspects. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Premier. Honourable Maseleng, any supplementary question? Short remark? Are you okay? Honourable members, according to Rule 137, subsection 7, 134, subsection 7, any supplementary question or short remark? Thank you so much. Honourable Evan Kobeni, you may ask the question to the Premier. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. With regard to the high number of public shootings reported in both Ekurhuleni and Tshwane in October, and with regard to concerns about the safety of residents and the effectiveness of law enforcement responses, can the MEC answer the following questions? With regard to joint operations, what coordinated efforts between South African police services, Metro Police, and other security agencies are currently being implemented to address the surge in public shootings in Ekurhuleni and Tshwane? 2, how are these operations ensuring visible policing and rapid response in affected communities to reduce fear and restore public confidence in safety? And lastly, what long-term strategies are being developed in collaboration with municipalities, community policing forums, and civil society to prevent future public shootings and strengthen community trust in law enforcement?
Thank you, Honourable Premier. You may reply.
Thanks so much, Honourable Chair of Chairs, and let me thank Honourable Member Ngobeni for raising this question. The South African Police Service, in collaboration with the Department of Community Safety, Metro Police Departments, and other security stakeholders, has identified joint operations to address the recent surge in violent crimes, particularly public shootings. These coordinated efforts are guided by the cooperative agreement between the SAPS and the metropolitan municipalities of Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, Tshwane, which enables resource sharing and cross-boundary collaboration. Key interventions include intelligence-led operations to identify crime hotspots and disrupt organized networks, highly density deployment targeting areas affected by violent and firearm-related crimes, and strengthening national initiatives such as Operation Shanyele. In terms of question 2, the South African Police Service, together with the Metro Police Department and other law enforcement agencies and private security firms, intensified coordinated operations to strengthen visible policing and improve rapid response capabilities in communities most affected by public shootings. We use technology as well to ensure that we track and trace some of these shootings, especially through CCTV camera networks, automatic number plate recognition systems, the crime mapping tools supporting early detection and faster response, the Eyes and Ears project, a partnership between the SAPS and the private security sector, managed by Business Against Crime. In terms of question 3 that we have raised, we respond as follows. To address the root cause of violent crimes and promote lasting stability, the South African Police Service, in partnership with law enforcement agencies, is implementing a comprehensive suite of community-based and intelligence-driven strategies. These initiatives aim to prevent future public shootings, rebuild public trust, and strengthen collaborative policing. The key components include the development of integrated crime prevention strategy, improved community policing and trust-building initiatives, as well as youth and social crime prevention programs. In parallel, urban safety projects such as just expanded CCTV coverage, improved street lighting, and the creation of public spaces are being implemented in collaboration with local authorities. Through these aligned strategies, and SAPS and its partners aim to reduce gun violence, disrupt organized criminals networks, and foster safer, more resilient communities across Gauteng. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Honourable More, any supplementary question or short remark?
None, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, any supplementary question or short remark from you all? Thank you so much. Honourable Ntseke, you may ask your question to the Premier, please.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. On the 26th of August 2025, when Premier, you were responding to 4.PS009, you indicated that you were going to source the Gauteng conviction rates for GBV from the Department of Justice. Noting that 3 months have passed since making the statement, have you sourced the data of conviction rates for Gauteng on GBV from the Justice Department? If yes, what is the conviction rate in Gauteng for the same time period as was required for 4.PS009? Based on the conviction rate, has any research been done to understand if the conviction rates are as low as Tembisa? If yes, what are the contributing factors to low conviction rates in Gauteng? And what plans does the department have to improve these conviction rates in Gauteng? Thank you.
Honourable Premier, you may respond to the question, sir.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Let me also thank Honourable Member Ntseche for the questions raised. Before I respond to the questions, Chair, we want to outrightly indicate as the Gauteng government, we support the gender-based march that was organized by women of our country. We are of the strong view that indeed gender-based violence is a disaster that needs to be managed. Yesterday, we were convened by the Minister of COCTA to coordinate all efforts of premiers across the province to give support to the call that gender-based violence is indeed a disaster. We appreciate this initiative and we want to assure the citizens of Gauteng that we'll do everything within our powers as the Gauteng provincial government to make resources available and support available so that all our women and children are safe in this province. We remain worried that we remain the epicenter of this gender-based violence as a province, and therefore there is an urgent need for us to play our role to provide all the necessary support and guidance to law enforcement agencies. We also call for stricter bail and other related law enforcement obligations to ensure that perpetrators don't get easy bail in our province. We remain hopeful that the law enforcement agencies will rise to this request and support us. In terms of question 1, we responded in terms of question number 4, PS009, and the statistics are as follows. Quarter 1 is 8,950, quarter 2 is 9,229, quarter 3 is 10,435, and quarter 4 it's 8,564. In terms of question 2, yes, the conviction rate of GBV in Gauteng for the same period is contained in answers that we provided in PS009, and we have attached it so that Member Ntseche can see the numbers and the work that we've done. In terms of question 3, based on this conviction rate, has any research been done to understand if the conviction rates are low like in Tembisa? Yes, the research was made in this regard. In terms of question 4, several systematic and procedural challenges have been identified as contributing factors to the low conviction rates within the province. This includes, not limited to, prolonged finalization of struck-off-the-roll cases, delays in the recording of convictions and repeated court reminds, 3, protracted timelines in securing expert assessment required by court during trial proceedings. In terms of question 5, to address the identified challenges, enhance the accuracy of efficiency and conviction rate reporting, the following interventions are implemented. 1, ensuring timely and accurate capturing of sentences and the closure of case dockets. 2, strengthening oversight and supervision of data management processes related to capturing and verification of conviction records. 3, enhancing stakeholder engagement through regular participation in justice meetings and collaborative forums. And lastly, compiling and presenting comprehensive summary of operational challenges for discussion and resolution during meetings with the Director of Public Prosecution. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Honourable Nseka, supplementary question or short remark, ma'am?
Chair of Chairs, only a supplementary remark. I just want to remind the MEC and the Premier, as long as I stand here, I'll continue saying, when the conviction rates are low, it is an indication to perpetrators that they get away with it. And I'm saying it is important, especially when I remember the Tembisa scenario of 800 cases going with 500 going to court and only 15 convictions. That says to perpetrators, keep beating us women, keep killing our children, keep raping us. So the more we can fight these convictions, I think even the police who arrest these people are demoralized because of low conviction rates. So more must be done. I don't want to sit here in purple and black next year. I want to feel like something is happening. For me as a woman to feel safe in my own country and fellow women and our children and others who suffer from this crime, because it's not just women and children. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Nseke. Honourable members, any supplementary question or short remark? Honourable Premier, you can respond, sir.
Honourable Chair of Chairs, we share the same sentiments raised by Honourable Member Nseke. And that is why we support that this must be declared a disaster. And that's why we really believe that it must not only be declared a disaster, we must overhaul the entire systems that is managing GBV. Because until we overhaul and put appropriate mechanisms in place, we're not going to resolve it. And the new emerging trend is underage people that are also committing sexual offenses. It's a new trend that is coming, influenced by drugs, influenced by alcohol. So there is an urgent need for us to overhaul the entire system, including the judiciary, so that we can respond appropriately to gender-based violence-related cases within our courts. Thank you so much, Madam Honourable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Honourable Sun, you can ask a question to the Premier, please, sir.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Good day, honourable members, Mr. Premier. With regards to vehicles procured, could the Premier please confirm the following? 1, how many vehicles were procured for the Gauteng Crime Prevention Wardens Programme's usage since its inception? Number 2, what is the total cost? And number 3, what is the current status of these vehicles? Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Sun. Honourable Premier, you may respond.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs, and thank you, Honourable Sun, for the question. In total, we've managed to procure 400 cars that are distributed according to all our corridors, mainly our township informal settlement and hostels, so that they can be visible police. And this has cost almost 280 million, so that we can have these resources supporting our law enforcement agencies. This also assists us in ensuring that we make vehicles available to law enforcement agencies like the SAPS, or working with those that are patrollers in our province, especially the GBV patrollers that are deployed in certain areas during violent areas. To date, we still have, of the 400, we still have 365 vehicles that are active, and 15 vehicles are in repairs or awaiting assessment. And we've disposed 20 vehicles because they're involved in accident while either chasing criminals or being attacked by criminals. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Honourable Sun, supplementary question or short remark, sir?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Mr. Premier, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm going to, so please bear with me. On the 22nd of October, you were cited in the public domain that you have disbanded, and that's the word that's been used, the Amapanyazas or the Gauteng traffic wardens. And we took your words for that as published. It's not to say that we want to see the downfall, but we want to see retraining, reintegration, and improvement to ensure that this 6,000 Amapanyazas are put to good use, proper management, and operate lawfully. But to the contrary, and I think to the contradiction of what you said, the HOD, the acting HOD of the Community Safety Department said on the 13th of November during the Safety Committee meeting that the traffic wardens will never disband. In fact, the words that he used was that they are undergoing a reintegration. So this creates a confusion, Mr. Premier. What is the difference between a disbandment, as you've referred to, and a reintegration? My understanding is that when you say they are disbanded, they will cease to operate. Now, if they are reintegrated already, can you please advise us when this took place? And very importantly, Mr. Premier, it is important that we understand the legal basis of how the Amapanyazas are operating, on what basis they are driving this 365 vehicles that you've mentioned. Have they been issued with state authorities to operate these vehicles? Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Sun. Honourable members, short remark or supplementary question. Honourable Mekwe.
No, thank you very much. In terms of Rule 89, I wish to bring to your attention the provisions of Rule 134 sub 7. The members just asked a different question related to the disbandment, but the initial question was related to the vehicles. So this one the Premier must not even answer it. Thank you.
I support the sister guidance provided by Honorable Mekgo, but it will be as if you are avoiding the call. Let me just respond. The last official document we have, Member Soon, is from the Public Protector. He said that in the current form that the wardens are, she's giving us 180 days to regularize them. And within that context, what it means is that myself, the Minister of Police, the Minister of Justice, we have within 80 days conclude what we have agreed upon to convert them into traffic wardens. But going forward, we are of the strong view that they should be trained as Gauteng police traffic and therefore cease in that format to continue to operate. So we will regularize them first within 180 days as the Public Protector and then embark on a vigorous training for them to be in a position to be migrated from being wardens to officers of the province and deployed to ensure that they protect Africans. And we will do that in phases, which simply means you will see them today, you will see them tomorrow, you will see until we have regularized them within 180 days. The Public Protector report is very clear. It doesn't call for their disbandment. And the Public Protector's report is very clear that they see importance and relevance of this unit, even though they were not established with the current legislation, and that is why she's advising us that we use the correct legislation within 180 days past that legislation. We have already requested an urgent meeting with the Minister of Police and Minister of Justice so that this part of regulation can be adhered to. We are quite convinced that probably by February next year, we'll be in a position to have them formally regulated in our province. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Honourable Premier, your questions is finished, I think. Honourable Mfikwe, you are online. If you can ask your question to MEC Health and Wellness, please. Thank you so much.
I am now Mfikwe.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Mekwe.
On behalf of Honourable Mfikwe, I wish to ask the member of the Executive Council for Health and Wellness. The Gauteng continues to shoulder the weight of providing healthcare services not only to its own residents, but also to a significant number of patients from other provinces and foreign nationals. While the department has made commendable progress in improving efficiency and service delivery, budgetary constraints and increasing patient inflows continue to exert pressure on available resources. Could the MEC indicate the following one? To what extent is the current 2025-26 health budget sufficient to accommodate the healthcare demands of both Gauteng residents and patients from other provinces and foreign countries? Question number 2, what are the latest statistics on patient inflows from other provinces and foreign nationals across Gauteng's hospitals and primary healthcare facilities? Number 3, what percentage of the current departmental expenditure is spent on patients from outside of the Gauteng province and foreign nationals? And can the MEC further detail, in percentage terms, the number of foreign nationals visiting our facilities in Gauteng? And 5, what mechanisms of intergovernmental recovery strategies have the department implemented to ensure the collection of these funds and to safeguard the sustainability and quality of healthcare delivery in the province? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mekwe. Honourable MEC Roloko, you may reply, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. The answer to the first question, the current 2025 health budget is insufficient to accommodate the healthcare demands due to increased demand for health services, burden of diseases, goods and services, price escalation exceeding inflation as guided by Treasury when preparing the budget, and the impact of circling accruals on budget, which results in budgetary and expenditure pressures. This poses a risk of funds depletion before the end of the financial year, resulting in disruptions to service delivery across healthcare facilities. The response to 2, the department currently uses the Health Information System, which has been implemented across all hospitals and community health centers. Through this system, patient information is captured at the registration stage, including patient's country of origin, and does not capture the current residing province of the patient. The HIS administration module was introduced in 2022 and rolled out gradually across facilities, with full implementation completed in 2024-25 financial year. Before the introduction of HIS platform, data on foreign nationals was captured electronically. I have a table then, Chair, that talks to the number of patients registered on HIS platform. South Africans, it's 1049,343, which is 78% of the people, that's 78.5% of the people who are majority of patients registered and seen in our healthcare facilities are South African citizens. Non-South Africans, the total number that we have counted is 198/822, which is 14.9%. A significant minority of patients are foreign nationals. And then not stated, it's 88,000, which is 6.6%. Country of origin was not captured or declared during the registration. So the total number of patients is 1,336,469, which is 100% in terms of the percentage. Therefore, a total of 198,822 of the patients registered and served in our facilities were non-South Africans. These numbers exclude the foreign nationals visiting primary healthcare clinics, as there is currently no electronic system captured to those area. And then the response to 3, the department do monitor the expenditure incurred on foreign nationals. However, referred patients seeking tertiary services from other provinces are funded through National Tertiary Service Grant. Foreign nationals account for 14.9% of the total patients served in hospitals and CHCs. Below the table then provides the top 10 countries constituting of highest number of foreign nationals. The first one that rank is Zimbabweans, and they count 68.125%, which is 34%. The second one is Mozambicans at 21,000, which is 11%. The third one is Malawians at 17,880, which is 9%. The fourth one is Lesotho at 10,000, which is 6%. The fifth one is Congolese at 4,934, which is 2%. The sixth one is Ethiopians, which is 3,587, which is 2%. The seventh one is Nigerians at 2.8, which is 1%. Number 8 is Somalians at 1.5, which is 1%. And number 9 is Swaziland at 1.2, which is 1%. The last one on the top 10 is Zambian at 1.1, which is 1%. The response then to the fourth question, the department has strengthened its revenue collection capacity through participation in transversal contract, which is RT27/2028, provision of debt collection services to the state for the period of April 2024 to the 31st of March 2029, managed by National Treasury. Then, as part of the implementation plan, 5 debt collection companies were appointed during the second quarter of 2025-26 financial year to support hospital debt recovery activities. The service level agreements, which is our SLAs, with all 5 service providers have been finalized and signed. Other mechanisms include engagement with external funders, such as other government departments, and sending debt confirmation letters on quarterly basis for payment of outstanding claims. Thank you, Chairperson of Committees.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable Mekwe, any supplementary question or short remark, ma'am?
Thanks very much, Chair of Chairs. We really appreciate the honest response and a comprehensive response by the MEC. We now understand the depth of the challenge that this department is facing, but we will request that maybe the MEC, going forward, she must provide the breakdown per facility so that as we do our oversight mechanisms, we're able to check as to where we need to zoom in so that we can check those that are illegal immigrants in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mbekwe. Honourable members, Honourable Moriarty.
Thank you very much. And firstly, before I make my remark, just to give my utmost gratitude to Honourable Mikwe for taking over the question from Honourable Fikwe. Honourable Mikwe has got a very nice voice, and I really enjoyed listening to her. I got the sense from an earlier part of the Honourable MEC's reply that there was a difficulty that was posed, and I will read the Hansard with interest to see exactly what she said. But there seems to be a difficulty because, if I understood her correctly, we're not capturing the country of origin of the various foreign national patients. But then, in a later response, you gave a statistical breakdown of where the various 198,822 patients, I think I remembered that number correctly, where they all came from. So there seems to be a disconnect between the two. But I do think that we need a stronger response in terms of the response to question number 4. There was reference to engagements with National Treasury. I think that being a member of SADC and then other bodies like the AU, there should be protocols in place, because we can't afford to lose all of the money that we expend on people that, quite frankly, their states ought to be paying for the treatment that they get. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Moriarty. Honourable MEC, you can respond, ma'am.
We do capture the country of origin, but at that previously, we're not capturing it electronically. We started in 2022 to capture it electronically. That was my response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Mtlongo, I think you are online. You may ask your question to
Yes, I am.
MEC Roads and Transport. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair of Chairs. My question to the MEC of Transport with regards to road infrastructure. The MEC and the department recently conducted an inspection local to the following roads: P122, K50, K54, D1814, and K175. Can the MEC take us into confidence on the following questions? Firstly, what is the status of the performance of the appointed contractors on these projects? Secondly, are the estimated employment targets being met? And finally, what are the challenges did the department identify, and what are they doing to mitigate or address them if there's any action taken? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mtlongo. Honourable MEC Dialet Tabela, you may respond.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and good afternoon to colleagues in the House and to people of Gauteng. With regards to P122, which is around Centurion and Irene, the contractor is progressing well as per the approved program. The construction progress is now at 79%, complete with time lapse of 88%. The project completion date is approved to be 28 February 2026. I must say to honourable members, there were slight delays because we discovered a sinkhole on that road, and that process of rehabilitating the sinkhole took longer, just around St. George's Hotel there. And estimated employment opportunities created. The target for the project is 100 labourers. 82 labourers have been appointed to date. Outside the fact that there was a sinkhole discovered, there are no challenges in the project. And according to the team, when we did inspection and oversight, is that the budget will not even have variations, but we'll see as the project continues. K50 is Garsfontein, also in Tshwane. The contractor is progressing well as per the approved program. The construction progress is now at 33%, complete with time lapses of 28.1%. The project completion date is approved to be 29 June 2027. This is a project as a result of the President of the Republic launching the Mooikloof mega project. The Gauteng provincial government committed itself to upgrading that road. We are working closely also in partnership with City of Tshwane as well as the developer there. I think it's Balwen. The employment target for the project, this is only on our side and our contribution to the project as the provincial government. The project is to attract 250 laborers. Currently, 185 laborers have been appointed. We had and we continue to have challenges of project stoppages in our communities, and one will be surprised why would you have a project stoppage in a project that is in the far east of Pretoria. Yeah, but we had project stoppages by different people saying they are from the community groups, but a lot of them are from our neighboring township, Mamelodi. The issues of stoppages have been addressed with those community groups. There have not been further project stoppages after addressing and resolving this issue. So maybe to give information to honorable members, we also have established a rapid response team through our stakeholder unit to do social facilitation on our behalf with different stakeholders in different communities. Only on this project we were found a bit napping because we thought it's in a suburb, and we met with different stakeholders from that suburb. Unfortunately for us, then the neighboring township, it's not even neighboring, but community members from Mamelodi then came on board. K54, this is Tamaya Road in Mamelodi. Honorable members who have been in the legislature will know that the department had to terminate the contract on the basis of road reserve encroachment by the community there, and we had to wait for City of Tshwane as well as Human Settlement to make arrangement for relocation of the community members that were residing on our land reserve. The contractor is progressing well as per the approved program. The construction progress is now at 17%, complete with time lapse of 16%, well aligned, including, I think, with the budget also. The project completion date is approved to be the 31st of August 2027. The estimated employment targets, the employment target for this project is 150 laborers. You can see it's still at its initial stages. We only have to date appointed 36 laborers with the possibility of continuing to employ more as the work increases. The challenge here, I think this is where we also, our new strategy of social facilitation seemed to be working. We never had stoppages, surprise, surprise, in Mamelodi. So I think what we have come up with is it's working, and we were testing it in this project. But however, there are still challenges. There are businesses that have created permanent structures along our road reserve, which we still need to remove, working closely with other law enforcement agencies, and the department is attending to the issue legally. We are using our attorneys, and business owners have been issued with eviction notices, and they have not yet moved. The attorneys are proceeding to with the case to request the demolition orders through the court. You know, these are the challenges that we continue to face for those who illegally occupy land. K175 is in Kalinen, honorable members. These are projects that were in the program, the 5-year program of the department. So it's not that we are focusing only in Tshwane. The contractor is progressing well, but delayed completing as per the approved extension of time for 30 August 2025. The construction progress is now at 95% complete with time lapse of 103%. is 3% over, or no, 8% over. Practical completion is anticipated to be at, I think the date here is wrong, but the practical completion is anticipated to be next year, February, according to the team. We apologize for that error, Chair of Chairs, on the date. The employment target for the project is 75 laborers. 57 laborers have been appointed to date. There are no challenges. I think also our social facilitation strategy is working here. Thank you very much. I think question 2, question 3, we managed to respond to them in the first question in our table. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Ntlongo, any supplementary question or short remark, please?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, and thank you to the MEC for the work that they continue to do. I think that it's quite important for oversight to continue being done on all the projects that we have, so that we are able to monitor the progress and also hold the contractors into account. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Ntlongo. Honourable members, any supplementary question or short remark? Thank you very much. Honourable Ntlongo, you can ask your second question to MEC Shalwani of Education. Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Honourable Chair of Chairs and Honourable members. MEC Chilwane, illegal and unregistered schools pose a serious threat to the safety, to the well-being and the future of our learners. They often operate in unsafe buildings, they lack qualified teachers and have poor sanitation. They also fail to meet basic fire safety standards. Such schools are not only a danger to children's lives, but also deprive them of a recognized education, leaving parents shocked when they discover their children's years of study carry no legal value. As we approach the 2026 academic year, it is vital that parents are informed and supported to make the right choices when enrolling their children. Could the MEC indicate the following? How many illegal or unregistered schools have been identified and closed in the past 2 financial years? And what mechanisms are put in place to prevent them from reopening under new names? Secondly, how is the department working with law enforcement, municipalities, and parents to enforce the South African Schools Act and ensure that communities are aware of unsafe, non-compliant schools? Can the MEC further tell us what steps is the department taking as we approach 2026 to raise awareness among parents about illegal or unregistered schools and where they can verify whether a school is legally registered before enrolling their children? Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you so much, Honourable Ntlongo. Honourable members, supplementary question or short remark from yourselves? MEC, you may reply. Oh, reply. Thank you. It's a long day.
I know you're in a hurry. Thank you so much to the Honourable Member Ntlongo. With regard to the first question, the department has closed 71 reported and identified illegal and unregistered schools in the past 2 financial years. The following mechanisms are in place to prevent these unregistered schools from reopening, and they are as follows. Any school that continues to operate after receiving a closure letter from the department, even under a different name, is subject to criminal prosecution and its owner by law enforcement agencies. This enforcement is guided by the South African Schools Act 1996, Act number 84, which stipulates in section 46(1) that no person may establish or maintain an independent school unless it is registered by the head of department. Furthermore, section 46.4 states that any person who contravenes subsection 1 is guilty of an offence, and upon conviction to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 12 months, or both fine and such imprisonment. The department periodically sends officials to monitor the areas where illegally operating schools were closed. and the department has formed a partnership with the security cluster and ward councillors who monitor these schools as they try to resurface. With regard to the second question, the department works with law enforcement, municipalities, and parents to enforce the South African Schools Act and ensure that communities are aware of unsafe, non-compliant schools. Firstly, by meeting all stakeholders quarterly to engage them about learners from non-accredited schools, among other challenges. The department further collaborates with other government departments, municipalities, law enforcement agencies, and parents to embark on policing campaign in identified areas where illegal operating schools are widespread. Municipalities issue fines to schools that are non-compliant with municipal bylaws. Once the police has been conducted, the department establishes the community structures whose purpose is to become our eyes and ears in reporting any suspicious activities related to the schooling system. And flyers are shared with structures to conduct daily and ongoing awareness campaigns in churches, malls, and community meetings. With regard to the third question, the approach by the Department of Education in Gauteng in dealing with illegally operating schools in 2026 is as follows. The department will continue to create awareness amongst community members about illegal or unregistered schools in the 2026 academic year. And the department has further established hotline numbers to allow community members to inquire about the legitimacy of any school that they suspect to be operating illegally. And this is done through the following numbers and email addresses, of which, let me just read them out. It's 060-891-0310. And the second one is the same, 060-891-0312. The third one is 060-891-0334. And we've got another one, 083-289-3608. Or further, you can go to send us an email at gdeindependentschools@gauteng.gov.za or talk to the MEC at gauteng.gov.za. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Mtlongo, any supplementary question or short remark for the MEC?
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. I do not have any supplementary remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable members. Short question, short remark, supplementary. Thank you so much. Thank you, MEC. Moving right along to Honourable Mtlongo, again to the MEC of Education. Thank you. No. There's a mistake here. MEC Gentile.
MEC.
It was duplicated, sorry. To MEC Human Settlement.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs, the honourable members, and all the residents in the House. I rise today to ask the MEC of Human Settlements the following questions. Noting the recent handover of houses of the military veterans at the Western Area, Burwa, and Don Tlome mega projects in the West Rand, could the MEC provide clarity on the following? The progress made by the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements in implementing the military veteran housing program, including the total number of verified beneficiaries, completed units, and those that are still under construction in the province, across the province. The coordination mechanisms that exist between the provincial government department and the National Department of Human Settlements and the military veterans to ensure the beneficiaries receive adequate support, including the access to services. And the last question is the provincial measures being implemented to accelerate housing delivery for military veterans, and how the province is collaborating with the national counterparts to ensure that the program continues to honour their service and to restore their dignity. I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Gentile. Honourable Motara, you can respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the question. The response is as follows. From the Department of Military Veterans, for the current financial year, we have received 41 verified beneficiaries. 23 are catered for in our current business plan in the West Rand region. We have already allocated 9 in September of this year, and 14 will be allocated still in the current financial year. The remaining 18 beneficiaries are included in our plans for the next financial year. We continue to plan for military veteran beneficiaries as we receive verified information from the Department of Military Veterans. The response to the second part of the question is as follows. Quarterly meetings are convened by the National Department of Human Settlements and the Department of Military Veterans, wherein progress is tracked and reports are tabled. The response is just to say that, Member Gentile, this access to services, community facilities go beyond just Department of Human Settlements. It also requires the input from municipalities and other line function departments. Then the response to the third part of the question is that we have a provincial steering committee which are scheduled quarterly. These have been resuscitated where we meet project implementation teams. They report on the plans to provide decent housing to military veterans and other associated benefits. Both National Department of Human Settlements as well as the Department of Military Veterans are full participants of the provincial steering committee meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC Motara. Honourable Gentile, supplementary question or short remark?
No supplementary question, just to appreciate the responses from the MEC. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, supplementary question, short remark? Thank you. Honourable Abrahams, you are online. Can you ask your question to MEC Human Settlement? Honourable Power, you can ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairs. The 2024-25 Department of Human Settlements annual report lists 43 projects as blocked projects. These projects include Gatsebe in Mabopane, Kalfontein Extension 22 3D in Everton North, among others. The department cites various reasons for these blockages, including poor contractor performance. Could the MEC please indicate, 1, what is the department's turnaround strategy for operationalizing blocked projects and ensuring their completion? 2, the annual report details how 9 informal settlements received temporary engineering services. What progress has been made in informal settlements like Zandspruit, Marikana, Philippi, and Recha Park, where communities continue to live without basic sanitation and services? 3, given that several housing developments, such as Savannah City in Midvaal and Elandsfontein in Ekurhuleni, are delayed due to the absence of bulk water and electricity infrastructure, can the department provide an update on this? And 4, one of the challenges identified by the department is that a large portion of its expenditure goes towards major projects, which, as we have seen, face numerous challenges. What is the department's strategy for improving coordination with municipalities in ensuring timely delivery of mega housing projects? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Paul. Before you answer, Honourable MEC, just a reminder, Honourable members, we are not allowed to eat and drink in the House. Please take note. Honourable MEC, thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for the question, Honourable Member. The response is as follows. The current development of Zandspruit has been divided into various programs spreading over a period of financial years. These are the upgrading and formalization programs of Zandspruit Extension 83, 84, and 85. We have about 701 stands where we provided infrastructure upgrades. These were as follows. Water reticulation, which was completed in 24-25 financial year, as well as sewer reticulation also completed in the same financial year. Roads and stormwater was also completed in 24-25. And then electrification is now scheduled for the 25-26 financial year. That's the current financial year. That will see us providing the formal services for the 701 stands. The response to the second part of the question,
is that the scope of works or the deliverables entailed the electrification. This was approved designs, and the 701 stands were provided with electricity connections. On electrification, it was also approved designs and the provision of electricity connections to 4 residential 1 stands with a potential yield of 1,234 units. Then there was social facilitation. On social facilitation, we provide social facilitation services during the implementation of electrification and construction of the road intersection projects. On the SDP and building plan approval, this was the site development plan, or the SDP, the architectural drawings and the building plan approval for the residential 3 stands, and this is for 1,234. This SDP was submitted to the city of Joburg for approval. The construction of road intersections. On this, the road construction from Zandspruit Extension 84 to Marina Road, this is the work that was completed. And then the finalizing of the town planning activities is the compliance with conditions of establishment, where we open a township register and the proclamation of the township. This will enable us to go to at the end issue and register title deeds on the completion of the opening of the township register and the proclamation of the township. And then the scope of work of the attenuation pond was the fencing off of the 2 attenuation ponds which were already constructed. So that is the detailed honorable member of the work that was contained in our annual report. The response to the third part of the question is as follows. The contract for the scope of works listed above is effective from the 1st of January 2025 and it will terminate on the 30th of June 2028. So it's still an active contract, and we are looking to see how we allocate funding to be able to implement the work. And then the response of the last part of the question is as follows. The department has a standing quarterly technical and provincial intergovernmental relation meeting with municipalities and strengthened by the executive bilateral. These engagements are aimed at unblocking impediments across human settlements programs, alignment of planning and implementation, including all the mega projects. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Any supplementary questions, short remark, Honourable Paul?
No additional remark, just to appreciate the response. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, short remark. Thank you so much. Honourable Mokheti, you can ask your question to MEC for Environment. Thank you so much. Dr. Mokheti, you're online. Are you? Is she? We'll come back to that question. Honourable MEC, is that okay with you? Sorry about that. Thank you so much. You can take it. Thank you, Honourable Itsolo. Thank you.
All right. Please keep it today.
Okay. Okay,
Thanks,
Honourable Dr. Masuku, you may take the question.
Chairs. On behalf of Member Honourable Mokheti, I would like to ask the Member of the Executive Council for Environment the following question. The proliferation of technology and consumer-driven nature of society have led to millions of tons of electronic devices being discarded each year. The devices such as old cell phones, computers, laptops to televisions, and other household appliances contain harmful materials such as mercury and many other health problems. If not properly managed, as many of residents are aware, e-waste is growing at an alarming rate. Can the MEC respond to the following question? What strategy will the Department of Environment use to inform the public about responsible e-waste disposal? What legislation exists to manage e-waste? And what role does the department play in e-waste management, considering the negative impact it can have on climate change? Thank you, Chairs of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Dr. Masuku. Honourable MEC Botha, you may respond, sir.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Thank you very much for the question. The Gauteng Department of Environment works in collaboration with the Departments of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, Gauteng Department of E-Government and municipalities, as well as other stakeholders in the circular economy. The department has established the Gauteng Environment Coordination Forum as a platform for departments and municipalities to represent their reports and engage with stakeholders in the circular economy. On the 21st and 22nd of October 2025, the department, in collaboration with the departments mentioned above, held in Bezos, led by Deputy Minister of the DFFE, Bernice Swartz, in Alexandra and Tembisa as part of the advocacy campaign whereby communities were encouraged to bring electrical and electronic equipment waste for disposal at the buyback centres. Furthermore, the department will, in collaboration with the Department of E-Government, hold outreach programs and educational programs to communities and schools in the 2026-2027 financial year as a new initiative. The educational programs will include inter alia schools-based programs such as progressive integration of e-waste into the school curriculum, public awareness campaigns, and encourage e-waste collection. Question number 2. The following pieces of legislation and policy exist to manage e-waste: the Constitution of South Africa, 1996 as amended, Occupational Health and Safety Act, 85 of 1993, the National Environmental Management Waste Management Act, Act number 26 of 2014 as amended, Hazardous Substances Act, 15 of 1973, the National Health Act, 61 of 2003, National Water Act, 36 of 1998, the National Environmental Management Air Quality Act, 39 of 2004, National Environment Management Waste Act, 2008, Act number 59, Gauteng Waste Electrical and Electronic Equipment Strategy 2020, National Policy, Management of Waste Electrical and Electronic Equipment 2023. At question 3, through the department's programs, informal recyclers, cooperatives and small enterprises are supported with training, equipment and market access to strengthen their operational capacity in the circular economy. Besides these efforts, the department has also partnered with local municipalities to provide material recovery facilities, balers, scales and protective equipment to community cooperatives and micro-recyclers. These assets improve safety, efficiency and quality control in waste sorting operations. As already mentioned, the Gauteng Department of Environment has adopted a strategy to work in collaboration with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, Gauteng Department of E-Government and municipalities and other stakeholders in the circular economy based on the magnitude of the e-waste phenomenon. Therefore, on a quarterly basis, the department invites various stakeholders through the Gauteng Environment Coordination Forum not only to share skills and knowledge, but to provide solutions and elicit good practices relating to the management of e-waste and other related waste which may be harmful to the environment. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, MEC Botha. Dr. Masuku, any supplementary questions, short remarks, sir?
It's a short remark, Honourable Chairs of Chairs. It's just to indicate to the MEC and the department that maybe it will be important that the work that is done to create awareness must be accelerated and insinuated to make sure that mainly, particularly the part that we are dealing with in terms of learners, that there should be an awareness program that is run at our schools. And secondly, that the awareness in terms of the e-waste should be implemented daily by all our departments first and foremost. Because if government does not lead in some of the awareness and the programs to make sure that we deal with issues of e-waste, it won't be a very much fruitful one to bring the public on board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Dr. Masuku. Any response, MEC Botha? Let me first ask members. Any short remark or supplementary question? MEC, you may respond if you want. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and thank you very much for the remark. I think it's incredibly supportive, and this is exactly the type of attitude that we need towards waste, particularly from the members of the House. So thank you very much, Honourable Member, for that. And then just to say as well that we've got contributing partners such as IWASA, which are playing incredibly important roles in what we're trying to achieve. And again, the goal here is to turn waste into industry because there are jobs out there for the members of the public, as well as SMMEs that can be started. So this is a space that we encourage all the residents of Gauteng to look deeply into, and to please reach out to the department so that we can ensure that we link you with the correct partners on your business ventures. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Apologies.
Thank you so much, MEC. Honourable Van Dyk. Honourable De Jager, you may ask the question.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. On a recent oversight to the K60 road in Sunninghill, it was evident the large impact this unfinished road is having on the businesses and residents in the area. Business is struggling to secure tenants, residents' health is suffering. All of this because the road has in many years not been completed and now the land has been illegally occupied. In light of the above, please may the MEC advise, number one, when will the province finally complete this road, as it is also a major network between Sunninghill and Midrand? Number two, based on the answer in number one, until such time as this road is completed, what is the province's plan to address the illegal land occupation and the burning of toxic plastics? And number three, will the MEC meet with business owners to address the matter of the illegal land occupation affecting the local economy and cost of jobs being lost? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable De Jager. Honourable MEC. Diali Tlabella.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Maybe one should say that this is one of the projects for the past political term and characterized with a whole lot of challenges. And one of the things that we did in October 2022 was then to look into the whole project and divide it into different phases. So we had divided it into 5 different phases. There are phases, there's a phase that we have completed, the K73, and other phases are still having challenges that the Honourable Member, some of them have raised here. The K60 road project, like I said, is a west to east corridor which serves as a key link between Sunninghill and Midrand and supports development of the strategic road network designed to start at Main Road in Sandton in the west all the way to the K117 and Rumapeto in Tembisa in the east. The project is divided into different parts, of which the progress of each part is as follows. Like I said, we divided it into different phases because we could see that we are not going to do anything on it if we leave the status quo to remain. The first part of the K60 main road around Lone Hill, P71/1, M71, to Rivonia, Sunninghill, K73, M9, and is currently a greenfield project, but a portion of the area has been illegally occupied and will now require relocation or removal of the occupiers. The department intends to complete the EIA process and prepare the tender documentation. I must say, Honourable Chair of Chairs, and also to the House, that this question is an old question. When we responded, there are updates to it, and we'll share with the portfolio committee, because Member Van Dijk is part of the portfolio committee, on how far we on some of the things. On the second part of the road, it's from K73 Rivonia Road. This is Sunninghill to Maxwell Drive, Go Waterfall Mall. Is a dual carriageway and has been built and is operational. This is one of the projects that we pride ourselves that we built it and completed it within time and within the cost. I think we celebrated it in one of the sittings in the House, and that's the strategy we came up with, that let's rather do it in phases because it's not the whole stretch that is affected by the challenges that we have dependencies on. The third part of the K60 is approximately 6.5 kilometers from Maxwell Drive in Waterfall over the N1, including the N1/K60 bridge to K58 Allendale Road, M39 in Midrand. Construction of this phase of the project is scheduled to commence in the new year. The team says January 2026. But like I said, there are updates. We need to update this question. My apologies for not doing quality assurance just before we come here, because the response was meant for the last sitting. This phase had a core contributor to the costs. Like I say, some of the developments we do them with developers. And the fourth part of this K60 from K58 Allendale to Ndruma Peto in Tembisa is currently at detailed design phase. A consultant has been appointed and is busy with the detailed design. And then the fifth and the last part of K60 is from Ndruma Peto in Tembisa to K105 Kalfontein. The processes with this one has not yet started. And I saw that in one of the questions, I can't remember whether it was written question, we can't start asking for budget allocations to projects before we finalize every other challenge on the ground. Lest we will be faced with the challenges we had on projects like K54. Once you think you are ready, you put service providers on the ground. Then the challenges persist. Like, for instance, we have dependencies, human settlement must relocate people, municipalities must do this, ESCOM, entities like ESCOM must relocate their services, and they don't do that. There is money to the public purse. So we advised the team in the department that let's rather do all the planning phases, plan properly, so that when we go on the ground, we go knowing that we are going to start the project and finish it. And that's why you see us categorizing this project in different phases to avoid wastage to the public purse. The incompleted project has experienced, I think, delays due to challenge. I don't have to raise this because I spoke to it. Key issues of land acquisitions, the delayed service relocations, like I said, approvals from affected stakeholders, including City of Joburg. These issues have since been resolved, many of them, and the construction works. Phase 3 is currently in the construction phase, are being implemented in phases. So these are the things that I reflected on, and that the department has made provision for the continuation of the works in the current financial year, with full completion anticipated in 2026-2027 financial year, subject to budget allocation and favorable weather conditions. I think I just made commitment that one of the things we try to do is we don't go on the ground if we have not resolved all other issues about the project. Question 2, the department is aware of the illegal land occupation in the first phase of this multi-phase project, as well as the related environmental concerns, including the burning of toxic materials within the K60 road reserve. This matter has been escalated to Department of Human Settlement and the City of Joburg's Law Enforcement Division, as they hold the legal mandate to address unlawful occupation of land. The department continues to coordinate with these entities to safeguard the road reserve and ensure that construction activities can proceed without further disruption. Regular monitoring is being undertaken in collaboration with local authorities to mitigate risks to public health and safety of communities. I think it's also in R82, Chair of Chairs. These are the challenges we face. People long ago, before I was born, occupied the road reserve illegally, and now we want to develop our province, want to build, and there's these challenges. And we are dependent on other public entities as well as the private sector that would have occupied illegally. Question 3, the department remains committed to engaging all affected stakeholders prior to the commencement of construction projects through our stakeholder engagement directorate. Like I said earlier, we have now turned around the strategy around stakeholder engagement, including capacitating it with rapid response team that is always on the ground. So this includes us engaging businesses, business owners, SWAT committees, small, medium, and enterprise entities, as well as residents. I think This you'll see us prominently on also theft and vandalism. We are partnering with the business districts in different suburbs as well as in different local municipalities that we have. And the department will also continue to keep all relevant role players informed on the progress of K60 project as a whole. And like I said, we've conducted some of the stakeholder engagement with various stakeholders that we are affected. Thank you very much. We'll bring the update on this project to the portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, MEC. Any supplementary question, Honorable De Jager? Fine. Honorable members? Thank you so much. Honorable Nseke, you may ask your question to MEC of Social Development. I think she will be online. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Mr. Johann Strauss was appointed as the Chief Financial Officer of the Gauteng Department of Social Development. According to the annual report of 2024-25, the Chief Financial Officer's mistakes contributed to non-compliance and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Could the MEC please answer the following? Did the CFO ensure that procurement processes adhere to the Public Finance Management Act and Treasury regulations every year since his appointment? Did the CFO ensure that all contracts and agreements are properly authorized, signed, and recorded in compliance with relevant laws and regulations every year since his appointment? Did the CFO implement adequate internal controls to prevent, detect, and respond to incidents of fruitless and wasteful expenditure such as unauthorized and unapproved transactions every year since his appointment? Based on the responses to question 1 to 3, does the MEC believe that Mr. Strauss is fit for purpose? And if yes, how did the department end up with the findings made by the Auditor General? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nseke. Honorable MEC Faith Masibuko, you may reply, ma'am.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and let me thank Member Nseke for the question. In responding to question number 1 on the CFO ensuring that there are procurement processes every year, Honorable House Chair, I'm going to limit my response to the period that I've joined the department. I only joined the department in July of 2024 to date, and I found Mr. Strauss as the CFO in the department. In responding to question number 2 on the CFO actually ensuring all contracts and agreements are properly authorized, as I've indicated, House Chair, during my tenure, I am aware that you are sticking to what is required in terms of all the laws and regulations that pertain to how he does his work. In responding to number 3 of if the CFO implemented adequate and internal controls to prevent and detect and be able to respond, as far as I'm concerned, Honorable House Chair, yes, he did, and he was able to do his work appropriately. And responding to question number 4, based on responses 1 to 3, if we believe that Mr. Strauss is fit for purpose, yes, indeed. So far, I've been working with him, and I believe he's been doing his work in accordance to what is required out of him. In responding to number 5, yes, if the department ended up with findings that are made by Auditor General, House Chair, I will request that honourable member be specific on which findings, because findings are findings of the department. It does not become findings of the CFO. I thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Mazibuko. Honorable Nseke, any supplementary question or short remark, ma'am?
Yes, Chair of Chairs, I'd like to make a supplementary remark. If you look at this book, it's called the Public Finance Management Act. The very questions I've put in there are an act guiding the roles of a CFO. And when you look at the findings of the Auditor General, it specifically says he failed to act in compliance with the Public Finance Management Act. To me, if you look at question 1 to 3, this is the outline of the role of a CFO. So the question for me is, To me, MEC is not wanting to respond to the fact that his CFO is incompetent based on his role outlined by the Public Finance Management Act of South Africa. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, supplementary question, short remark from yourselves. Honourable MEC, you want to reply?
No comment, Honourable House Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Inseke, your next question, please. To the MEC of Department of Social Development.
The annual report of 2024-2025 documents order splitting and procurement done on a month-to-month basis, cleaning, security, catering, which is under assessment as irregular expenditure. The Auditor General flagged possible order splitting of transactions to avoid proper procurement procedures. The report therefore highlights order splitting as a concern. This is a mechanism by which contracts can be kept below thresholds along the lines of 500,000. With that in mind, how many contracts or contractors were appointed with contracts that were less than 500,000? How many of these were same contractors were split into 500,000? Why did the department undertake such contracts? Is the department aware of the Public Procurement Act 2024? And if yes, did the department violate this act? And how are officials being held to account for this violation? Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you so much. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. In responding to question number 1, a total of 363 short-term contracts were awarded. In responding to question number 2, the Provincial Accountant General review found that there was no splitting of orders from the department, contrary to what is being said by a member. Second, in responding to question number 3, in other words, that then becomes not applicable. In responding to question number 4, if the department is aware of the Public Procurement Act, yes, indeed we are. In responding to question number 5, if the department violated the act and how officials are being held accountable to that, no, there was no splitting of work or tenders, and the Provincial Accountant General has actually confirmed, House Chair, that there was no violation of the Act in relation to what Member Seke is raising. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Seke, short remark, supplementary question, please.
Thank you, House Chair. I only do remarks today. By the way, I didn't state that there was order splitting. I asked if there was order splitting. That's the first part. I think it's quite concerning that the MEC says there were contracts under 500,000 that were actually in an amount of 365, but she doesn't clarify how many of these were the same and how many of them were order. If she claims there was no order splitting below the threshold, I beg to differ, Chair. I think MEC should look at the Auditor General's remarks to say, looking at the amount of procurement processes that went out in the department, a lot of them can be identified as order splitting. Maybe the MEC sees it differently from the Auditor General, but I'm just reading the reports as we are handed out in the committee. Thank you.
Honourable members, any short remark or supplementary question? Honourable MEC, do you want to respond? Thank you.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Provincial Accountant General has confirmed that there were no order splitting. If member alleges that they were splitting, the highest person in the province, in the Treasury, has confirmed that there was no order splitting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable MEC Mazibuko. Honourable Waters, you can ask your question to the MEC Infrastructure Development, please, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. With regards to reply to question 68, where the MEC states that the Government Immovable Asset Management Act states that the custodian of immovable assets has the responsibility of assessing the conditions of the immovable assets at least once every 5 years, and where the MEC admits that only 48 schools have been inspected for structural safety over the past 5 years, which represents 2.3% of all public schools in Gauteng, could the MEC please answer the following? 1. How does the MEC justify the blatant disregard of learner and teacher safety by flouting the law? And 2, by which date will all public schools in Gauteng be inspected? Thank you.
Sanbonani. MEC Mamabulo.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me acknowledge the question and simply state, honorable members, that indeed it is very much important that we do this work of condition assessments of actually all our facilities, including the schools for the protection of the learners and the teachers. So I don't think we should be saying anything more than that we need to go and properly plan how to deal with this issue. On a positive note, we have repositioned our internal resources as part of the turnaround of DID, and one of the important interventions in the ecosystem is what we call the A-team. This is a combined team of our professionals and our technical teams. And this team is currently doing site inspections on construction sites. We will be repositioning the A-team to also include condition assessments of schools. And I think on that we should be able to improve our overall performance and increase the number of schools that we can complete and be able to hand over the reports. Whilst, of course, this take into account the limitations of resources, but I think we commit to reposition our limited resources to improve our performance on this function. I don't think we should be going back and forth about school safety. I think it's a function that must be done. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Member Waters, do you have any supplementary question or remark?
I have a remark, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The MEC's office has had this question for quite a long time now. This was supposed to be answered a few weeks back at the last sitting. The fact that you cannot give a date by when all public schools in Gauteng will be inspected for structural safety worries me, to say the least. The fact that you have a law that states that every 5 years you have to inspect buildings that are under your authority and watch, that you don't have a team to do that, worries me, to say the least. And I just hope, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, that we don't have a disaster at a school where it collapses onto children and teachers before we get all these inspections done. Because then the accountability falls directly on you, MEC. So I would like to urge that we get a date by when your department, realistically, can inspect every school in the province. Thank you.
Is there any additional supplementary question? None. MEC, you want to respond?
Let me not do what I almost did to the member, because I have said we need to plan this work. I have accepted that the performance output currently is low. We need to increase that. And I've just indicated that we have got teams who have got now better capacity to do this work. And I don't want to thumbsuck dates. It needs to be planned and be done properly. And I thought that was an acknowledgement. I've also expressly said this task needs to be done. And we don't want to be arguing about that. So, so to that extent, Chair, once we have done the planning, redeployed our teams, and of course working with the Department of Education, we will be able to outline how within the period that is prescribed by the law, we should be able to put a condition report for each of the schools. So thanks very much. I think members sometimes should acknowledge where we recommit to do work.
Thank you, MEC. I'm going to ask Member Waters to ask the 15th question to the MEC for Roads and Transport.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. With regards to replies to questions 19 and 31, where a commitment was made to repair traffic lights and street lights along Atlas Road, M43, and Zeerfontein Road, M39, by the 30th of June, can the MEC please explain, number one, why this commitment was not honoured, and two, by when can motorists and passengers expect the province to maintain its roads and ensure that all traffic lights and street lights are operational? Thank you very much.
MEC Diale Tlabela.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Like the previous question, this is an old response. My signature on this document is of the 26th October 2025. I'm not sure if Honorable Waters stay in the area, but then I know that some of the robots have been fixed and others also continue to be vandalized. But let me take the House into confidence, because it's not only Honorable Waters that has a problem of traffic lights and street lights that are not working. What we have done as a department, I think we explained why the challenge, theft and vandalism, and we also did not budget for adequately for fixing of the vandalized robots or road furniture. Let me just say road furniture, including guardrails and stop signs. Many other things get to be stolen on our roads. So what we did was, realizing that we don't have funds and we also did not have service providers who can provide such services, we did a roadshow with our municipalities, but also that was part of us ascertaining what assets do we have in those different municipalities. I think in the previous sittings, we were reporting that all in all, we have 400 traffic lights in all our provincial intersections on our provincial road network. And the exercise we embarked on with municipalities has then assisted us to also get more of our intersections and traffic lights that are not working. And equivalent numbers were highly affected, because what we had in our registry of dysfunctional traffic lights was then not as a result on the ground, and we had to do amendments. But I must say that we then entered into agreements with JRA to help us fix. We thought they can fix for the whole province, but interaction with different municipalities, then there were disparities on how the intersections and the aligning works, and therefore it was not possible for JRA to go work in the city of Ekurhuleni, and we had to rely on our own procurement processes. We have started the process. It's now finalized. The teams are on the ground in different parts of the province. We're still working also closely with the municipality of Ekurhuleni to finalize our SLA, because in all honesty, maintenance issues of robots should be aligned properly with municipalities and local government. And that's what we are intending to do, to hand over the maintenance of our traffic lights. So there's still that process. We're finalizing with City of Ekurhuleni to finalize, but with the set Atlas Road was one of the G20, we had to ask for special dispensation from the city of Ekurhuleni to allow JRA to work on that intersection. And we are hoping that we'll deal with all the repairs of street lights as well as traffic lights at least from the beginning of the new financial year, because we have already allocated some of the monies to different intersections, street lights, like Premier was saying earlier. K174 on Thursday, all the poles were on the ground. So there seem to be sabotage that continue to happen, but we are getting our act into order. We hope that we'll be able to, before the end of this political term, we will all be proud as this House that we managed to fix Gauteng the way the Gauteng people expect and deserve. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. So I'm just saying that we'll update also here on the timelines and including when the specifics that he's speaking to are going to be fixed. But some of them had to be fixed because of the pressures the roads where they are experienced during G20 summit. Thank you.
Member Waters, do you have a supplementary question or short remark?
A short remark, Chair. Thank you, MEC, for that reply. I must say the theft and vandalism of infrastructure, be it traffic lights or traffic signals, street lights, even electricity cables is on the rise, and I know in Ekurhuleni we have been inundated with theft of all kinds of infrastructure. And this is going to take a joint-up approach, I think, from national, provincial and local to combat the scourge and to clamp down on these gangs that are going around stealing infrastructure. I do welcome the date of 1st of April, that we're going to be starting to see the traffic signals working again. But if I could make a plea that from now until April, still several months, is there no way that Gauteng traffic officers can be assigned to the major intersections that are not working in order to make passengers and motorists' lives easier in the coming months, because quite frankly they've been suffering for well over a year now in many cases, and their journeys have been delayed by well over an hour due to non-functioning traffic lights. So if we could assist motorists by assigning pointsmen at these traffic lights, it would be a welcome relief. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Oh, Member Shineman?
Yeah, if I could be allowed to make a brief comment and a supplementary question as well.
Okay.
Now, firstly, let me just say that the MEC referred in her reply the work that has been, the arrangement that they have with JRA in Johannesburg. And let me just say that that has borne fruit. There were a number of roads that were constantly on the news of robots not working, and I can just list them now. Winnie Mandela Drive, Malibongwe, Bayers Nordier, Hendrik Potgieter, and so the list goes on, where robots are working and have been fixed. And one of the things that one has noticed is that there's very little of repeat vandalism taking place on some of these intersections. But I think my question really to the MEC would then be, what are the plans to deal with this ongoing vandalism that's taking place, particularly with the work that's taking place now of repairing and replacing vandalized infrastructure? How do we ensure that we're able to deal with the scourge of vandalism? And then the second part of the question would be, in areas where robots, for instance, are not working, is it possible not only the issue of points persons, but possibly to convert them temporarily into four-way stops as well? Because one of the problems is when a traffic signal doesn't work, nobody seems to know what to do. But when you put up temporary four-way stop signs, suddenly there is a sense of order. Thanks very much.
On what?
Yeah, 134 sub-rule 7. The honourable member has asked 2 questions. According to this, he can ask 1 question. Thank you very much.
MEC, any remarks or response?
I had augmentation or emphasis to on what Honourable Waters raised. Thanks, Chair. I think and I think this was presented maybe to the portfolio committee, I can't remember, when we were experiencing theft and vandalism and did not have resources to can fix and still not engaging with any of our municipalities. Some of the intersections were temporarily converted into stop signs. And we also have, you might have missed it because it was in the middle of heads of states arriving in our province. But you remember that we launched what we called Adopt and Protect a Robot campaign with the private sector in our province. We launched it with mainly the Joburg businesses, and I think businesses also in Ekurhuleni came on board. We launched on Friday what we call a provincial traffic control appointment. This is a partnership we have with ADT as well as Fidelity Guard. And the aim is to, we launched 60. The aim, according to what was presented to me, the private sector is willing to take on board about 200 young people that we have trained through the RTMC to assist us on major intersections while we are working on ensuring that we come and fix. Remember, at some point we reported that we are also working with institutions of higher learning as well as research institutions to look at the alternatives. Solar is not an alternative. They are stealing solar lights like nobody's business now. So we are looking, scientists are continuing to test new models. I think TUT also came on board to assist us with that, to look into what is it that we can use for robots especially. And I was told that aluminum, yes, cheaper and not as attractive, but there is the team also checked with PRASA what are they using now, and it came as not preferred by scientists, but we are still to test the new models. So there's work that we are doing to ensure that. I think also Premier has, in this House at some point, reported that the Prof joined, and as a province, there's a team of law enforcement agencies that is focusing on theft and vandalism of infrastructure in our province, and the road furniture is part of that. So the Prof joint is seized with this matter, and I think chairing G20 also assisted us as roads and transport to be able to elevate the challenges we are continuing to face that require law enforcement. So we are ready, I think, and I hope that there'll be thorough investigations and arrests on the people that are vandalizing and sabotaging our economy. So I think, Chair of Chairs, I tried to look into that. We're accepting that and agreeing with the colleagues that perhaps where there's a need for temporary conversion of the robots into stop signs, we will do that. But on the major roads, we have requested law enforcement, and especially with the partnerships that we have created as a department, to put pointsmen on those major intersections. And we request members to continue reporting. We have a service delivery with the portfolio committee members. If Member Waters, if you have issues, Member Duplessis and Member Sirota, as well as, what's her name, Member Van Dijk, are in that WhatsApp group. So it's real time. They report and we're able to give feedback immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. The next question will be read by Member Ntsige.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. According to the annual report of 2024-2025, especially the report from the Auditor General, the department did not report fruitless and wasteful expenditure, yet reduced the balance rather than adding new confirmed fruitless and expenditure in 2024-25. Could the MEC please indicate what were the amounts for fruitless and wasteful expenditure for each financial year from 2018-2019 to 2024-25 year? What contributed to these amounts? How much of these amounts were written off each year? What were the reasons for writing off these amounts? And why was 2024-2025 reported in the manner of not confirming new confirmed fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Thank you.
MEC Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. In responding to question number 1, in the financial year of 2019-2020, there was an amount of 1.8 million, which was about settlement of a cancelled contract for school uniform tender. In 2019-2020, there was an amount of 34,000, which was for the private use of petrol cut by an official. In 2019-2020, there was an overpayment to an NPO to the amount of 1 million. In 2020-2021, there was an amount of 4.4 million, which was payment made for services not included in the scope of the awarded letter. In 2020-2021, there was an amount of 879,000, which was for the full and final settlement for the reinstatement of a leased building. In 2021-2020, there was an amount of 263,000 for the unutilized Microsoft license. In 2021-2022, there was a payment of 1.2 million, which was made to an NPO, which resulted in non-compliance to laws and regulations. In responding to question number 2, I've already outlined the amounts. In responding to question number 3, of how much amounts were written off in that year, an amount in 2019-2020, an amount of 1.8 was written off due to the settlement of a cancelled contract for school uniform tender. And the approval was actually obtained in 2020, 2022, 2023. However, it was only removed from the books in 2024, 2025. In responding to question number 4, what are the reasons for writing off these amounts? The department was unable to recover the 1.8 million as it acted under guidance and advice from the provincial treasurer. In responding to question number 5, why was the 2024-2025 report in this manner of not confirming new fruitless and wasteful expenditures? In responding to that, Honourable House Chair, there was no fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred during the year of 2024-2025. Thank you very much.
Any supplementary question, Member Tsekhe?
No, thanks, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, MEC, for your response. Member Higlin, you can ask your question.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. In her assessment of the 2024-25 financial year, the Auditor General has highlighted that the Gauteng Department of Health incurred 1.6 billion rand in irregular and fruitless expenditure, an unauthorized expenditure of 5.08 billion rand. In addition, some goods and services to the value of over R1 million were procured without, pardon me, sir, without inviting competitive bidders. All this despite the Gauteng Department of Health and Premier Panyaza Lesufi declaring war on corruption. These are flagrant violations of the PFMA and National Treasury regulations. Could the MEC please explain, 1, what exact measures are in place to prevent and curb irregular and wasteful expenditure? 2, why are these measures not being implemented to effectively address the scourge? 3, what measures are in place to address irregular expenditure? 4, what consequences are being imposed on officials who incur irregular, unauthorized and fruitless expenditure? And 5, how many officials have been investigated in terms of question 4, including consequences they face, if at all? Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chairperson of Committees. The response to the first question is the department is timelessly putting contracts in place to avoid the reoccurrence of irregular expenditure. Contract management ensures that contracts are renewed within 6 months prior to expiry. Supply chain management policy and standard operation procedures have been developed and implemented to strengthen the controls and ongoing awareness sessions to all STM and non-STM officials that are conducted. We are prioritizing the awarding of projects in line which assist in the approved procurement plan. The SOP for implants and isotopes was implemented on the 3rd of October 2025 to regulate and the management of implants and consignment stock. SCM ensures that compliance to SCM processes is followed according to PFMA and related legislation. The response to question 2 is, although measures exist, implementation remains uneven across institutions. The primary challenges relate to weak record keeping, poor documentation, and poor portfolio of evidence, late submissions, and inconsistent consequence management. In addition, capacity constraints in SCM and finance functions continue to limit full adherence to prescript, which result in control breakdowns and transactional level. Then the response to question 3 is the department is timelessly putting contracts in place to avoid again the reoccurrence of expenditure. Contract management ensures that contracts are renewed, as I've indicated earlier on. So it's the same as above this one. Then on response to 4, upon confirmation the liability through the determination process, disciplinary measures are imposed in line with the Public Service Disciplinary Code and Procedures, which is Resolution 1 of 2003, and the department's financial misconduct policy. The nature and severity of the sanction depend on the gravity of the offense, intent, and the impact on public resources. So all disciplinary actions are administered through labor relations that are endorsed by the head of department. The response to question 5, chairperson of committees, I've done a table that reflects cases referred for determination testing, cases where irregular expenditure was confirmed and recommended for consequence management. In the financial year of 2022-23, the number of cases subject to determination test were 14. The number of cases for consequence management recommended were 9. The number of officials identified were 10. In 2023-24, cases subject to determination were 38. Number of cases for consequence management that were recommended were 30, and number of officials identified were 18. 24-25 financial year, cases, the number of cases were 17 rather. Number of cases for consequence management were 8. Number of cases identified were 4. So the total number of cases subject for determination test is 69, and number of cases for consequence management that have been recommended is 47, and number of officials that have been identified is 32. Not all the cases referred for determination testing were confirmed as irregular expenditure. From the above tables, the same accountable officials were identified across the stated financial years, and 14 officials were referred to the Labor Relations Unit for disciplinary. And the purpose of liability determination is to ensure that accountability is established objectively to prevent reoccurrence of financial misconduct and to demonstrate compliance with the PMFA and principles of good governance. The outcome of labor relations processes will determine the sanctions for transaction if they have been identified. Thank you, Chairperson of committees.
Siyabonga MEC. Do we have a supplementary question, a short remark?
I have a remark. Thank you, Chair. MEC, you say that there are measures in place, but the numbers of officials who are either referred for disciplinary action or who have been referred is quite high, and yet there seems to be no consequences for them. They are still employed, are they not? Thank you.
Is there another supplementary question from a member? Okay, there's none. MEC?
Yeah, I think Member Hickling forgets that the number of employees in the department it's sitting now at 82,000 employees. So definitely with the number that I've given, it's not high at all. depending on the institutions that we're talking about here. So for me, I feel that it's not a fair comparison that he's saying, but I take note of what he has said. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. We'll now move to Member Mkwanazi.
Chair, I will do the question for Member Mkwanazi.
Okay.
That's why it's brief. I'm not going to be whipped for a long question today, I guess. In our oversight visit to the Life in Kanyisa, infamously known as Life Esitimeni Mental Health Care Center in Roodepoort, recently, it revealed a severe disconnect between the Gauteng Department of Health's contractual obligation and the on-the-ground reality at the facility. It finds the management's inability to provide basic operational data underlines the critical failure in the department's oversight role. When contracted facilities cannot account for fundamental metrics like staffing, patient numbers, and care ratios, it indicates that the department is not effectively monitoring its several-level agreements. The following questions are then therefore due to the MEC. According to the service level agreement with Life in Kanyisa, what is the exact contracted number of patients the facility is funded to care for? Number two, according to the latest departmental report, what is the actual verified patient head count? Please provide specific figures. With regards to the annual budget allocation, can the MEC provide a detailed breakdown of how this payment is meant to be allocated for direct patient care, e.g., food and medical supplies, versus administrative and other costs? Based on the facilities, number four, based on the facilities submitted reports on your department, what are the official numbers for staff and specifically for nurses, caregivers employed at the Life in Kanyisa Center? The fifth question is, using the department's own data from facility reports, what is the calculated average patient to nurse and patient to caregiver ratio across day and night and weekend shifts? Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you, Chairperson of Committees. Chairperson, the response to the first question is that Baneng Care Center is contracted for five beds for persons with severe psychiatric disability and severe to profound intellectual disability. The response to the second question is the facility currently has 545 beds outlined as follows: 280 children and 245 adults with severe to profound intellectual disability, 20 frail adults with a primary psych diagnosis and comorbidity, neurocognitive disorders. The department monitors the facility in terms of the signed service level agreement. The facility is subject to stringent scheduled and unscheduled inspections from the Gauteng Department of Health, which is provincial, and Johannesburg Health District disciplinary health officials, which is our region. There are also monthly support visits, meetings, and ongoing monitoring to quality of patients' care. There are monthly reports and quarterly review of all data to assess compliance to the SLA. Response to 3, the department pays the facility a daily tariff per patient. This tariff is all-inclusive for total patient's care, medical and psych treatment, and psychosocial rehabilitation. Question 2.4, the response is that under administration we have hospital manager 1, admin clerk 1, senior admin assistant 1, admin assistants 2, the total is 5. Under nurses, we have nursing manager 1, IPS 1, night supervisor 2, unit manager 5, clinical coordinator 1, quality manager 1, professional nurse 26, so the total of nurses is 37. Enrolled nurses 22, enrolled auxiliary nurses 89, and subtotal is 148. Healthcare worker 106, healthcare workers 106, specialists on medical, we have psych specialist 1, principal medical doctor 1, senior medical doctor 1, so the total is 3. Pharmacist, we have 1, pharmacy manager 1, pharmacist assistant 2, then the total is there, it's 4. Then occupational therapist is 1, occupational therapy technician 6, psychotherapist 2, psycho assistant 7, social worker 2, social worker auxiliary 2, speech therapist 1. So the total under therapeutic services is 21. General assistance at laundry 17. We have driver 4. Drivers are 4, maintenance officer 1, supervisor maintenance 1. Then the total on general workers is 25. The total number of everyone there is 312. According to service level agreement, then for the response with Kanyisa, the facility is contracted for maximum of 545 patients. The funding is paid again for patients which patients without occupied beds. So the current month's funding is for 545 beds as the facility is at 100% capacity due to high need for the services. Response to 6, the mental health care users accommodated at Baneng Care Center have severe psych disability and severe to profound intellectual disability. So they also have severe physical disability and one or more comorbid medical conditions. There is a high need for medical, nursing, and therapeutic care professionals. When registered nurses are not available, the ratio of 2RN and 3EN is used. So registered nurse, 37 number of staff, and then the ratio is 1 to 10. The SLA requirements daily is 1 to 5, and at night it's 1 to 50. Enrolled nurses is 22, enrolled nurse assistants is 89. The ratio is 1 to 6, and then SLA requirements is 1 to 3 and 1 to 6. The residential health workers care, it's 106 that are staying there, and the total number of all the staff that are there is 254. Thank you, Chairperson of Committees.
Members, Kosana, do you have a question or remark?
Yes, Chair, just a small follow-up on is that generally in the answer from the MEC, the indication is that there is a general shortage of the nursing staff in the province across the spectrum. What is the department's position to intervene in that regard to assist? Because it comes across in various engagements that we engage with in spaces. So what is the department doing to assist with the production of staff and staff members to help the department generally?
Thank you. Do you have any other supplementary question? Okay, there's none. MEC?
At the moment, we are intervening because we have training programs that we have established in the department so that we ensure that we have more capacity in our staff. And we do have additional staff then that we are going to employ. As we speak, there are some adverts that we have done. There are some adverts that we have done already in the system. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, MEC. We now move to Member Mekwe.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chair. Can the MEC answer the following question regarding the implementation of CCTV cameras and e-panic buttons to fight crime using technology in the province? 1, how many CCTV cameras are installed per corridor of the province? 2, how successful has the GPG e-panic button been since its launch in 2023? And 3, how effective is the strategy to fight crime through advanced technology? Thank you.
MEC Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and thank you very much, Honorable Mekwe, for the question. On question 1, how many CCTV cameras installed per corridor? In the central corridor, it's 221. In the northern corridor, it's 200. In the western corridor, it's 200. In the eastern corridor, it's 103. In the southern corridor, it's 196. In total, it's 920. On question 2, how successful is the GPG e-panic been since it launched in 2023? The Gauteng Department of E-Government Research and Development has distributed e-panic buttons to the citizens of Gauteng as part of the new policing initiatives of the province. During the 2024-2025 financial year, a total of 2,000 manual e-panic buttons have been distributed. As at the end of 29 October 2025, there were 168,830 active users of the ePanic solution. The total number of private medical call-outs was 41,552, with 16,346 dispatched private medicals and 7,923 dispatched private security. The total number of GPG medical call-outs was 4,065. Security call-outs were 361. Plans are afoot to intensify the onboarding process for new members, particularly through a back-to-school campaign aimed at reaching more users in the community. The team has onboarded 100 GPG security vehicles and trained 456 GPG crime wardens responders, indicating a proactive approach to enhance community safety and response capabilities. The number of vehicles being installed with tech and the wardens trains per corridor is that in the northern corridor we have installed 12 vehicles, trained 60 wardens. In southern corridor, installed 10 and trained 39 wardens. In the eastern corridor, we have installed 11 vehicles and trained 66 wardens. In the western corridor, we have installed 11 cars and trained 45 wardens. In the central corridor, we have installed 24 vehicles and trained 139 wardens. The total of cars onboarded is 100, and the total trained wardens is 456. On question 3 on how effective is the strategy to fight crime, the strategy to combat crime through advanced technology deployed by the Department for Gauteng Residents have proven effective, with notable improvements in crime interception and faster medical and security responses. Some of the key elements include the deployment of over 6,000 CCTV cameras across high crime areas, operated through a partnership between the department and Vumacam, enabling real-time vehicle tracking and facial recognition. Supporting technologies such as e-panic buttons, crime-fighting wardens, and vehicle tracking further enhance public safety and operational efficiency. More than 168,000 residents use the ePanic button app, which connects citizens directly to emergency services, improving response times and citizens' sense of security. There is an integrated command center that consolidates the data of solutions stated above, facilitating coordinated emergency and crime response. Today, Gauteng provincial government's approach is recognized by the president of our country as a leading example of technological-driven smart crime prevention in the country, as it demonstrating clear reduction in serious crimes and improved policing efficiency through innovative technology and community engagement. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, MEC, for a very comprehensive response. MEC, Member Mehwe, any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chair. Mine is just a comment. Indeed, where we have seen these cameras, we have seen an improvement. However, more still needs to be done to improve the service. But we would like to see the MEC, because remember, fighting crime is not the core responsibility or the core function of eGov. So, but the collaboration with the relevant department, including the Department of Health, with regard to response time for ambulances, I think will be key. So that collaboration is important, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
But we missed the MEC in the House as well.
Is there a supplementary question?
Yes.
Member
Deputy Chief Chairs. Deputy Chief Chairs, the Department of E-Government is spending money on non-core mandates. In fact, it's unfunded mandates that should be paid for by the Department of Community Safety. To date, they spent 117 million rand on e-panic buttons, 53 million on CCTV cameras, 900,000 on drones. None of it is core mandate, and we believe quite irregular spending. The MEC has just mentioned to the House that the department has also spent, which is news to me, purchased 100 vehicles and trained 456 crime wardens. This was not mentioned in the last portfolio committee where the MEC was there explaining how much money they have been spending on behalf of community safety. And maybe the MEC could enlighten this House as to what the cost of those 100 vehicles are and the training of the 456 crime wardens. Thank you very much.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and thank you to members, Member Mehwe, for your comment. Yes, there is increased cooperation between ourselves and client departments, more especially, as you say, with the Department of Health. There is cooperation. Our member, Walters, in my answer, I did not say we bought 100 cars. I said we have onboarded 100 vehicles of the GPG on the e-panic button app so that they are able to respond. Not that we have bought for them, and we have trained 456 people wardens to be deployed in the command center so that they are able to help with the response. On the issue of us as irregular spending and so forth, I think Member Walters knows for a fact that I have taken the portfolio committee in confidence that there are advanced negotiations and talks between ourselves, the Treasury and the Premier, to say ours is to develop apps, develop the technology, help departments to acquire such needed technological modernized technology, but ours is not to run it. That is why at the end of this financial year, the e-panic button will be wholly owned by the Gauteng department, by the Gauteng government. Therefore, it will be moved over to the Department of Safety and Security. Same with the drones. We were asked by the department. The money came from them to say we must acquire on their behalf the drones. Therefore, there is no money that is spent from our budget to acquire things for other departments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Member Mekwe. Okay. No, I was saying I wish the rules allowed me to ask a follow-up question as a presiding officer. Unfortunately, they don't. Otherwise, I would have asked a follow-up question. Thank you very much. Member Ntseke.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. One of the roles of the Chief Financial Officer is to ensure that the department's financial management systems and processes are adequate to prevent, detect and respond to incidents of non-compliance and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. According to the annual report for 2024-2025, especially the report from the Auditor General, there were incidents of poor financial controls and non-compliance. With that in mind, could the MEC please indicate how many incidents of non-compliance were committed by the department during the financial year? What were these acts of non-compliance? Did the CFO, the risk manager, the internal auditor, and the supply chain manager give warnings when there were incidents of non-compliance? If yes, why were these warnings not adhered to? Given the responses to question 1 to 4, what consequence management processes were instituted against the CFO, risk manager, internal auditor, and supply chain manager? Thank you.
MEC, Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, House Chair. In responding to the question, is that there were 4 incidences that were picked up through the 2024-2025, which are not also related to 2024-2025. They emanate from a previous financial year, but they were flagged during the 2024-2025 annual report. In responding to question number 2, it was in relation to dignity packs, food parcels, school uniform, and open water service provider appointment. In responding to question number 3, if the CFO did and the risk manager, if they indeed were able to give warnings when there were these incidences. Of course, they did give warnings by then, and that was before the actual appointment. In responding to question number 4, if the warnings were adhered to, the process of determination has been applied. And as such, this determination we have not yet, as the department, received any outcome based on that. In responding to question number 5, given the response that I've given in item on number 4, the consequence will only be decided based on the determination on application. Thank you.
Is there some other question, Member Ntseke?
Maybe just a small supplementary remark, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I think for me, when you have a department that underspends by 102 million, 102.9 million, there's a problem. And one of the problems is it cannot be denied that when you're not spending, you're actually performing non-compliance. And 102.9 million is 102.9 million non-compliances, because you should be able to budget and spend within the time frame that you're given to spend, to budget and spend. And the minute you have an under expenditure, these four roles, the CFO, the risk manager, internal auditor, supply chain manager, should say, hey, you're heading towards an iceberg. Let's make sure we up our game so that we don't underspend, especially for a delinquent department like this that has underspent by over 1.6 billion rand over the past 5 years. Thank you.
Okay. Is there another short remark? Oh. Okay. MEC?
House Chair, iloko kuqaletsha ilunga sizamshiya nembono yakhe. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Okay, I was still allowing the translation to continue. Uzwile umember. All right. So I'll go to member Masoleng. Can I read your question?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. With regard to the reassigning of the Gauteng traffic wardens, can the department indicate if they have received any instructions from the Office of the Premier with regards to the reassigning of the Gauteng traffic wardens, and if any such instructions are in place? What is the immediate plan of the Department of Roads and Transport in the training and placing of the Gauteng traffic wardens? Has the department either currently or previously allocated any sorts of funds for the training of the Gauteng traffic wardens? For example, training, uniforms, stipends and salaries and so on. If so, how much has the department paid in this respect? Thank you.
MEC?
Hi, Member Masoleng. I carry when mandates change, the Premier of Gauteng will then announce to the members of public that the mandates are changing, and therefore, with the powers vested in him, he's delegating the functions back to roads and transport. Concentrate. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Question 1. I think it's a no. The department has not received any instruction, and like I said, that the Premier is duty-bound to transparently communicate this to people of Gauteng, including Member Masoleng here and the EFF, to get to know whether the reassignment is done or not. Question 2, we can't have a plan because it's not reassigned to us. Question 3, budget allocations are done by the legislature, Member Masoleng, not individuals exchanging there. So you just passed a budget and there are no changes in the mandates, and therefore there will be no changes in the budget allocations. I just felt that we need to educate one another on that. So question 4 also, it's still irrelevant to us. Let's get the researcher to do the proper work. Thank you very much.
Okay. Member Masoleng. All right. All right. Okay. Let's ask Member Ngobeni, EFF. Read your question.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. In the spirit of being able to effectively track and monitor exposure of government-led entrepreneurial interventions towards young people in the province, can the MEC please answer the following? How many Gauteng-based youth-owned entities that attended the Gauteng Youth Investment Indaba? And number two, how many of these entities are already under provincially led interventions? As is claimed in the investment summit held in Gauteng earlier in the year, was the department able to attract investment specifically aimed at youth-owned entities? And if so, what is the amount of investment attracted by the department? And how much in rands and cents did the department spend on hosting the INDAP? Thank you.
MEC. MEC Maile. Or member MEC Konoto Marabelang. No. Ki Oh, sorry, Chilwan. Okay, sorry. MEC Chilwane?
Chair, I think they've asked the wrong question.
Yeah, the question was about Member Ngubeni.
It's economic development.
Yeah, I was correct when I said Member Maile. So now I'm being redirected to MEC Chilwane. Lambaizi salona gamuna. No. MEC Maile. I'm not tired, I'm being confused by the table here. The question is for MEC Maile, and MEC Maile is maybe say launching. You have a response, MEC Potter, on behalf of? Okay, maybe let's pass the question. Zabuya Guyemau, MEC Masega Buile. Member Moody.
Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Yes.
With regard to the Gauteng Department of Education's acknowledgement of serious shortages of qualified markers in Afrikaans, that is home language, first additional language, and second additional language, English, home language, history, and religious studies for the 2025 matric examinations based on answers to question 5.ED338. Can the MEC answer the following? 1. Does the province currently face a shortage of qualified teachers in Afrikaans, English, history, and religious studies? And if so, what is the extent of this shortage across Gauteng schools? 2. Why does the province have a shortage of qualified markers in these subjects for 2025 examination? 3. What specific measures are being implemented to strengthen teacher training, recruitment, and retention of these high-demand subjects to ensure a sustainable pipeline of both teachers and markers? And 4. Beyond the temporary early marking session mitigation strategy, what long-term interventions will the department introduce to prevent recurring shortages of markers in 2026 and beyond? Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Mr. Chilwane, now there's your question.
Thanks, Chair of Chairs. Thank you, Honourable Member. With regard to the first question, while a specific number of Afrikaans teachers in Gauteng is not available, the shortage is part of a larger national crisis driven by an aging teacher workforce, budget constraints, and increasing demand for certain subjects like languages. The department identifies on an annual basis priority subjects for the recruitment of students to study teaching. Afrikaans home language and Afrikaans first additional language are identified on an annual basis as subjects where a shortage of qualified educators are concerned across all phases. These subjects are frequently advertise on the GDE vacancy circular and related platforms. English, history, and religious studies have not been recorded as high demand subjects. With regard to the second question, grade 12 teachers have a choice as to whether they apply to mark for an NEC examination or not. And many choose not to comply as the process takes a week or more of their holiday time. In some instances, principals who fulfill the role of recommenders in the recruitment process are gatekeepers to releasing grade 12 teachers for the marking processes. As marking starts before schools close at the end of the year, when the schools are at their busiest finalizing results for all other grades for the academic year in readiness to release report cards on the closing day of the term. With regard to the third question, recruitment is done as and when the posts become vacant, and retention of such posts is in line with the educator OSD salary scale. The 2025-26 educator development schedule does cater for the training of teachers in the aforementioned subjects. The training of teachers is needs-based. With regard to the fourth question, the department plans to engage with principals and teacher unions before the next recruitment drive to ensure that eligible teachers are not being blocked by schools' principals or discouraged to apply for the marking process. The examination marking team will also join the curriculum team during the January to February 2026 roadshows with grade 12 teachers across all subjects, with a focus on feedback from the 2025 NEC marking process, as well as to encourage teachers to apply. Thank you.
Any supplementary question, Member Moody?
Thank you, Chair. More remark. MEC, it is indeed a worrying factor that teachers are not prepared to go and mark when a person is aware of the fact that they get paid handsomely to go and mark papers. I have a number of nieces and nephews who are in the profession, and I can assure you that they are highly qualified and that they go and mark because of the fact that they have this extra money coming in. And my information has it that, quite frankly, we have a shortage of qualified teachers in these subjects, more specifically English, history and religious studies as well, not just only Afrikaans. So hence, it is a worrying factor that we have teachers who are teaching these subjects, critical subjects, that is, without them being aptly qualified to do so. So I think you need to have to go back to the planning, to your planning board, and to be able to go and have a look at and see if indeed the teachers who are presently educating our children in these subjects are suitably qualified. As far as the fourth question is concerned, you see, once more I get a problem, I start getting a worry when unions get thrown into operational issues, quite frankly. And I can't believe for one moment that the principals would be discouraging their teachers and educators from going in marking papers. So I just find that particular answer to be something that I cannot believe in. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
MEC, do you have any response to the short remark?
Thanks, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Look, I think it's a comment and it's noted. However, I have to just bring the honourable member up to speed that what we have responded and say that principals do gatekeep. Indeed, this is informed by the research that we do when we do feedback of assessment every year after the NEC examination period, where we go to certain schools, and we do get these comments from educators saying, I wanted to mark, but the principal did not release my name to form part of those who should be recommended, because the recommendation is done by principal. That's why we've put it to you, all members, to note that it is part of the problem. Because if I would come to you and say something else which is not there, I would have literally been mistaken. I'm giving you what we get as feedback every year, literally every year since we began the NEC process. Every year we get teachers say the same thing. Principals did not recommend my name in as much as I did submit and avail myself. And I agree with you on the financing that it is additional money for teachers and they do appreciate it as well. So it is that. But to say, and furthermore, around these subjects that you have highlighted, that's why we responded and said, this was of English and other, in this regard, it's English and history. For us, according to our data, we don't have critical shortages, remember. But nevertheless, I appreciate your comment, and I've noted your comment as well around the unions. But unions are a critical stakeholder in the sector, and they should always be engaged. Thank you, Chair, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, MEC. Who's reading the question on behalf of Member Mfigwe?
It's
Member
me,
Msai?
Deputy Chair. No,
Okay.
Thank you so much. Regarding the support, recognition and safety of community health workers in Gauteng, could the MEC indicate the following? What progress has been made in addressing the key challenges raised by community health workers, in particular in relation to the procurement of uniforms, the M-Health gadgets, and the provision of stipends or data support? What measures has the department implemented to ensure that all trained community health workers, including those who experience administrative delays with health worker SETA, receive their health promotion officer certificates? And what interventions are in place to improve the safety and integration of community health workers at health facilities, especially in high-risk areas such as Pretoria or Tshwane, where safety concerns have been reported? Thank you, Chair.
MEC Nkomora Lehuku. MEC.
Sorry, I was talking to myself.
Yes,
The department is
okay.
prioritizing the procurement of tools of trade for community health workers. However, it must be noted that the supply chain process has controls and regulations in place to protect the integrity of the procurement processes. Due to the administrative nature of this process, procurement takes time. Below is a progress made by the department in procurement of tools of trade for community health workers. Tools of trade, it will be the uniform, and then a requisition was submitted to procure 31,701 pairs of scrap suits for 7,926 community health workers in all districts. Procurement process is underway. There were 8,000 golf t-shirts and that were delivered and distributed to districts in September 2025. Under mobile gadgets and data minutes, 2,245 M-Health gadgets for the community health workers who did not have gadgets were procured and delivered. Preparations for distribution are currently being done. Requisition process for procurement of mobile gadgets is in progress for community health workers and are due for the gadget upgrades. Requisition process for procurement of data and minutes is in progress. Care kit bags, 8,000 care kit bags were procured and delivered are underway. The Gauteng Department of Health does not pay community health workers stipends. All community health workers are employed permanently and are earning salaries without any delay in payment. And then the response to the second question is there are 14 community health workers that passed on and are waiting certificates awaiting a certificate. There are also 28 community health workers that have not received the results of their training. This stems from a contractual dispute with the University of Pretoria. The department then is engaging the university to reach a solution on this matter. Lastly, what interventions are in place? That's the question, which is question 3. The response, the department approached the Department of Community Safety to collaborate on improving community safety of community health workers through joint efforts with the crime prevention wardens. Lead persons were allocated per district to coordinate planning and implementation. Intervention strategies are employed included visibility and patrols in identified high-risk areas, as well as deployment of wardens to support community campaigns by CHWs. The following strategies then are concurrently implemented by districts to mitigate against the safety challenges that are faced in communities. Identification of dangerous areas and adoption of a campaign approach to improve safety through saturation by numbers in high-risk areas. Teams working in the same area as a group rather than splitting up in risky areas. Continued collaboration with community forums and local SAPs, patrollers, and clinic committees. Use of technological solutions. Gauteng panic button to report emergency cases by CHWs. Use of device management software to limit functionality of mobile devices, discouraging robberies. Thank you so much, Chairperson of committees.
Thank you, MEC. Member Musai, do you have any further question or short remark?
Just a short remark. I want to thank the MEC for a lengthy response and the notable interventions on community health workers. Thank you.
Siyabonga, MEC. Covered.
Thank you, Chair. I'm covered. I'm covered, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Member Letswalo?
Is the MEC there?
Okay.
Let me rise. Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. I'd like to believe that the MEC has seen the question. I wouldn't want to recapitulate. So could I ask the MEC to respond to that question? It's a very long question. It's a scripted. It's a public document. So I'd appreciate if we could get a response on the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Letswalo, for saving us some time. Member MEC Maile or MEC Tlabela answering on behalf of
Thanks, Chair.
MEC Maile.
I'm not sure what's going to happen with question of Member Ngubeni.
When we are done, you'll also respond
We'll
to
deal with it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. MEC Maile is around the precinct, has a meeting, and requested that I respond on his behalf to Honorable Letswalo. On question 1, the response is as follows. According to the department, they provide follow-up workshops in collaboration with Consumer Protection Forum, SARS, CIPC, CETFA, environmental health practitioners, and others to ensure that businesses remain compliant and sustainable. Furthermore, the department conducts compliant inspections which are aimed at ensuring that businesses do not contravene with Consumer Protection Act and Unfair Business Practice Act. The intended use of structured monitoring and evaluation framework to be developed to assess the long-term effectiveness of initiatives like Fix Your Business. I can't say it in Zulu, I can see Ishishini Lako, Kondisa Ishishini Lako workshop. A key component of the framework is follow-up surveys where the Gauteng Office of Consumer Affairs contact attendees 6 months after the workshop to determine if there have been any changes in their business operation, formalization status, and overall sustainability. The second response, the Gauteng Office of Consumer Affairs create awareness by planning and executing activities that are targeted at different groups like your GOD groupings plus military veterans to ensure that consumer education is inclusive. Activities are executed across all the 5 corridors through webinars, exhibitions, workshops, roadshows in schools, malls, activations, community outreach programs, business seminars, and various media campaigns. These activities empower consumers with the rights, responsibilities, and the redress mechanism available to them, including the role of the consumer protector and the Gauteng Consumer Affairs Court, which adjudicates cases that cannot be settled through mediation. I'm also learning. Response 3, monthly programs training conducted to assist MSMEs to comply with various legislations to ensure compliance and sustainability of their businesses, mentorship programs and awareness of various support programs, either financial and non-financial, provided by implementing agencies such as Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. And the last response, the Consumer Affairs Office implements several interdepartmental collaboration initiatives to simplify the regulatory process and minimize bureaucratic obstacles for entrepreneurs. These efforts include partnership with key bodies such as the South African Revenue Services and the Municipal Local Department of Economic Development, as well as other entities like Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, Gauteng Provincial Treasury, environmental health practitioners for food safety and more, to streamline compliance across different regulatory areas such as business formalization, tax obligations, and food safety standards. These sessions aim to guide small, medium, and micro enterprises on their tax obligations, available relief, and the registration or formalization process, thereby promoting voluntary compliance. I think the Portfolio Committee needs to create more awareness on this, because as I was reading the response, I also learned. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. Member Letswalo, you want to make any short remark?
Incisive response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Member Ngobeni's question is now going to be answered. Can you please find it and respond?
Thanks, Chair of Chairs, and my apologies earlier, I didn't concentrate because the program said MEC Chilwane. Oh no, it's not it. Question 1 to Honorable Ngobeni. The department is unable to respond to the question posed as the National Youth Investment in Daba was organized by the National Youth Development Agency, which is an agency of Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability at a national level. Question 2, please refer to the response I just gave. Question 3, also refer to the first response, as well as question 4. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Member Ngobeni, supplementary or further question?
There's literally nothing that I can say. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you. Question 26 was asked before, so we'll pass it. Oh, yeah. The question by member. Okay, Member Mfikwe, can you please, who's going to, Member Msai, can you ask the question number 26?
Number 26, Chair, Deputy Chair, it was asked. I did ask, but number 36, it's a repeat question. The MEC has responded to it in the last sitting. It was included by error.
Okay. Question by Member Mhlongo, who's asking on her behalf? Yeah. Question number 27 by Member Mhlongo. Member Shiniman, are you asking that? Are you reading that question?
Thanks, Deputy Chief Chairs. I can. I think it's question 29. Is that the correct one? 29. Okay. The question is asked to the MEC for Roads and Transport, and is as follows. The Gauteng Transport Month has come and ended. Transport Month is the period that shines a spotlight on Gauteng transportation systems, raises awareness about road safety and the promotion of sustainable mobility. For the year 2025, can the MEC for Transport and Logistics please inform the House of the following? 1. What are the key highlights of the program engagement that took place around Gauteng during the month of October 2025? 2. What are the current reforms that the Transport Department continues to pursue in respect of the taxi industry and e-hailing sectors? And 3, what is the state of readiness for the end-of-year festive season campaign, building from the basis of the activities launched during the Transport Month? I thank you.
MEC, Labella.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I must say that this year we did not observe the Transport Month the way we wanted, and this was due to financial constraints we continue to experience on our allocation on goods and services. However, we had observed a series of awareness campaigns emphasizing safety and responsible traveling, including road safety drives, public awareness events, and stakeholder workshops. We also have launched new infrastructure projects. Several transportation infrastructure projects were unveiled, such as expanded bus rapid transit routes of Johannesburg and upgraded taxi ranks to improve commuter safety and efficiency. And then we also had partnership initiatives, like I think you have seen us, we are very big on partnering to alleviate the pressure of financial constraints we are experiencing. We are collaborating between government to government and with different stakeholders, more importantly, the public transport operators that we work with, the private sector players, to strengthen ourselves and also strengthen the work and the mandates that we do. We also did safety campaigns targeting to reduce road accident, which will be more visible during the festive season as an integrated approach with law enforcement agencies. Chair of Chairs, we are experiencing high number of pedestrian fatalities in our province, especially in all the 3 metros, and we need to ramp up on our road safety messaging. Question 2, current reforms in the Department of Roads and Transport regarding the taxi industry and e-hailing business. We had a crisis, I think I should call it that, on issuing of operating licenses. And we've been working closely with the industry as well as different public transport operators to ensure that we deal with that challenge. Chair of Chairs, I'm happy to report to this House that we are even migrating to automation, and we have started issuing operating license. Just in the last week, we issued to Ekurhuleni as well as in Johannesburg, but the backlog is dating back to 2009, so it's quite a lot of work. On e-hailing business reforms, there are new e-hailing regulations as issued by the Minister, and we are trying to assist workshop different e-hailing operators on the new regulations. I think honorable members are aware that the new regulations require that the app providers must be the ones who first register themselves with the National Public Transport Regulator at the national level before they come to us as operators to apply for licensing. It's an ongoing dialogue with the industry to adapt to the new regulations that were recently published. So we are hopeful that we'll find a way around it, but there are plans in the department, including creating awareness on the on them. The state of readiness for the end-year festive season, like I said, this year is an integrated approach with our law enforcers and different stakeholders that we work with. We are also working closely with National Department of Transport. Honorable members also know Makwaras. So we are partnering, honorable members know that we have partnered with RTMC on public transport operator challenges that we have of violences, and we are working closely again with the National Department of Transport to ensure this happens. Obviously, it's mainly about safety, and I think Premier earlier also presented to the public the commitment to continue with the integrated service delivery platform to deal with this, and this has been highlighted. Public awareness, like I said earlier, we're experiencing high rate of fatalities on pedestrians on our freeways, and the metros are highly affected, and we will do extensive communication campaigns to inform travelers about safety protocols during peak travel times and available transportation options. This is informed by the 5 E's of road safety, which are education, engineering, and that's why you see us moving across the province, launching the routine road maintenance program in different townships and in different parts of our province. Enforcement, like I said, working closely with law enforcement agencies, environment and evaluation, as well as emergency response, aiming to work with Department of Health and Wellness in our province this year. The safety measures, implementation of road safety checkpoints, increased patrols and awareness drives targeting drunk driving, seat belt use, and vehicle maintenance. We just launched, like I said, with ADT and FG, the Gauteng traffic controllers points meant to also assist us with that. Contingency planning preparedness plans are in place for managing unforeseen events such as vehicle breakdowns, strikes, or adverse weather conditions. We're collaborating with different stakeholders, including transport operators, community groups, and security agencies to ensure a coordinated approach for a smooth festive season, and we urge honorable members of this House to also help us spread the message for road safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Member Shiniman, any short remark?
No, thank you very much. Just to say that we want to welcome the response of the MEC, and particularly the response in relation to point number 3 in terms of the festive season road safety campaign. But just a quick question then on that is whether particular emphasis would be placed on driver behaviour in the road safety, the festive season campaign, particularly within the taxi industry and the trucking industry. We saw this past weekend a serious accident where a truck's brakes failed and more than 33 vehicles were damaged. And I think those 2 particular sectors would probably need special focus in the road safety campaign. Thank you very much.
MEC.
Yes, Chair, the question is very long. We'll share with the honourable members. I passed through some of the answers, but I think we are taking the input, and those are the things that we are going to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gentile. Member Gentile, who's going to ask the question? Member Gentile, Member Shiniman? You can read the question.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Chief Chairs. Let me take this question. It's addressed to the MEC, or the executive member of the Executive Council for e-government, and is as follows. Can the MEC for e-government and research development answer the following questions in relation to the impact of the G20 digital economy to improve socio-economic conditions of the Gauteng province, particularly informal settlements and townships? 1. Can the MEC explain to the House how the G20 digital economy is going to improve the lives of people across the Gauteng province, particularly those in informal settlements and townships? And 2, how does the G20 digital economy benefit and upgrade network investment in the Gauteng province with reference to townships, hostels and schools? Thank you very much.
MEC Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and thank you to the member for the question. On question 1 is that the G20 digital economic initiatives will improve lives in Gauteng's informal settlements and townships by expanding internet access, improving public services, providing digital skills training, and empowering local entrepreneurs. Most importantly, creating a safer environment by deploying CCTV cameras to teach areas. These efforts are designed to bridge the digital divide and foster inclusive economic growth. Key impacts for informal settlements and townships include the expanded connectivity, improved public service in government, digital skills development, empowerment of SMSE and entrepreneurs, enhanced safety and security. On question 2, the G20 digital economy benefits and upgrade network investments in Gauteng's townships, hostels, and schools by driving inclusive digital infrastructure expansion, connectivity initiatives, and digital skills development. The department has accelerated efforts to install public Wi-Fi, focusing on GPN access expansion, especially in previously disadvantaged areas such as townships, hostel, libraries, clinics, and schools. With the limited budget we have, but we are happy that even schools, even the Department of Education is coming on board to put money up front so that we are able to connect almost all the schools in the province. The investment made by the department has improved digital access, enabling better education delivery, economic inclusion, and technology-enabled services for Gauteng communities. The department connected 74 sites connected in teach areas, namely public schools, hostels, libraries, clinics, and hospitals. For detailed addresses, please refer to Annexa A. In addition, the department, in partnership with the Innovative Hub, have connected several ECASI labs. These ECASI labs are designed to incubate digital startups by providing training and mentoring to digital entrepreneurs, helping them become digital connected and compliant businesses. This initiative stimulates local entrepreneurship and drives economic inclusion in the townships. The summary of sites that have been connected: we've connected 7 ECASI labs, 38 schools, 3 hostels, 12 libraries, 12 clinics and hospitals, and 2 community centers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. I take it there's no.
No, I think just to say thank you to the MEC for the very detailed response, and we look forward to seeing the impact of what he's explained to the House. Thank you.
Member Mhlongo, who's handling a question for Member Mhlongo? Okay, over time.
No, I can take the question for Member Mhlongo as well.
Okay.
This question is directed to the Member of the Executive Council for Education and reads as follows. Regarding school capacity and learner placement pressures, could the MEC kindly provide clarity on the following? 1. Which districts in the province are projected to face the most significant learner placement challenges for the 2026 academic year based on current school capacity and admission demand? 2. What specific interventions are being implemented by the department to address capacity constraints in high-pressure districts such as Johannesburg North, Johannesburg East, Ekurhuleni North, Ekurhuleni South, Tshwane North, and Tshwane South? And 3, considering that recent infrastructure projects have largely focused on refurbishment rather than new construction, what concrete plans are in place to expand classroom capacity and ensure timeous placement of all learners in the 2026 academic year? Thank you.
MEC Chilwane.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs and the standing in Honourable Member Iman. With regard to the first question, the following districts may experience capacity challenges based on the current demand, which is Ekurhuleni North, Ekurhuleni South, and Tshwane South. At present, the available space vis-à-vis the unplaced applicants are in the excess of 1,000 for all the districts, reflecting more spaces for grade 1 applicants than grade 8 applicants. However, the spaces are predominantly located in areas with low demand for admissions, while areas with high demand may be running out of spaces. Furthermore, late applications are inevitable, may compound placement challenges. The table that we would have sent below would indicate the capacity for the affected districts with the number of applications received and the number of provisionally accepted applicants. The unplaced applicants and available spaces for both grade 1 and 8. The table outlines what we have. For instance, in Ekurhuleni North, for grade 1, the capacity that we have is 18,995 spaces, and the unique applicants that we have received in this current application process is 17,210. I'll go to Ekurhuleni North again for grade 8 just to demonstrate the challenge. For grade 8, the capacity that we have in all our schools in Ekurhuleni North is 14,862. And then the applications that we received is 17,688. The applications that we received in the area. So with regard to the second question, I left Ekurhuleni South and Tshwane South. I think you all remember the response will be shared if needs be to those members who have an interest. With regard to the second question, there are several programs that contribute towards addressing additional classroom capacity. Although the department is currently having financial constraints, it is able to manage the following programs: new classroom through our construction of new schools using our implementing agents, through our self-built and provisions, through self-built and also provision for mobile classroom units in existing satellite and mobile schools. To date, the department has provided the following additional classrooms in the districts, and I've outlined a table as well that speaks about the number of mobile classrooms that are delivered. It's quite lengthy on the members. And also, furthermore, within the same question, we've also set out a response for satellite schools that we have set up. We have in Page Acres Secondary School, we have Page Acres Secondary School in Paisley, and one in Piet Befro, in Tshwane North, Doornpoort High School, Olivenhout Bosch Secondary School as well, number 2, Maibuye Secondary School, Alexander Secondary School, number 3, Cosmos City Secondary, North Riding Secondary, Tanganani Primary, Deepsloot Secondary, number 3, in Bambanani, Sky City Primary, and Westview Primary. These are the completed satellite mobile schools. With regard to the third question, it is unfortunate that majority of schools in our province were built pre-94 and have reached the end of their practical design lives and therefore require additional work to maintain their functionality and meet the required municipal and legislated norms and standards. As mentioned above, there are several programs that contribute towards addressing additional classroom capacity. Although currently the department is also experiencing financial constraints, is still being able to manage the following, as I've outlined: the construction of the new schools, secondly through self-build, as well as the provision of mobile classrooms. Furthermore, there are several new and replacement schools that are anticipated to be ready for the 2026 academic year. The two schools are Ratanang Primary School and Windmill Secondary School, which have been both completed and are in the process of being handed over. There are also schools that are on self-build program that will be reaching practical completion by the first term, by end of March. The new and replacement school that are expected to be completed in the current financial year as follows: Page Acres Extension 3 Primary School, Mayfield Extension 5 Primary School, Villa Lisa Primary School number 2, Monty Factory Primary School, previously known as Zonkizizwe Primary School, Tabotuna Farm School, Mayberry Park Primary School, Doornpoort Primary School, Olvenhout Bosch Primary School number 2, and Nansfield Primary School. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Okay. Thank you, MEC. There is no remark or short question. We'll move to Member Sesedinyane. Member Sesedinyane, Usaileka Lanching. Member Litsalo, can you read the question for Member Sesedinyane? Or Banozo Ifund, Member Ndlovu, or Member?
On behalf of Member Sesedinyane, regarding the implementation of the Gauteng Anti-Substance Abuse Program, known as TWADA, could the MEC indicate the following? Please provide an update on the total number of beneficiaries reached and individuals admitted for treatment and rehabilitation under the program since its launch, including a breakdown per provincial corridor. How many treatment and rehabilitation centers, including halfway houses, are currently operational under the program across Gauteng, and what is their combined capacity? And lastly, what measures are in place to support the aftercare, skills development, and community reintegration of young people completing treatment to prevent relapses and sustain long-term recovery? Thank you.
MEC Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, House Chair, for the question. Truly appreciate it. In responding to question number 1, on update on the total number of beneficiaries that were reached and those that were treated, and also those that received assistance. The TWADA campaign, which was implemented on the 27th of October across the 27 sites in all regions, reached a total of 13,753 beneficiaries. The breakdown per corridor is that in Northern Corridor, which is Yofane, we reached 2,392. In Southern Corridor, which is Yosidibe, we reached 1,672. In Eastern Corridor, which is Ekuruleni, we reached 4,902. In Western Corridor, which is West Rand, we reached 1,496. In Central Corridor, which is Johannesburg, we reached 3,291. And the total number of service users who were admitted on the day was 2,088, of which 1,249 were admitted to the inpatient rehabilitation centers, and 839 were admitted through the outpatient rehabilitation. So meaning they are attending, sleeping at home, but attending rehabilitation. In responding to question number 2, how many treatment and rehabilitation centers, including halfway houses, are currently operational under the program? The province has one public treatment center, which is Dr. FNF, and we have 12 private inpatient centers that we've partnered with as a department, as well as 3 halfway houses. In the public centers that admitted people, we admitted 353. In the private centers, which they have a capacity of 409, and they were able to admit 409. The halfway houses that we have, we were able to admit 82 people who are receiving care after they've undergone rehabilitation. In responding to question number 3 on what measures are in place to support the aftercare, during the treatment, the recovery of service users undergo soft and hard skills development, and also there are courses that are meant to empower them. And upon discharge, they join a structured aftercare therapeutic program to maintain sobriety, and they are also reintegrated into their communities and families. And skills development courses also are being offered, which is part and parcel of ensuring that they continue to being trained, and further linkages to job opportunities also are also received by the users. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Siyabonga MEC. Member Ndlovu. Hayi sengithi ngabuza umbuzo manje. Owakho.
Siyabonga baba. Recently, MEC Mamabulo briefed the media highlighting the impact of the newly established DID multidisciplinary infrastructure.
Point of order, Speaker. I want to rise on Ruse 134, subsection 7 on the previous question, please.
Okay, what's the point of order?
Speaker, thank you, and thank you to the MEC for the answers. MEC, in 2023 SOPA, the Premier committed to expanding rehabilitation by 1,351 beds at the Cullinan Dr. Ribeiro Clinic, and yet there are currently only 353 beds available for patients. At the same time, the Premier promised delivering evidence-based treatment. And in 2025, the Premier promised refurbishment of this centre and 7 new centres. According to the replies that you have just given us, this has not taken place, and the centre only still has 353 patients, and the 7 new centres, which were also promised, have never taken place according to your replies. MEC, could you please explain why these many promises of expansion and promises of increasing the clinics and the evidence-based treatments have not taken place, and if you could please explain when and where this will take place. Thank you.
You have asked 3 questions, supposed to be 1 question. Can you prioritize which one do you want to ask?
The very first question is that the expanded rehabilitation was promised at Florence Ribeira by the Premier in 2023 to 1,351 beds. It is now 2025. This has not happened, and there are still only 353 beds. When will this happen, and when will this take place? Thank you.
Okay. 1 question. Can you answer the first question, MEC? It's a follow-up question.
Chair, I was hoping you'll call a... No, Chair, it's not a follow-up question. It's a totally new question. Can the member resubmit a question? It's not a follow-up, Chair. I was hoping you'll call a point of order because that is totally not related to the previous question. Thank you very much.
Speaker, it is part of the original questions. The original questions were, and I'm going to repeat it, please provide an update on the total number of beneficiaries reached and individuals admitted for submission. So my question is, why have these beneficiaries not been according to the original promises made by the Premier in 2023? There are only 353 beneficiaries at the centre instead of the 1,351 promised.
Okay. No, MEC, just answer the first question that have been asked.
Chairperson, that's a new question. It's not related to the question that was asked by Member Sesidinya. She must submit a question if she wants to ask a question.
Okay. We'll refer this question to the appropriate committee to check, and we will pass. Member Ndlovu.
Yeah. Recently, MEC Mamabulo briefed the media highlighting the impact of the newly established TIT Multidisciplinary Infrastructure A-Team. The A-Team has been assessing projects across the province to ensure compliance and keep timelines on track, a move that's fast-tracking delivery. Can the MEC please respond on the following? 1. Outline the state of intervention and progress on the following projects: Bantu Bonke ECT Center, Rastafal Secondary School in Sidibeng, Dr. W.K. Duplessis LSEN in Egoruleni. 2. What progress has been made to this date in all these 3 projects? 3. Has the introduction of the TIT turnaround strategy launched in August this year had any positive impact on these projects? If yes, how? And lastly, what plans are in place to deal with the remainder of the projects that were initially known as projects in distress? Thank you.
MEC.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and let me greet Honorable Ndlovu and welcome the question. Let me start by saying that, Honorable Ndlovu, the profound question of the turnaround strategy in the department is that we want to build capacity of the department to deliver services on a sustainable basis. so that we don't have projects delivered, but there's no state capacity to sustain it over time. Secondly, we want to make sure that we can show early results in the turnaround. Of course, as you correctly said, the turnaround was launched when we received the HOD on the 1st of August, few months back. And I think it will be, it may be incorrect to then say we would have achieved a lot by now because it's just few months. But let me share with you some of the early results that we are seeing and some of the achievements that we are beginning to see with the turnaround that we have launched, and of course, having received the new accounting officer in the department. Now, to your question, it is critical to recognize that the efforts of the A team, which is where your question is, does not operate in isolation from the integral components of the ecosystem that includes and encompasses a dedicated focus on a key question of contractual and administrative good governance, which is essentially about compliance with statutory obligations, but also with contractual obligations. So to this extent, we have in the ecosystem what we call the Infrastructure Governance Lab, which support and work with the A team. Secondly, the A team works with a digital platform that we call Infrastructure Development Delivery Platform, IDEP, which is a software solution that is based on three elements of portfolio of evidence. The other one is portfolio of risk, and both are supported by what we call data analytics. So in this infrastructure delivery platform, we are able to see real-life data about what's happening with our infrastructure. This is important, Honorable Ndlovu and honorable members, because at least we get to know now the truth. Our information is no longer broadly scattered all over the surface, and we can't pinpoint exactly where is the problem. So with the digital platforms and data, we are now able to pinpoint and solve the real problem. So we have a single source of the truth, and that truth is credible and is consistent, and we are able to know what issues to deal with. Secondly, the other issue in the ecosystem is the role of our municipalities. That's what we call municipal town planning and approvals, because many of our projects depend on municipalities making decisions to approve those. So we are also looking at that component in our stakeholder management to support the A team, because the A team, whilst it can do oversight, complement the technology, do what's doing, but the role of municipalities is also very important, and that's why we have mobilized and we're working with COCTA to make sure that we can reach out to municipalities and do integrated, coordinated planning. The other important component is exactly what we call the project readiness matrix, which is just how do we deliver infrastructure, complying with the build and engineering environment, statutory regulations and compliance issues. So in this, Honorable Ndlovu, that's the ecosystem. And I know that your interest is more on the A team, but the A team functions in a much more integrated, holistic, multidisciplinary environment. And that's why we're beginning to see some of the results. Bantu Bonke, ECDC, which is our best practice on early childhood development centers. Now, the status of this project is the A team visited the site when the contractor said they were done. And they found that the contractor has failed to address some of the defects, particularly those that relate to sewer works and some of the mechanical works that were not properly done. The A team detected this. As we speak now, we had to terminate the contractor because the A team discovered serious issues that would have not allowed us to get the completion certificate, which is a very important requirement. So as matters stand, the project is at about almost slightly to be finished. I was there myself. I know that we just need to dig some trenches, correct the work that has been done, but the project is at 99% completion, and this contractor, we've given them enough time to resolve these issues. But if it were not the A team, we would have not detected this. So we are currently trying to get one of the contractors to finish that small amount of work, because it took this contractor for too long to finish these defects that we have detected. Now let's take Rusteval. Rusteval, honourable members, one of the projects you have asked, it's also at 99%. The project is completing, it's progressing very well. The A team is providing additional support to the project, and I can assure you that with the inspections that have been identified, we are sure that this project will be completed before the end of this year. By December, the project will be done. And as we are speaking now, the team has started to engage the municipality on the occupation certificate. I have argued in this house that we have decided that no facility will be occupied unless the municipality has issued the occupation certificate, which is about safety and the readiness of the facility to be used. So we are working on this, and I'm told that there's good progress with the municipality. This project, we can say to you, we don't see how there can be any matter that can postpone it to beyond the end of this year. But given issues in construction, you never know. You know, we removed a contractor on site on the Living Women's Monument. The A team went there and detected that there was a transformer that was put at the wrong place when we thought we had finished. So I'm just saying that Rusteval will be done by this year, but with construction matters, you always have to have room for a potential problem, particularly as it relates to safety measures. On the Dr. W.K. du Plessis, which is another project you ask us about, I must say this is also going on very well. In actual fact, this project will be completed by the end of this year. When the construction industry closes by around the 15th of December, this project will be complete. We will get the occupation certificate. There's only one portion which will still due in January, but it doesn't impact the occupation certificate. This is about the sports field. And the reason why we can't do the sports field now is because there are mobile structures there, and they are writing exams. They'll only remove them when the school closes. So it means we can only work in January. But that won't affect issuance of occupation certificate. So this project, we will complete it this year, thanks to the work of the A team. Initially, the contractor had said they will finish this project by end of August. The A team went there and said there's no way. They said end of September, and the A team said to us only end of December. And the A team is proven right. So I want to assure you that the oversight that the A team is doing is helping us a great. They have not missed the target. All the targets that they've given us and said this thing won't be finished by this time, they were right. The PSPs and the contractors that have been giving us wrong completion dates, I can assure you, with the A team, we're able to stop that, and we're able to work on the relevant and proper completion side. So these are the projects you have asked us about, and I've said to you, we will complete them by the end of this year because of the good work that was done by the A team. You're asking us about, so what is the way forward on the other projects except these ones that you have specifically mentioned? I would like to say to you that this practice of deploying the A team, the technology, the governance lab, and the working with the municipalities, is what we are going to apply to the rest of the projects that are in construction, including those that are in planning and design. So our approach was, let's finish these projects for December. At the beginning of the year, we'll deploy the same tools to the rest of the projects, and we'll give you updates. One of the issues that we are doing, Honourable Ndlovu, is that we have changed now the way we manage contracts. You know, completion dates were handled in a very clumsy, casual, informal way. Now the governance lab has introduced a strict discipline on compliance with timelines and managing them contractually. So we will apply this to everybody, and to those projects that are in construction, so that when we say to you, the contractor said, the addendum say, will finish on this date, and they don't finish on that date. Consequence management, and we're very pleased the way we work with national government about blacklisting and making sure that there's full consequence management where timelines are missed. So I'd like to conclude by assuring you that the turnaround ecosystem, whilst we're still in the early stages, but it is working in an integrated, coordinated way, and the projects that we have earmarked for completion end of this year, I'm quite sure that we should be able to do that. Where there are exceptional circumstances, we will give you real facts and say, look here, this is what came out. Because there are problems we are discovering that there are things that were not done properly in planning and design. When we're in construction and think we're finished, then we detect something that should have been detected a long time ago. So there are those risks, but I'm assuring you that these ones we should finish by end of this year unless there are exceptional circumstances. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Member Ndlovu.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. We welcome the response, and indeed we are happy because now it shows that there is prioritization, number one, for these projects. But the prioritization itself, it's now based on agency, the community impact, and the availability of resources, and that's what we appreciate. But we furthermore recommend the continuous monitoring and audits done by the A-team, just to ensure that there is sustained compliance and we avoid the distressed projects in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any member who wants to make a supplementary question so that it does not come to a point of order? Okay, there's none. Okay, in terms of Rule 26, it provides for the presiding officer to be relieved. I've been drinking too much water, so I need to respond accordingly to the call of nature. So I'm going to ask, because this Rule 26 allows, in the absence of the other presiding officers, it allows me, as the current presiding officer, to appoint another person to chair. And I'm going to ask Member Musai to chair, while I'm going to ask Member Tlebere to read her question. During that time, it will be the time where Member Musai is given a crash course. She's a former speaker. I think she'll do okay. Yeah, Member Tlebere, please read your question. And Member Musai, you can approach the chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Good afternoon, honorable members.
Let's give Member Tlebere a chance to read your question, please. It doesn't mean that I'm leaving it, there must be disorder. Can we maintain the order, please?
With regard to Gauteng Film Commission Youth Skills Development, could the MEC please answer the following questions? Please provide an update on the Kasi Youth in Film project, including the number of youth trained and the peri-urban areas targeted. What follow-up support or industry placement opportunities are provided to participants of the Adobe Premium Pro workshop? And how does the department monitor the impact of these initiatives in promoting diversity, inclusion, and sustainable careers in Gauteng's film and media sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Tlebere. MEC, please respond.
Thank you once more. Acting Chair and Member Tlebere. With regard to the first question, the Kasi Youth in Film project was successfully concluded on the 28th February 2025, with 15 young participants completing the program. The student registers are attached for reference. The initiative targeted youth from Mamelodi, Hammanskraal, Cosmos City, Tembisa, and Diepsloot. As part of their practical exposure, the cohort visited 5 key industry locations, including Canon South African Centurion, Black Brain Production, Urban Brew Studios, and Star Quality in Randburg. The program provided comprehensive hands-on training across core filmmaking disciplines, including script writing, cinematography, lighting, sound, editing, and photography, using professional Canon equipment. A balanced theory to practice approach ensured that participants could apply their skills in real production environment, namely in Black Brain Production and Urban Brew Studios. Industry exposure formed a significant part of the program, in which participants engaged with experts, observed live productions, and benefited from networking opportunities designed to open potential career pathways. Mentorship and internship support were further strengthened through Black Brain Production, while guest lectures and masterclasses deliveries by filmmakers and media professionals at Star Quality enriched the learning experience. Built into storytelling skills, the program incorporated a strong social media component, generating high engagement through daily content on Wiser Media and Canon SA platforms. The program has generated strong interest from potential future sponsors and additional youth. Discussions are currently underway to expand the initiative into longer-term sustainable program with above engaged partners. With regard to the second question, for a more structured and impactful approach, the GFC provides ongoing support to emerging filmmakers by providing access to essential equipment and resources, including editing software and dedicated devices. In addition, our internship program creates a direct pathway for participants to access industry opportunities, potentially leading to placement within the production houses we partner with. Following the Adobe Premiere Pro workshop, participants were supported through access to these resources, extended access to course materials, provided participants with access to slides and recordings after the course, facilitator assisted in the review of their work, giving practical feedback on projects and helping them improve. The GFC maintains a network of crew on the GFC website so that graduates, independent filmmakers, and service providers can keep in touch, refer jobs, and support each other. With regard to the third question, these initiatives are monitored through an evidence-based approach. This prioritizes long-term sector growth and partnerships with GFC that can sustain other programs, and these includes continuous reporting, where we collect demographic participation and progression data across all programs to assess diversity and inclusion. And this is reported in the GFC from Q1 to Q4. Follow-up programs with beneficiaries on internships, equipment, and other grants allow us to measure skills retention and career progression. Our collaboration with production houses, broadcasters, and digital media organizations provide direct insight into industry absorption rates. The internship outcomes, placement, and employer feedback offer a clear picture on how effectively our initiatives prepare participants to the workplace and how best to engage the sector for retention. Program evaluation. Each initiative undergoes internal evaluation to assess relevance, effectiveness, and alignment with sector needs. So we often engage stakeholders in this review, and these insights inform program redesign, ensuring that our interventions remain responsive, inclusive, and impactful. Community and stakeholder engagement. We have an ongoing engagement with beneficiaries, industry partners, and creative communities, which has enabled us to develop additional programs that support a larger group of potential applicants. For instance, we host the masterclass and additional awareness campaigns in collaboration, helping the GFC identify barriers and ensure that program delivery promotes equitable access across Gauteng. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honorable Tlebere, do you have any supplementary question or short remark?
No, thank you very much, MEC, for the responses. Of course, we will continue monitoring these initiatives and make sure that they benefit township and peri-urban areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Tlebere. Members, do we have any additional supplementary questions or additional remarks? There's none. Thank you. Let me then request the MEC to respond.
There's no question, Chair. So I'll just appreciate the guidance that I always receive from the committee and honourable members.
Thank you very much, MEC. I'll then ask Member Ntsege to pose a question to the member of the Executive Council for Finance.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. With regards to the Gauteng Department of Social Development NPO funding adjudication process that was started in November 2023, what prompted Gauteng Audit Services, known as GAS, to investigate this matter? What were the critical findings of the GAS investigations on this matter? How was the Public Funds Management Act violated? Is there an obligation on Treasury via GAS to ensure that there are consequences for those who were implicated in this investigation? And lastly, to date, what Consequence Management Act have taken place? Thank you.
Is MEC Maile going to respond? Or who's going to respond on his behalf? MEC Maile, are you online? Okay, we will come back to the question. Thank you so much. So then let's move on. The MEC had to step out. I think she's gone to the ladies, but let's move on to the next question. We'll come back. Member Hickling, please pose your question.
Thank you, Acting House Chair. MEC, the problems besetting the Johannesburg Forensic Pathology Laboratory at the Helen Joseph Hospital are now reading like a horror story. Municipal bylaw infringements, missed deadlines due to unpaid contractors, and massive overspending due to cost and time overruns. And yet we are constantly told that the facility is 98% complete, except for fire extinguishers that need to be installed. Please, can you really take us into your confidence and explain how the contractor, Mazia General Services, can claim that it is owed 100 million rand if all that is outstanding are fire extinguishers? And how many fire extinguishers are actually being installed in the building? And what is the actual date that this 11-year in the making state-of-the-art facility will open? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hickling. MEC, please respond.
Thank you very much, Chair. And let me acknowledge the question and indeed say this matter is of very serious concern to us, as we have acknowledged in the House. And let me just, before I go to your specific questions, indicate that this project was going on very well since the contractor went on site. We said we want to complete this project by end of this year. That is in the second week of December, before the construction industry goes into close, basically. And we're still working on that deadline. I have announced this deadline in the House. So that's the period we are working on, and that's talked to the completion date. Now, the following has actually created problems, is that on the 20th the contractor wrote us a letter. The letter that came to my attention just yesterday. Now, this letter is raising matters that are worrying. The letter from the contractor. So what I have done with this letter is that I've directed the HOD, supported by our governance lab and the A team. The A team and the governance lab haven't met with this contractor because we're satisfied with the work that's been done. So we are now deploying them, led by the accounting officer, to engage the contractor on the letter they wrote, dated 20th November. So we need to then understand the issues raised in the letter and their implications for the deadline that we have set. If the contractor wants to raise issues that may have a bearing on the completion date, that we will only get once before the end of this week. They would have met with the contractor based on the letter that they wrote. And once that is done, we will be able to then say whether the contractor is trying to extend and whether we agree or not, but we stand by our deadline because we are equally concerned about the problems of failure to complete this. So there we are on record having clearly said that. So I just hope that point, we're still maintaining that. Now let's go to your questions. Number one, the amount of 100 million that the contractor, Mazia General Services, CC, is claiming as per your information is not the information that we have. Our information about the certificates for payments that we have and some of the work that still need to be assessed to conclude the payment certificate does not come anywhere close to this figure. So that matter, the governance lab will get clarity about why is he talking about this amount. It might be that because this project has had compensation events that have had challenges, some of them, as I said to you, we're still investigating them and all that. Maybe they will demonstrate, but thus far there's no evidence to support 100 million. So that we will check with the contractor, but we don't believe that there's such an amount. Secondly, you have raised the issue of remaining scope, and I think you have limited it to the total number of fire extinguishers. Now, let me clarify that with the developments in the built industry, we have got new compliance bylaws of the municipality, and that is why we are working on the fire protection system as a whole, not just the fire extinguishers. And that includes a number of issues that I wouldn't want to go to, but we do have the list of those items. It's not just the fire extinguishers, just maybe smoke detection, sprinklers and sprinkler tanks, fire pump stations, storage tanks, firewalls, fire escape routes. So we're dealing with the entirety of the system. So I was just picking up on some of them. Fire sealing of services, so that's what we're looking at. So the issues of the fire extinguishers, yes, those we still have to deal with, but the core infrastructure supporting that, some of it is already in place. So as to how many exactly, we will be able to tell you in due course. But we are satisfied with the work that has been done in that area. Now, with respect to the date, I have said we stand by the date of December, and that's the date we want to have an occupation certificate. However, the contractor has written to us, and I wouldn't want to shift from this date or say the contractor is not going to raise new issues. But we will hear before end of Friday if they've got any new matter to raise. But we stand by our date. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MEC, Member Hicklin, do you have any supplementary question? Or
I do, ma'am. More a statement than anything. MEC Mamabolo, it was on your advice. You indicated to me that what was outstanding were fire extinguishers. That was number one. Number two, your initial response to me was that it was going to be finished in November. I read in the press that you had extended it, that the deadline had been missed and that it was now extended to December. But be that as it may, I will yet again give you grace to do your investigations. I just need it put on record that we are watching this very, very closely for the very simple reason that the importance of the Johannesburg Forensic Pathology Laboratory cannot be emphasized enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other supplementary additional questions or remarks? Okay, MEC, please respond.
No, I do need to speak on this one. Let me say to you that it could be that, but you know, just as I was saying earlier, that we do send now, and we haven't sent our A team to this specific area. It is possible, this is additional information that has come out. When the A team and the governance lab goes there this week to do further assessment checks and analysis, given the way that A team has been picking up a lot of issues, I'm quite sure that they may raise some additional points. So we'll hear from that. So I don't want to deny that I could have raised those issues, but it was based on information we have. As and when we disperse the A team, we get even much more additional information. However, this must be concluded before the end of this year, and I hear you by end of November, which is almost between that and the period before the industry close. But this week, with the new letter that they have sent us, we want to go sit down with them and hear what they have to say. And I commit to update you because you have consistently raised this matter. By end of this week, early next week, we'll update you on what did we find when we dispersed the A team and the governance lab, and I promise I'll call you and say, this is the new information we have. So thank you very much for that. Thanks.
I appreciate
Thank you,
that.
MEC. Let's have a decorum.
Thank you so much, MEC.
We're going to return to the question that was read by Member Ntsakhe to the MEC of Finance. Member MEC Diale Tlabella, please respond. It's withdrawn. Okay, but Member Ntsakhe did read the question.
Yeah, I think, sorry, Madam Chair, I think MEC Maile got it twisted because he thought the question is withdrawn, and I do not have the response to it now, because I thought it's Member Mfikwe's question. That's the only one that I have left, but also Leona, I got a notice that the question is withdrawn. Maybe if I can request the House that I check with his team.
Yeah, and submit later.
And we can submit it later to Member Ntsakhe. My apologies, Chair.
No, thank you very much. MEC, Member Ntsakhe, would you like to respond? Follow up?
Chair, I find, I'm sorry, Member Gidibodi has to take the question. I actually find it very disappointing. This particular question is being dodged. It's not the first time I've asked for the report in the question to go to the portfolio committee. I've asked the MEC of Social Development. She said it's not my baby. Fine. But conveniently, the MEC is not in the House and thinks the question has been withdrawn. This is very sad for me. But under your presiding, please can I get an undertaking that I'll get this question in writing before we close? Thank you.
It's noted, Member Ntsakhe. The request is that the question must be responded to in writing. We will communicate that. Let's then move to Honourable Member Hickling. You ask your question to the Member of the Executive Council for Health and Wellness.
Thank you again, Acting House Chair. MEC, in the Gauteng High Court judgment handed down on the 4th of November between Kopanong Africa Against Xenophobia, the South African Informal Traders Forum, Inner City Federation and Abahlali Basanjolo Movement South Africa, please excuse me, it's not my home language, against Operation Dudula, the Government of the Republic of South Africa, the National Commissioner of Police and the MEC of the Gauteng Department of Health, among others, it was clearly stated that Operation Dudula was acting outside the framework of the law by demanding identification from every private person presenting themselves for treatment at healthcare facilities. Operation Dudula was interdicted from unlawful conduct, which amounts to them taking the law into their own hands. It also amounted to hate speech. MEC, with this in mind, could the MEC then please indicate, 1, what are you, as the custodian of patient rights and as ordered by the High Court, doing to address this matter? And 2, what plans do you have to stop the violence that is occurring in primary healthcare clinics, community healthcare clinics and hospitals that is threatening the lives of both patients and personnel operating in the health space in Gauteng? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hicklin. MEC Nkomo Ralehoko, please respond to the member's question.
Thank you. The first response to question 1 is that the Gauteng Department of Health fully abides by the decision of the Gauteng High Court handed down on the 4th of November 2024 in the matter between Kopanong Africa against xenophobia, the South African Informal Traders Forum, Inner City Federation, and Abahlali Basemjondolo Movement South Africa vis-a-vis Operation Dudula and others. We attached as Annexure A, which is the thick document that I will forward it to Member Eklin, Chair. The department then remained opposed to the conduct of Operation Dudula, specifically protest at the entrances of hospital facilities that obstruct access to health care for persons in need of medical attention. It is important to note that around 26 August 2022, the MEC for Health litigated against Operation Dudula to stop them from protesting at the entrances of healthcare facilities on similar reasons. Furthermore, the department remains in full compliance with the court order obtained by Section 27 against the Department of Health on the 14th of April 2023, which similarly sought to ensure the protection of patients' rights and the unhindered provision of healthcare services. Again, there is an attachment, which is Annexure B, that member will see. With respect to the recent order of the 4th of November 2024 from the High Court, Johannesburg, and granted in favor of Kopanong Africa against xenophobia, and the department has chosen to remain fully compliant with the ruling. While the department cannot directly control activities that occur outside hospital premises, it continues to collaborate closely with the South African Police Service to ensure that court orders remain in effect and are enforced when necessary. Within hospital grounds, the department have security personnel and will strengthen security measures further should the need arise. Answer to question 2, with respect to incidents of violence or intimidation occurring at primary healthcare clinics, community healthcare centers and hospitals, the department intends to identify and respond promptly to such incidents as was done in August 2022. The department will not hesitate to seek interdicts against individuals or groups that unlawfully disrupt healthcare services. In addition, the department will collaborate with SAPS to assist in the enforcement of any court orders or interdicts obtained. Furthermore, should the need arise, the department will boost our physical security at affected institutions where necessary to ensure the safety of both patients and healthcare personnel. In conclusion, Madam Chair, the Gauteng Department of Health remains committed to upholding the constitutional right of every person to access healthcare services without discrimination, intimidation, or obstruction. The department condemns any acts of violence, vigilantism, or hate speech that threaten the safety of patients and staff within the healthcare environment. That's the question, Madam Chair. But what I will do then is to forward all the annexures from the High Court of South Africa, Gauteng Division, and that we have received as a department, which Member Hicklin will be able to read them in his spare time, because those are thick documents, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. Thank you very much, MEC. Member Hickling, do you have any supplementary question or short remark?
I just want to say thank you very much to the MEC, and I would like to see it in action. I do appreciate the commitment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any supplementary questions or remarks from members? Thank you so much. I am informed that MEC Maile is online to respond to Member Ntsega's question, or is it? All right, we will, I see Member Ntega has just stepped out. I'm going to request that we move to the next one. When she comes back, we will respond to it. Thank you so much. Member Mure, please ask your question to the member of the Executive Council for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. With regard to the rising number of lawsuits against the Gauteng Department of Health and with regard to concerns about the financial impact of litigation on the department's budget and service delivery, can the MEC answer the following questions? With regard to litigations, how many medical negligence lawsuits have been filed against the department from January 2020 to date? Number two, with regard to financial settlements and judgments, how much has the department paid out in relation to medical negligence claims from 2020 to date? Number three, of the total claims received, how many have been paid out to date? Number four, with regard to accountability, what categories of medical negligence claims, e.g. maternity care, surgical errors, misdiagnosis, constitutes the majority of these lawsuits? And finally, with regard to reducing the financial burden of medical negligence litigation, what specific steps is the department taking to strengthen patient safety, improve hospital management, and reduce the amount paid out annually in such claims? Thank you, Acting Chair.
Thank you, Member More. MEC Nkomala Lehoko, please respond to the member's question.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the response to question one is with the response will be financial years that she wanted and the number of claims. 2020-21, we had 109 claims. 21-22 financial year, 141 claims. 23-24 financial year, 151 claims. 24-25, 164 claims. 25-26, but we stopped in October, 27th of October, when we received the question, was sitting at 66 claims. Then there's a response to the second question. In the year 25-26, we spent 261,041. And then 24-25, it's 428,757 million, not 1,000, yeah. 23-24, it's 696,337. 22-23 is 51202. 21-22 is 369,690. 369,697. Then, yeah. 20-21, 392,126. The total amount is 2,660,526. Then the total claims received in the financial year 2025-26 is 54, 24-26 is 61, 23-24 financial year 26, 22-23 financial year it's 27, 21-22 is 53, 20-21 it's 29. The number of those claims paid it's 250. Then the fourth the response, ops and gynae constitute the majority of these lawsuits. 5, the response is that we implement an electronic health record, digital version of medical record across all hospital departments. The EHR will replace the paper-based medical records, and this will ensure that the department does not lose cases that they would otherwise defend due to missing medical records. This will also assist in ensuring that only authorized people who have access to medical records, thereby minimizing unscrupulous people from fishing for acts or omissions that could constitute medical negligence. We strengthen the informed consent process to ensure every patient receives a full explanation of diagnosis, treatment, and possible complications before procedures. This process of obtaining informed consent to be fully documented in the medical record, and the patient and next of kin sign the consent form after they fully understand and accept the treatment proposed. The medical team to continuously assess each case and together with quality assurance, initiate a redress meeting with the patient and the next of kin when complications arise before the complaint is lodged. Redress meeting is aimed at informing the patient that a complication that would have been discussed as inherent to procedure when obtaining the informed consent has occurred. With transparency and honesty communication, patients are less likely to assume negligence. Strengthening daily patient experience service for early identification of areas of concern and address them immediately. Implement the electronic record system across all hospital departments to replace the paper-based records. Ensure ERH implementation complies with POPIA Act and the National Health Act. Incorporate audit trails to track access and audit the medical records. Implement a policy of record retention to digital archiving. Involve legal services in the oversight committee for ER record. We strengthen the informed consent process by ensuring consent forms are available at all official languages. We standardize consent templates in collaboration with legal services. We store signed consent forms in both digital and physical formats. We improve patient engagement before and during discharge. We conduct redress meetings with patients when complications arise. We strengthen daily patient experience of service to address concerns. Under clinical governance, which is part of the redress, we strengthen monthly morbidity and mortality meetings to analyze redress clinical acts or omissions that could compromise care and come up with quality improvement plans to ensure good practice prevent complications. We strengthen patient safety incident committee meetings for learning and improvement quality of patients' care. We've strengthened monthly theatre committee meetings to review surgical outcomes and come up with quality improvement plans, including reducing waiting times for procedures. Then we have improved the staff attitudes, strengthened professional conduct. Now we said that we're strengthening professional conduct, training based the SPCA, SANC, and other professional bodies guidelines and Batupili principles to ensure staff that is courteous in how to interact and treat patients in the healthcare facilities. Then under medical legal interventions, when the clinical team and quality assurance team have attempted to redress a patient following complication, the patient is still if the patient is still not satisfied, the case is referred for mediation to try and resolve the dispute before litigation. Mediation team at the central office assist institutions with cases that were not resolved during redress. Develop individual clinical care plans for patients with complications. Assign case managers for every patient. Camping of medical legal claims payouts throughout the legal process where payment for medical legal claims is standardized. Then we have developed individual clinical care plans instead of lump sum payouts. Develop panel accredited mediators, legal service to brief mediators to ensure agreements are legally binding. Explore legislative amendments to cap medical legal payouts. Capping of medical payouts is a complex policy issue. We've strengthened then the Legal Services Directorate. We have case manager referrals, mediation, redress meetings, consent taking. But again, we have the mediation in terms of Rule 41A. And in the realms of medicine and the law, mediation is increasingly being recognized now as preferred alternative to litigate for resolving disputes and arise from alleged medical negligence. Thank you, Madam Chair. The administrative archiving, I've spoken to it on the dormant cases that we've used Rule 37B of the Uniform Rules of the Court in accordance with High Court rules, and we initiated a review process to identify and remove all matters on the litigation register that have been dormant for more than 24 months. So, Madam Chair, I'll forward the document to Ma'am because it's quite intense and it talks to all the processes that we're following as a department. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. MEC, Member Murray, do you have any supplementary question or make a short remark?
Thank you very much, Acting Chair. It's just a short remark to say thank you very much, MEC, for the answer. Yeah, a lot still needs to be done in order to cap all these monies that we're losing, especially when it comes to the fact that we all know to the root cause is the shortage. I mean, we're sitting with hospitals that are overburdened and not coping with the number of people or the demand or the volumes effectively. So the issue are insufficient medical specialists and workers. I think if we really work hard to ensure that we speed it up, we get more and enough, staffing levels at various, especially the big level 3 hospitals, then we'll be able to cap, this issue, especially if you say ops and gyne. You can imagine it means that it affects us women more than any other gender. So thank you very much, MEC. Let's work hard to ensure that we get more staff at various hospitals to keep all this wastage, in inverted commas. Thank you, Acting Chair.
Thank you, Member Murray. MEC would like to respond to the supplementary remark. I take it the MEC you're satisfied with the response, so let's now move on to Member Chabalala to read the question to the Member of the Executive Council for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
No, thank you, Chair. With regards to Noluhla, PTY Ltd, could the MEC please indicate what services are they rendering in Mfuleni? How much has been paid to them since 2023? How many invoices have been paid to the service provider since 2023? Please provide an amount for each invoice paid in 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Chabalala. MEC, please respond.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Chaps. Thanks. The question is as follows, the reply is as follows. So this company has been appointed to provide the following services. The very first one is implementation of the Municipal Property Rates Act. Number 2 is data verification and correction for billing purposes. 3, it's meter reading support, including verification of readings and final readings. 4 is timely submission of water and electricity reading information when new owners/consumers move in and previous owners/consumers out of properties, that is adding new customers to the system with a record of deposits paid, registrations, and other related matters. Hoping you still keeping the count. Where are we now? 5. Requirements as defined in the, apologies, Honorable Chaps, requirements as defined in the legislative framework in assisting with the disconnections of the meter when doing the finals. Now, you have also asked how much has been paid to the service provider since 2023. This reply talks about 45 million has been paid since 2023 to this company. And then you were asking about how many invoices. The total number of the invoices, as stated here, is about 26 that have been paid since 2023. And then, of course, you ask for breakdown of each invoice paid, as mentioned above, and the breakdowns are here. Can I ask to hand over the question, to the reply to you? It's about 26. I think we can spare the House time, and then I can hand it over to you. But the amounts are here. Yeah. fully answered. First time I see that smile, acknowledging the reply. First time. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. Member Chabalala, any remarks or question?
No, thank you, House Chair and MEC. MEC, if you check the services that are rendered by this service provider, these are the services that the Mfuleni residents are always complaining about, wrong billing, their meters not read. And what is also fun is that these companies continue to make millions while Mfuleni is bankrupt, cannot render even most basic services, but companies contracted to the municipality are making millions. And also MEC, I think there is something that you need to investigate. Apparently this company is linked to the head of Revenue Department in Mfuleni. I think you need to do an investigation. I think you need to also conduct a lifestyle audit on the head of Revenue Department in Mfuleni. Thank you. We'll wait for responses with the detailed invoices. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Chabalala. MEC, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chaps. I would have wished that, if you don't mind, that you formalize that request and also just, indicate some of the points you have made so that we can use that as a basis. But the point, you have made the point, but I'm just saying if you don't break it last, you can still formalize that request on your last part, if it's okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. We're now going to return to the question that Member Ntsege had raised. Member Ntsege, when you had stepped out, we were informed that there is a response for your question. MEC Diale Tlabela, please respond.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the House for allowing me to come back. According to the Department of Finance and MEC, the Gauteng Audit Services did not perform any investigations on the NPO funding. However, the internal audit review was conducted, and question 2, 3, and 4, 5 refer to the first response. Thank you very much. My apologies. He said it's withdrawn, and I wrote it on my thing that it's withdrawn. So I didn't check the package. My apologies for that.
Thank you, MEC. Member Ntsege, would you like to respond or make a short remark?
I'd like to make a small remark, short 2-minute remark. I am dumbfounded by the response. The report says, the report into the adjudication committee, the adjudication, NPO adjudication of November 2023 by Gauteng Audit Services. I rest my point. And now we are told it's internal review. The covering page of that report states exactly what I've just said, Presiding Officer. So it is mind-blowing that the MEC says it's actually internal audit review.
How did she know the covering letter?
So I'm worried when I hear the House being misled, the public being misled to this degree. I'm not even sure how to respond further. I think I've taken up my 2 minutes and I've said my piece on this matter. I'm actually disappointed that they cannot answer honestly based on the office that we take when we join this House. Thank you.
MEC Diale Tlabela, would you like to respond to the remark?
Yes, Chair, I just want to propose, perhaps maybe I'll take the feedback of Member Ntsege and ask MEC Maile, maybe through the Portfolio Committee of Finance as well as Social Development, to clarify Member Ntsege further on what she just raised. But This is the response I got. Perhaps maybe it's a matter of assisting her with what she needs to know in that report or whatever that is there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MEC? Is that? What is the point of order? On what rule?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Honestly, there must be consistency and precedency that we are setting in this House. Last time in the House, we agreed, if there are questions, all MEC must be here. If they are not here, they must also answer here. And right now, you are taking us back to questions that have passed. We are here and responsible to help people accountable. But then how do we do that? Even yourself, you are failing to adhere to what we have agreed upon. It can't be, it's unprincipled what you are doing, Speaker or Acting Speaker. I said it earlier on. A person who goes missing for 30 minutes, we go back to the same question to be answered. It can't be. Please.
It's noted. Noted, member. Let's now move on to the next question to be posed by Member Waters on to the member of the Executive Council for Education.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to security guards, could the MEC of Education please indicate? No, sorry, that's the second question. Sorry, my apologies. I was getting ahead of myself. With regards to the Gauteng Department of Education, could the MEC please indicate whether the department has conducted a cost analysis on the financial impact of cancelling school security contracts, including the estimated cost of vandalism and theft resulting from the absence of security, and B, whether this analysis informed the department's decision to cancel the contracts. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Member Waters. MEC Chilwani, please respond to the question. MEC Chilwani, please respond.
Sorry, yes, I'm here. I struggled to unmute. Sorry about that. Yeah, with regard to the first question, the department has not conducted a cost analysis on the financial impact of cancelling school security contracts and the potential costs of vandalism, burglaries, and related incidences that may occur during the absence of school security. So, with that said, the second question cannot be responded to. So that's why I would say please refer to the one above. And with regard to the third question, the cancellation of the security contracts was based on the budget pressures. That's why we came to that particular decision. Thank you.
Thank you. MEC, Member Waters, would you like to make a supplementary question or remark?
Yes, Chair. It's quite astonishing that the Department of Education cancels security at all schools, a huge investment by the taxpayer, right? It costs hundreds of millions to build schools, and yet they do no analysis on whether or not what the cost would be of vandalism and theft resulting from no security at night, holidays, over weekends. It's mind-boggling. And just last week, Chair, a principal at a school in Tembisa was shot dead alongside an administrator, simply because there was no security at the school.
Exactly.
So while the department has done no analysis of theft and vandalism, you cannot place a value on a human life. And this is a direct impact on the department taking shortcuts with the safety of the learners of our schools and the teachers teaching in those schools. And it is an absolute disgrace. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Waters. MEC, would you like to respond to a remark?
Yes, Chair. Yes, thank you so much, Acting Chair there. Number one, this school security was an intervention which is non-funded, meaning that we saw a need, a challenge that we had to address, of which our schools were threatened, and we took that particular decision. And at each and every school that we intervened at, the intervention was supposed to be temporary, not more than 3 months. But some schools, we kept them longer because obviously the situation was not stabilizing, mainly because of the communities those schools found themselves at. For instance, when there's gang violence, even if you remove the security tomorrow, you know that the school will be affected because the gang violence will continue throughout the year or for a much longer period. So I have to say this thing. Because we cancelled just because of budgetary constraint challenges, because this intervention is unfunded. It's only now that we are discussing at CEM level on its funding, because it's a national crisis. It's a challenge across all provinces. Schools are currently being targeted. So we are looking into that as respect, and hopefully that obviously going into the future budgets, there will be an allocation. And when that is done, I can guarantee the honourable member here and members in the legislature that the security aspect will then have a much longer period of intervention. But more importantly, our strategy with this particular school intervention with this security was just to ensure that we really get the community to come on board to also help and also other stakeholders that have worked with schools to support and the security aspect of the schools. And I must say, in some areas we succeeded, in some areas we did not succeed. We needed more time. But because of budget, we had to pull out. Look, the incident of last week, it should not have happened. And I don't think that it's correct that Honourable Waters want to politic with it. Our children are traumatized. Teachers are traumatized in the school. The community is in shock. So it's not something that we politic with. It's an issue that that we must really handle with the sensitivity and care that it deserves. So the incident that happened last week with our principal and administrator that was shot in the school, it was quite the setting. So I would not want to politic with it. But safe to say that schools are targeted in some areas, and obviously it requires all of us. Education, it being the kind of magnitude it is, it requires all of us to really get involved in getting it right. So there's no shortcuts on the voters. And yes, we did not do and we've not done the analysis, the impact analysis of the removal of security. But what we have done, when we pulled the security out, we brought in patrollers, we brought in the wardens, we informed, we activated the Adopt a Core program, and we also trained our safety committees in the SJBs. So we did put those interventions, hopefully that they can stabilize with us pulling, because noted that this was a temporary intervention. It's supposed to be a temporary intervention in schools. And I'll stop there, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MEC. Member Waters, can you please pose the next set of questions to the MEC of Education?
Thank you, Chair. With regards to security guards, could the MEC please indicate what would the estimated cost be to the department of appointing security guards and installing metal detectors at the 75 high crime schools identified by his department? And 2, what would the estimated cost of providing security guards and metal detectors at all public schools in Gauteng? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Waters. MEC Chilani, please respond.
Judging by the question, I hope that Member Waters will speak to the Minister, because I believe they are very close. Chair. So in response to the first one, the deployment of security guards in public schools as guided by the security review, which is yet to be conducted. The cost for all schools would be prohibitive. The department uses SIRA rates per guard. The number of security guards deployed will depend on the risk level and the required SIRA rating. Therefore, the formula will be SIRA rates times the number of guards and the number of days in the month, plus the number of 70 schools, which are 75 schools, and where necessary, a dog. So monthly estimates will be around 20,000 times 4 guards, times 8, meaning 4 guards, 4 at night, 4 during the day, and 75 schools a month. So on average, you're looking at around 13.8 million and per month. And then you're looking at around 165 million rand, 600. This is the estimation per year for the 75 schools. And the estimated cost to install metal detectors in the 75 high-risk schools at high-risk areas, we're looking at around 225,000 rand, which is calculated at a cost of around 1,500 for each metal detector, and the allocation of 2 metal detectors per school. So with regard to the second question, the deployment of security guards in public schools, obviously, as I've said earlier, guided by the security review, of which, I repeat, we have not conducted. So the department uses SIRA rates per guard, and the rates are as follows. If you're looking at about 20,000 for 4 guards at night and 4 guards during the day. So all in all, and if you calculated that to 2,240 schools, you are looking at around 44,800,000, and that translates to around 537,600,000. Like I said, the number of guards is always determined by the risk of the school. So that's why the number will fluctuate in between. And for metal detectors, for 2,240 public schools, you are sitting at around 6.7 million to 20,000, 6,720,000 for 1,500 each for 2 metal detectors per school. So this is just a rough estimate on the numbers. And Chair, we have not done the calculation really for every school. But this is preemptive numbers. Very good.
Thank you, MEC, for the response. Member Waters, would you like to have supplementary question or remark?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the MEC keeps reminding us that his department has not done the calculations, so I don't know who's done this. But the fact of the matter is, since he's now approaching other departments, or the Department of Community Safety, I take it, for funding for this particular aspect of school safety, one would have thought that his department would have done a thorough analysis of what is needed at all the schools, and starting with the 75 high-risk schools in the province. That's what I would have done. I mean, it's just logical to work from that angle. Just on the patrollers that the MEC talked about in the previous question, the fact is they're not trained. So there's also a legal aspect as to whether if they discover a gun or drugs at schools, whether or not that is permissible in court. They only work school hours, they don't work after school, they don't work at night, they don't work at weekends, they certainly don't work at school holidays. It leaves the buildings vulnerable to vandalism and burglary. And so my appeal to the MEC and his department is that they've got to get this right, else our schools are going to be trashed and demolished like we have never seen before. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Member Waters. MEC, would you like to respond to the remark?
Thanks, Acting Chair. Look, the issue of our patrollers, of course, they are not necessarily trained, of course, in some of the work that they do, but theirs is for visibility. So they are not necessarily to be considered as what you call this a-security, where it guards, because now for them to do that, they need to be accredited with SIRA, and they are not that. So they just it's support staff. We consider them as support staff for schools. And these patrollers. As to they work at night, in some schools they do avail themselves at night, in some schools they do not. So it depends on the school, but it differs. Some are available to assist at night because most of them are actually members of the community policing forums. That's where we source them to assist, to volunteer at our schools. So the issue of school security, it is a big issue. It's an issue, yes, Member Waters. What I can assure you is that it's something that is currently high on our agenda within the department. We're dealing with it, but we're also finding other ways which will cost far less, but get the results that we require. Amongst those is advocacy program around it. Amongst those is to also capacitate and support SGBs to really be able to mobilize the local community to work with them in terms of taking ownership of the school, protecting that asset, ensuring that schools, so the community understand that the school is the asset of the community. It's not Matume Chilwani School or anyone's schools, but it's a school that is intended to benefit the community and the learners and its future in that community. So we're running those programs, and also the code of conduct in our school, because it's not necessarily that people who vandalize schools are people who come from outside, but also internally, some learners in some schools actually do vandalize school property, some instances even educators. So it's all about really getting that system right, getting everybody on board, getting all hands on deck to ensure that we protect our assets. So I agree with you. But what I can assure you furthermore is that we are working to see that how best can we really work without necessarily going towards the route of the security fully. I'll stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Member Chavalala, please read the question to the member of the Executive Council for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to Bokang Reatile, could the MEC confirm the following? When the department first begin working with Bokang Reatile, how much has been paid to the service provider to date? What services have they rendered to the department? How many times has this company invoiced the department since the commencement of their working relationship? What is the value of each invoice submitted by the company? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Chabalala. MEC Chilwani, please respond.
Thank you, Chair. I must say that it's quite interesting that Member Chabalala's questions are always related to tenders. It makes me wonder that why there's so much interest around tenders. But nevertheless, Let me respond to the honorable member. With regard to the first question, Chair, as I appreciate the question, Honorable Chabalala, the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation began working with Bokan Reatile Pty Ltd from the 10th of June 2025. With regard to the second question, the company has been paid 962,190 services they rendered. The company rendered the following services for the department: aerobics and fun walk, catering and ambulance services for aerobic and fun walk sports recreation activities, ad hoc selection and religious indigenous games, catering and transport services for regional indigenous games, Sports Ambassador Winter Edition Program. They provided catering, medical, and transport services for the event, promoters, payment, stage and sound, venue, and facilities for the Sports Ambassador. With regard to the fourth question, the company has invoiced the department 3 times. And in terms of value, the first time they invoiced us was the 30th of June, 43,800. Then they invoiced the 4th of September, 197,200. And then they invoiced on the 17th of September, 2025. All of these are 2025 invoices, 721,190. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Member Chabalala would like to pose a question or remark.
MEC, the reason we ask questions about tenders is because that's how taxpayers' money is stolen. MEC, this company was registered in December, 2nd December 2024. Within 9 months, it received contracts to the value of almost R1 million. The information we have is that this company did not render these services. They were paid this money without rendering any services. Would request that you provide dates when these events took place, where they took place. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Chabalala. MEC, please to respond.
Thanks, Chair. No, that's fine. I will not entertain the one of where taxpayers, but I also agree that, of course, it's on procurement. That's where government tends to have a big challenge. But there's a debate and discussion for another day. For now, when was the company registered, Member Chabalala? I can't respond. It's another question because I don't know the company myself. I can't say from the top of my head, I know this was registered on this day, but I hear you. So I would preferably advise that, can you put this into a question? Then I'll be able to respond. And when it was registered, according to the documentation that they would have given to us while they bidded for the work that they received, I'll give you and then you can further ask that it's believed that the company didn't work. Then we can give you evidence of it worked, and that evidence obviously will respond to your last concern of the date and the venue and the events. The events I did speak to, but if you want the dates, the pictures, the services, it's okay. But put it into a question, and because we're running a transparent government, an ethical government, for nothing to hide, I will give you that information with pleasure, Honorable Chabalala. And I appreciate your concern. This is the type of working relation that I want, where we are able to identify, irrespective of the political spectrum, if there are issues where there's some underhand tactics taking place in any of our department, not even SREC alone, across DPG. We greatly appreciate whether it's whistleblowing, you name it. I appreciate. I'm one of those that I appreciate. That's why even the decision to really do lifestyle audits at supply chain staff is something that it's moving into a new and proper direction, so that we can even vet at that level, because this type of work, Member Chabalala, is done there. The MEC does not see anything. The MEC arrives at an event, does whatever, speak, and they go. That's what we do. And obviously look at the reports in between the quarter or the financial year. But this is no problem. Put it in writing, we'll respond. Member Chabalala. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Is there anyone who's going to read the question of Member Mokgethi to the Executive Council for Environment? Member Mekwe.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair. On behalf of Honorable Mokgethi, I ask the member of the Executive Council for Environment the following question. On the management and monitoring of the disposal of medical waste in the province, can the MEC answer the following question regarding the disposal of medical waste which cause environmental harm within communities? 1. Can the MEC share with us a tangible strategy on how the Department of Environment intend to prevent improper disposal of medical waste in the province? And 2, is there any joint program in place between Department of Health and Environment at provincial level to prevent and mitigate on health hazard that can be caused by disposal of medical waste and have negative impact on climate change?
Thank you very much, Member Mekwe. MEC Gotha, please respond.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. The National Waste Management Strategy 2020 highlights a more hierarchical approach of waste management from point of generation, minimization, to final disposal, and includes specific requirements for medical waste. Its core principles are to promote waste minimization, reuse, recycling, and recovery, and to ensure the effective and safe management of all waste streams, including healthcare risk waste, medical waste. For medical waste, this means proper segregation, treatment, and disposal, often through licensed facilities, with ultimate goal of reducing the amount of waste going into landfills. The key aspects of medical waste management: waste hierarchy, the strategy prioritizing avoiding waste generation, followed by reuse, recycling, and recovery before disposal. Segregation, medical waste, particularly healthcare risk waste, must be properly segregated at the source of generation. Treatment methods like incineration, autoclaving, and microwave treatment are used for specific types of medical waste. For infectious waste not treatable within the lab, it must be packaged and handed as HRW for external disposal. Disposal: all treated waste must be disposed of at a licensed waste disposal facility, and any residue from treatment must meet specific size requirements before disposal. Pharmaceutical waste: expired or unused medication should be returned to pharmacies, as this is recommended disposal method. Compliance: facilities and individuals must comply with regulations, including those for sharp containers, which must be clearly marked, puncture-proof, leak-proof, and filled to no more than full before being sealed and labelled. The member of Executive Council responsible for the Department of Environment has, in terms of Section 24C of the Environmental Conservation Act 1989, promulgated the Gauteng Healthcare Waste Management Regulations 2004 and the Gauteng Waste Information Regulations 2004. The purpose of these regulations is to ensure that the healthcare risk waste management is managed in a manner that will reduce the risk.
Sorry, Chair, on the order. Can you request Honorable Moriarty either to go out and make noise, because I'm listening to the question and he's busy disturbing other members, including disturbing my ears. I can't even hear properly.
Thank you, Member Mekwe. Member Moriarty, thank you so much. MEC, please continue.
Thank you. The purpose of these regulations is to ensure that healthcare risk waste is managed in a manner that will reduce the risk of harm to human beings and the environment from the point of generation until the final disposal. Furthermore, these regulations outline minimum requirements applicable to facilities or institutions as listed below. medical waste generators, medical waste storage facilities, medical waste transporters, and medical waste treatment facilities. Although these regulations do not outline provisions for the disposal of healthcare risk waste or medical waste in a state in which it has been generated, the regulations provide for the treated healthcare risk waste / medical waste to be disposed of or the disposal facility that is legally designed to accept treated healthcare risk waste or medical waste. Notwithstanding the above, the regulations further provide for the facilities or institutions listed above to obtain healthcare risk waste authorizations from the Department and comply with the conditions thereof, as well as other applicable legislative frameworks that may be applicable to the activities, the facilities or institutions that will be conducting. Among other matters, the healthcare risk waste authorization will require the following conditions to be adhered to by the holder of the authorization. Regular training and education, mandatory training programs for all healthcare workers and waste handlers on proper waste management procedures, regulatory compliance, and the risk of erroneous disposal. This builds a culture of accountability within the facilities. Compliance monitoring and auditing, routine inspections, environmental management inspectors would conduct regular unannounced inspections and waste audits of healthcare facilities to verify compliance with the Waste Act and healthcare risk waste regulations. Enforcement, implementing strict penalties and enforcement measures for non-compliance, including fines or closure of facilities to ensure adherence to the established regulations. Safe collection, storage and transportation. Designated storage, medical waste must be collected frequently and stored temporarily in secure designated areas within the facility to prevent contamination. Special transport, only registered, authorized transporters with specialized equipment and adherence to strict transportation procedures are permitted to move medical waste to treatment and disposal facilities. Environmentally sound treatment and final disposal. Appropriate technologies. The strategy encourages the use of modern and environmentally sound treatment methods, such as autoclaving or steam treatment, as alternatives to incineration where possible. High standard incineration. Where incineration is necessary, for example, for pathological waste, it must be conducted in modern facilities operating at high temperatures and fitted with gas cleaning equipment to meet international emission standards. Responsible landfill use. Treated waste residue sent for final disposal in landfills must go to properly constructed and managed sites to prevent the contamination of surface and groundwaters. Community engagement and awareness. Public awareness campaigns, educating the public on the dangers of medical waste and proper household disposal if applicable, for example, shop items from home use, and providing channels for reporting illegal dumping. Collaboration, working with local municipalities and community forums to manage general waste effectively and prevent commingling with hazardous medical waste streams in community bins. As to question 2, this question is similar to the question that was posed in ENV 013, which I believe has since been withdrawn. The Department currently collaborates with the Provincial Department of Health through workshops that are either hosted by the National Departments of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment and the National Department of Health. The department is often invited to participate, engage in discussions or deliver presentations on matters related to healthcare, waste management, in which stakeholders need to be informed about. Policy and regulatory framework, integrated pollution and waste management white paper. This national policy shifts the focus from reacting to pollution towards preventing and minimization at source and mandates institutional integration of departments and all local spheres of government. The National Environmental Management Waste Act 2008 provides the legal framework for waste management in South Africa. Its objectives are to protect health, well-being and the environment through sound waste management. The National Waste Management Strategy is the overarching plan to ensure environmental sustainability, improve public health outcomes and reduce the carbon footprint of the waste economy. It explicitly acknowledges the need for all spheres of government, national, provincial and local, to implement it and work within the private sector. Concurrent competencies. The South African Constitution designates environment, health services and pollution control as concurrent national and provincial legislative competencies requiring joint effort and alignment of legislation and programs. Provincial implementation and programs, mandatory plans. The Waste Act makes integrated waste management plans mandatory for all municipalities and provinces, which must be approved by the provincial department responsible for environmental management. These plans require quantification and characterization of waste and setting targets for management options, including resources and procedures. Designated officers. Healthcare waste management regulations require that the appointment of designated healthcare waste officers within health facilities who are often environmental health practitioners, ensuring a link between health and environmental protocols at an operational level. While a single uniform program name across all 9 provinces may not exist, the national legislation and strategies mandate integrated and collaborative approaches at the provincial and local levels to ensure proper medical waste disposal, health protection, and address environmental and climate change impacts. The most recent engagement was the annual healthcare risk workshop held virtually on 22 October 2025, where the department was requested to present on the draft Gauteng Waste Information Regulations. The presentation was well suited to the audience, as it provided an opportunity to inform stakeholders about the department's intention to promulgate the new Gauteng Waste Information Regulations under the National Environmental Management Waste Act 53 of 2008, as amended, replacing the existing regulations that were promulgated under the Environmental Conservation Act 1989 framework. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. You are even having an applause. Member Mekwe, would you like to make a short remark or question?
I want to applaud and thank the MEC for a detailed and comprehensive feedback. However, I wish to also advise that they both, with the MEC for Health, need to work with local municipalities, because at times these medical waste companies, they dispose the e-waste at public spaces, and it can create a health hazard if it's not monitored properly. For example, as you go, if you are driving M2 to the east of Moy Street, there's an activity that is happening as you go to the Johannesburg South. I am not sure what is happening there, but I think that could be one of the hotspots that must be monitored. But I will request that you also send that response through my email. I will give you my email address. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Mekwe. MC, would you like to respond? MEC?
Thank you very much. Member. I'm very happy to share the response via email. I think the other thing, Presiding Officer, that needs to be mentioned is that one of our core focuses right now for the department is to crack down using the EMIs, also known as the green scorpions. So there's a big push from our side to ensure that there's visibility around those methods. So we'll also be looking at the licensed facilities as well as the illegal dump sites. We've also signed our IGR MOU with all of the municipalities, and they are on board. I'm working very closely with both the mayors and the MMCs, as well as national. I even spent some time with the Department of Water and Sanitation about 2 days ago. So we're looking to integrate that into the illegal dump sites as well. And I know that there is sometimes medical waste that ends up in these areas. So this is a big push from our side and certainly a focus for the department. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, MEC. Member Moody, please ask your question to the member of the Executive Council for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation.
Acting Presiding Officer, my question is as follows. With regard to the Artists United March for Fair Music Copyright held on 13 November 2025, and taking into account the findings of the Copyright Review Commission, that's the CRC, of 2011, which concluded that the Southern African Music Rights Organizations, that's SAMRO, administrative ratio of approximately 30% was excessive compared to international averages, and noting that SAMRO has been confirmed as having one of the lowest average ratios of revenue collected to labor costs among collection societies, and further considering that the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation invests significant resources and funding to support local musicians in the province, can the MC, within the scope of his powers under the Intergovernmental Relations Framework, answer the following questions? Of what steps have been taken by the Gauteng Department to protect local artists and musicians from being unfairly disadvantaged or taken advantage of by SAMRO? 1. Can the MEC confirm whether he is aware of the concerns raised by local artists and musicians about their unfair music copyright, particularly in relation to the findings of the CRC of 2011 regarding SAMRO's administrative ratios and practices and also other SAMRO fair pay issues? 2. Has the MEC convened or engaged with provincial forums, associations or stakeholder platforms representing Gauteng musicians to document their concerns about SAMRO's practices? And if so, what outcomes have emerged from these engagements? And 3, has the MEC submitted any recommendations or inputs to the National Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture through the Intergovernmental Relations Framework regarding possible legislative or regulatory amendments to strengthen oversight of collecting societies such as SAMRO in order to safeguard the interests of musicians? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Moody. MEC Chilani, please respond to the question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member. With regard to the first question, I am aware of the issues raised by the artists, both as individuals and through various forums, and the general welfare of the creatives. The pertinent matters raised seem to be more on the accounting system or calculations regarding the payments of royalties, some indicating that non-payments while others claim to be paid less than what was due to them. While the department does have the powers to determine or instruct SAMRO, which is a national independent organization, correct word, does not have the powers. Apology, honourable members. The department does not have the powers to instruct SAMRO, which is a national independent organization. The department is here to engage SAMRO to get their side and determine the approach through the National Department of Sports, Arts, Culture as part of finding a resolution on matters raised by the artists. So with regard to the second question, the department has continuous engagements with the sector stakeholders on a variety of issues concerning the welfare of the artists in Gauteng. A wide formal sector engagement is yet to be convened with all the relevant stakeholders. The delays were mainly due to the establishment and announcement of the national coordinating cluster groups meant to coordinate the various cultural and creative sectors from national to regional spheres as initiated by the minister. So these are the new changes that the new minister have brought, so that they were busy at national level setting up these particular structures. Hence why we could not convene a stakeholder-wide session. And with regard to the third question, not yet. So I would urge that you look at the second question, that we've been waiting for the finalization by the National Ministry in forming this cluster coordinated forums or bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Member Moody, would you like to pose a supplementary question or short remark?
Make a statement and perhaps a question. MEC, you are correct that the SAMRO is a national organization, or it falls under the auspices of the national department. However, it's a matter of still not met with, waiting for the minister to convene. And then, of course, the third answer crisply is quite frankly not yet. You are the MEC and you have responsibility in your province to look after the interests of the citizens, and more particularly with regard to your portfolio. Hence, you are not without any power or any influence. Therefore, that last question was asked with regard to your inputs into the National Ministry of Sports and Culture through the Intergovernmental Relations Framework. Surely, you don't wait upon the minister if you see that there's something wrong. You have powers to make to have an influence there, and you can lobby your counterparts in the other provinces so that we are able to get this thing moving. You know, our artists, quite frankly, are being shortchanged here, and what are we doing as government? So that is my question to you is, when are you going to start doing something with regard to getting things moving instead of waiting for the minister to do so? And nothing stops you, MEC, from calling a meeting with these organizations and artists here in the province so that you can firsthand get what the issues are so that you can represent them adequately and efficiently at the national level. Thank you, Acting Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Member Moody. MEC, a response, please.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Member Moody. I will take your counsel. Firstly, however, I never said that I have not met anyone. I said I have not had a sector-wide stakeholder engagement, meaning all the parties in one space to discuss. But most of the issues, as and when you meet them, Member Moody, they bring issues that will require national intervention. So these are issues that are at the level of national policy. And also the funding structure is also placed at that level at national. It doesn't come down in some of the aspects. So it also limits the level of intervention that one can do within the province. But I've noted your concern and I've noted your advice. I will not say, I will consider it, I'll take it. But does not mean but I didn't say the structures have not met. I have met them. And I agree with you as well that artists have been shortchanged. It's not correct that every time, you know, artists pass on, we have to find a way as government to chip into that particular, into paying them. You know, so much more. But we are running heavy programs around the financial management of artists, and not only artists, even sports professionals, and so on. So there's a lot of work that we are doing, a lot of work, including their royalties. We do run programs around how to access the royalties. What are they worth? But perhaps maybe the next question would have been, how many have you reached with your intervention? Because some of the questions we have done, like I said, we have done the program, but perhaps the numbers could not have been the level that maybe can be satisfactory. Because Gauteng is the melting pot of creative artists. All of them are here. Literally everything starts here. So all the talents are here. So to say that we should do more is correct, Honourable Member. So I think with that said, I'm noting the comment and the council, but furthermore also clarify that I have met them. It's just that obviously I've not met them in all in one room at the same time in terms of sector-wide. And that will happen in due course. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable Member Murray, please ask your question to the Member of the Executive Council for Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair. With regard to the findings of the Section 69 investigation conducted by the Council for Medical Schemes, which revealed discriminatory patterns of behavior by medical schemes against Black medical professionals in South Africa, particularly in the form of disproportionate audits, the withholding of payments, and professional harassment, and noting that Gauteng has the highest number of Black medical professionals in the country. Can the MEC for Health, within the scope of her powers under the Intergovernmental Relations Framework, answer the following questions regarding the steps she has taken to advocate for Black medical professionals in Gauteng? Number one, since the release of Section 59 report, has the MEC engaged with the National Minister to advocate for Black medical professionals in Gauteng as they are stakeholders in the health sector of Gauteng? Number A, subsection A of 1, and can she confirm that the Minister is aware of the Gauteng Department of Health position on this matter? 2, can the MEC share Gauteng Department of Health position on this matter? And finally, while the MEC cannot amend national legislation herself, she can submit recommendations to the Minister. In line with this, can the MEC confirm whether she has submitted any input of recommendations to the Minister regarding legislative and or regulatory amendments aimed at providing stronger oversight and enforcement powers over medical schemes? I thank you, Acting Chair.
Thank you, Member More. MEC Nkomo Ralihoko, please respond to the question by the member. MEC Nkomo Ralihoko. You are muted.
The matter
MEC?
was
okay.
the response to question 1 is that the matter was discussed. The matter was discussed in the National Health Council Technical Committee and the National Health Council Committee meetings within the scope of Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act 13 of 2005. And the structures were established under that National Health Act, which is National Health Council, and the Minister used intergovernmental forums to place the impact of Section 59 findings on Black providers on the national agenda. Then while there was no discussion in Gauteng, which involved the Section 59 finding, Gauteng Health participated in the NHC Technical Committee, and NHC where these issues were discussed there, and the department agrees with the recommendation made by the committees. Gauteng agrees and abides by the constitutional principles, and any form of discrimination around access to public sector services will be addressed in line with the Constitution. Response to 2 is that provinces cannot develop their own anti-discrimination laws. These need to be strengthened by the regulator, who plays a critical role in ensuring that they are implemented in the private sector and there is no discrimination in the public sector. So that's the response, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. Member More, do you have any supplementary or additional remarks?
Thank you very much, Acting Chairperson. I just have a comment to say. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Can we actually monitor this to ensure that our own Black medical professionals are not discriminated in any way going forward? We cannot have this in Gauteng. Gauteng is the best in terms of training of medical professionals. So we cannot have this because it will definitely discourage those who want to actually join the medical field. And we need more doctors, more medical professionals. So thank you very much. Could you kindly, as our head, ensure that this does not happen anymore? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member More. MEC?
I will definitely ensure that I monitor that, Madam Chair, because I have even established a relationship with SIMSA that is responsible as part of the training of doctors and other allied professionals in the province. So I will definitely make sure that I push for Gauteng's position on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. Member Ngobeni, please ask the member of the Executive Council for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I'll be asking on behalf of Member Ngobeni with regard to the continuous commitment to address the sewer crisis in Mogale City local municipality, which is not only impacting local water system, but has now extended to affect learning and teaching in schools, such as Sakani Primary in Kagiso, as well as damaging roads and other municipal infrastructure, and noting that this crisis has persisted to the extent that even the President has publicly acknowledged it. Can the MEC for Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs answer the following questions? Number one, what steps has the department taken to monitor and enforce accountability in Mokale City local municipality regarding the ongoing sewage crisis? Number two, has the MEC engaged with the Department of Water and Sanitation, Mokale City local municipality, and other relevant stakeholders to coordinate a comprehensive response to the sewage crisis, particularly where it affects schools, public clinics, and other key public areas? Number three, what immediate intervention has been implemented to mitigate the impact of sewage spills on roads, schools, and communities in Mokale City, and how are these interventions being funded? And finally, has the MEC engaged with the Gauteng Department of Education to assess the full impact of the sewage crisis on schools like Sakane Primary? I thank you, Acting Chair.
Thank you very much, Member. Honorable MEC Mamabolo, please respond.
Oh, I thought it's tired. Thank you very much. Let me greet the House and acknowledge the question. The reply to the first part, and I must say the question is very long. I'll try to summarize it. The reply is that COGTA continue to monitor and support the municipality in various ways, such as ongoing monitoring through the weekly IGR forum, the grant performance monitoring and reporting. And I must also say that I've personally been to Mokale City and the Premier as well to attend to these matters. Number two, our reply is that yes, we have engaged the department, and there are various interventions that have been made in Percy Stewart wastewater treatment works, and of course, the number of activities are listed there. The Flip Human Wastewater Treatment Plant, there are various interventions there, remedial emergency plan, reinstate electrical power, and of course, the plan is to get the plant fully operational. Mahali's wastewater treatment works is completed and waiting for pump stations to be fully commissioned. And there are also other activities that are also taking place there. Of course, we're looking at some of the discharges, blocked sewers and non-operational sewer pump stations that have been and are discussed with the department. And then number three, the reply is that Mokale City local municipality has in the interim received a quotation from the service provider to hire a jetting truck under the existing contract. This will ensure uninterrupted operations while the procurement of a new jetting truck is in progress. The reply to the last one is that, on this question, there has been an engagement with the Tsakane Primary School, and of course the matter was reported to Mokale City. And there are a number of investigations that have been made, and the findings are listed here. For example, that the sewer spillage is originating from a link sewer between the Kagiso Mall and the Tsakane Primary School. And of course, there will be regular site inspection to ensure that further blockages do not occur. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Member Murray, on behalf of Member Ngobeni, do you have any supplementary question or remark?
Thanks, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable MEC. I just want to inquire, is there any timeline in terms of fixing this issue, especially at Bakane Primary? And then if so, could you kindly just share with us? And I think we need to be very careful, honorable members, the issue of this sewage spillage at schools have the capacity to increase, waterborne diseases. And these are children that is actually referring to. So are there any timelines, MEC, especially with regards to Bakane Primary School? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member More. MEC, please respond to the question.
As I indicated, honourable members, that there are ongoing interventions that are made. I could have read that, some of there was a wastewater network team that was deployed on the 10th and 11th November 2025 to attend to this matter. For example, the affected sewer was unblocked. By high pressure cleaning of the affected sewer pipelines is required to remove build-up fats in the sewers to resolve the matter. So the section in the municipality that is dealing with this matter is in the process to obtain the service of a high-pressure jetting machine for block sewers. And this matter will definitely be attended to urgently. So there are ongoing interventions in the school that are happening from the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. Let's move then to Member Mahene. Please ask your question to the member of the Executive Council for Agriculture and Rural Development.
Finally. Thank you very much, Acting Speaker or Acting Chair of Chairs. The release on land for agricultural production is central to alleviating hunger, particularly in a province such as ours, grappling with urban hunger. In terms of the department's 2024-25 targets to release land for agricultural production, can the department answer the following questions? The annual report states that the department failed to allocate land to youth farmers. Can the department provide detailed reasons behind this? The same target was also not met for the allocation of land to women farmers. Can the department also provide detailed explanation on this? In terms of the department's dependence on external dependency for land allocation, can the department explain how this impacts the release of land for agricultural purposes? And how is the department working with different stakeholders like communities and other GPG departments to overcome this? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Mahene. MEC Ramokgopa, are you online?
Yes, I am, Chair. I hope I'm audible.
Thank you. Please respond.
Thank you to Honourable Member Mahene for the question. Honourable Member, the fundamental challenge that GDAT has is that the provincial government, and specifically the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, does not and is not responsible for the redistribution of land. We rely on the land that is made available through the National Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, which is the custodian of the land reform program. So our ability to allocate land to youth or women farmers, as well as all other categories, is limited by what is released to us by national government. However, I can indicate that in addition to relying on DALRRD, we have intensified our engagements with municipalities through the intergovernmental relations structures so that we can try and identify parcels of land that may be suitable for agricultural use where it's feasible. And furthermore, we've also formally engaged the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development, from whom we've already requested and secured permission to utilize a number of provincial properties for agricultural production. These parcels of land are spread across all 5 corridors of the province and should hopefully form an important part of our work going forward. With regards to the second question, the first question was about youth, the second question being about women, and the response is the same. We unfortunately do not have any land to actually release, and we are reliant on what is available through the National Department. Question 3. The fact that the department depends on other stakeholders results in our not having control over the amount of land that's allocated. Now, whilst we do use the relevant IGR platforms to raise the matter, we are, of course, subjected to the municipal processes as well as having to wait for those who've already received land from Department of Rural Development. So this dependency, unfortunately, does have real implications for us. It has an impact on our timelines, the extent and amount of land we can release, and our ability to prioritize certain beneficiary groups, such as youth and women farmers, when suitable land is not readily available. How is the department working with stakeholders like communities? That's question 4. The department is pursuing a multi-stakeholder approach to address the constraints on land availability. First, as I've mentioned, we do work closely with the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development to identify and unlock land that is suitable for agricultural production. And might I just add, many beneficiaries apply directly to the advertisements that are put out by the department, the National Department. And once beneficiaries have actually been approved, it is then that they would approach GDAD for support, and we would be in a position to support them to make that land productive. But secondly, through the IGR processes, we have strengthened cooperation with municipalities, ensuring that land access for agriculture is prioritized as an area of collaboration. So, in addition, the department has also engaged traditional leadership structures, particularly in areas such as Sokulumi and Hammanskraal, to explore opportunities for agricultural utilization of land that is already under their authority. Finally, as mentioned earlier, our collaboration with Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development has already resulted in the identification, requesting, and approval of several provincial properties for agricultural use. And this process is currently underway. These include agricultural holdings and small holdings across the northern, central, eastern, southern, and western development corridors, collectively amounting to about 60 hectares. Whilst I'm not in a position to list each of the properties in this forum, and the list actually has previously been shared with the House, and I'm happy to make that available should the honourable member require so. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramakgopa. Member Makene, would you like to pose a supplementary question or remarks?
No, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, can you pose your question to the member of the Executive
Speaker,
Council?
I'd like to rise, please, in section 134, subsection 7.
Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you to the MEC for that explanation. I would just like to request the MEC regarding these barriers that you've mentioned. Why has the department not implemented interim or alternative mechanisms such as provincial allocation panels, revised beneficiary selection models, or a formal time-bound land release agreement with the Department of Infrastructure, Human Settlements and the Provincial Treasury? And surely such agreements are essential, especially since this is the same reasons that year-on-year failure to release land for agricultural production. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. It's just unfortunate that I had given an opportunity to Member Mahene to make a supplementary remark. Remember, then you would be following. So I did not even record what Member Mahene had said before I could give the opportunity to the MEC. Member Mahene?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I said, what?
Please continue, Member Mahene.
No, I'll go to the next question, Chair. I was interrupted.
Chair, that's my point of order. You never gave an opportunity for supplementary questions. So I stood on Rule 134, subsection 7 for a supplementary question. The member did indicate she was finished with her questions to the MEC and she was going on to the next question. So I'm going on a supplementary question on the previous question.
I understand that, member. I was saying I did not record the first response from the member. So I wanted to just make sure whether the member did not have a supplementary question or not. So can I request that member, your question has been recorded, but I want to just make sure. Member Makene, did you have any supplementary or not? Thank you so much. MEC, please respond.
Thank you, Chair. It's unfortunate that my response perhaps was not clear to Member Engelbrecht. Maybe let me put it in plainer language. The department does not have land. So we ourselves are dependent on land that is allocated from Department of Rural Development or municipalities who are custodians of land. GDAD as a department does not have land. So it would not be a fruitful exercise for us to establish provincial allocation panels and all kinds of other structures, because the process of allocating land is not, in fact, our mandate, and we do not have that land to allocate. But however, what we are able to do and what we do is we do try and facilitate that process where such land is available. And I've made the examples of the various forums where we try and play a role, and the engagement that we have currently with Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, as well as with the municipalities in the IGR forums. We've also taken it a step further, as I said, to try and actually engage with the Department of Infrastructure Development, who are the provincial custodians of all provincial land. In other words, it is under DID's custodianship. We ourselves, should we wish to have access to it, we then have to put in a request to that effect. And then only following that would we then be in a position to then put the land to use or then allocate it accordingly. So what we have is a supply side problem, Member Engelbrecht, is that we are ourselves challenged in terms of access to land. But indeed, when the land is available and when we have access to it, the processes that are in place should then be able to ensure that we allocate fairly to the requisite beneficiaries. Thank you.
Thank you. MEC Member Makene, please ask the next set of questions to the member of the Executive Council for Agriculture and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair of Chairs. In terms of the infrastructure capacity building budget, can the MEC answer the following questions? One, in terms of the 3.7 million surrendered from the infrastructure capacity building budget, where 1.9 million is said to be related to compensation to employees. Now, how many vacancies was the department supposed to fill? Two, what were the reasons behind the department failing to fill these vacancies? And three, regarding the 1.8 million on upgrades for the Vereeniging Fresh Produce Market and Rand West Agri Park, can the department explain the delays in finalizing this contract as well as the current statuses of these projects? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Makene. MEC Ramakgopa, please respond to the questions from the member.
Thank you for the questions. Again, Member Makene, to answer question one, there were 7 vacancies that were not filled. However, 6 posts have now been filled, and they were filled between June and November 2025. Question 2, what were the reasons? At the time, there was a process that was introduced by the Department of Public Service and Administration that delayed the filling of posts, and it was underpinned by wanting to manage fiscal sustainability in all departments. So we were required to fulfill that process. And then further to that, there was a process of job evaluation under which all posts are subjected, which ensures that the posts are aligned to the requirements of the department and the correct job descriptions. That being said, we are currently in the process of filling, advertising, interviewing, and filling all critical vacancies. With regards to question 3, this pertains to the Vereniging Fresh Produce Market in Rand West Agri Park. My response is as follows. The scope of works for the refurbishment, upgrading, and expansion of the existing Vereniging Fresh Produce Market consists of the following components, which are being implemented as 3 sub-projects. Now, the first part of it is about construction of the perimeter fence. The second part pertains to the installation of a 500 kVA backup generator, and the third part is about the refurbishment of a solid waste facility. Now, the project delays arose from a dispute between the Development Bank of South Africa and the appointed professional service providers. You'll remember, Member Machene, that DBSA was appointed to manage the infrastructure projects with regards to this project, and they were therefore responsible for appointing the professional service providers. So as a result of this dispute, the PSPs refused to proceed with critical activities such as the handover of the site to the contractor. And by the second quarter of 2024-25, DBSA was now ready to hand over the site, but the process was delayed due to the PSP's refusal to continue with works. Consequently, DBSA has taken action and initiated the process to terminate and remove those PSPs. And in 2025-26, DBSA assumed direct responsibility for overseeing the implementation of the second project, which is the installation of the 500 kVA backup generator, and has commenced the process of appointing new PSPs to oversee the implementation of the perimeter fence and the refurbishment of the solid waste facility. Now, this project is now on track, with the site handover to the contractor for the installation of the 500 kVA backup generator being scheduled for this week. In terms of the upgrading of the pack house and the sprout room at Rand West Agri Park, the status is that the PSP, whose name is Durapi, was appointed by DBSA. Due to poor management and oversight from DBSA, it resulted that this project be removed from the DBSA list for implementation. So GDOT is currently in the process of reviewing the scope due to additional needs on the project, and once these changes are effected, the department intends to appoint a professional service provider through its panel and oversee the completion of the project. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you, MEC. Member Machene, do you have any supplementary question or short remarks?
No, nothing, Chair. The MEC responded correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any supplementary question?
Speaker, thank you. Honourable MEC, thank you for response. The department's own annual report confirms that 1.9 million in infrastructure capacity building was surrendered because the posts meant to support farmer infrastructure development was never filled. So my follow-up question is, given that these vacancies directly contributed to the complete failure to deliver all 50 agricultural infrastructure projects in 24-25, and that Q1 and Q2 also recorded zero progress, why did the department not activate emergency recruitment, secondments or contract appointments as allowed by Treasury Instruction 1 of 2013 to prevent the collapse of the entire infrastructure delivery program? Thank you.
Thank you. MEC members, let's have a decorum. MEC Ramokgopa, please respond to the question.
Thank you, Chair. Member Engelbrecht is right. The loss of capacity in the infrastructure unit has resulted in a number of projects being compromised. And this is something that is high priority for us in terms of rectifying those capacity challenges. As I reported, of the vacancies that were vacant at the time, we have now filled 6 of those 7 vacancies. So we are now back on track with that process. But perhaps just to engage the history of the matter, in my response, I mentioned that the department was following a DPSA, Department of Public Service and Administration circular that stipulated the process for making appointments. And that was the guidance that had been given at the time in terms of the process that had to be followed. And it did cause some delays, which have indeed hampered the ability to roll out infrastructure. But I'm glad to say that since then, there have been some measures that have been put in place to close those gaps, filling of critical vacancies, also realigning our relationship with DBSA, which was actually one of the key elements of the reasons why we also were failing to deliver some of the infrastructure projects, and taking back some of those projects, and as well as appointing an internal professional service provider panel to be able to expedite delivery of infrastructure projects. So this is an area of priority for us, and I imagine as well for the portfolio committee. So I hope that with the interventions that we've put in place, that we'll now start to see a lot more progress with regards to delivery of infrastructure development. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Member Masilela, please pose your question to the member of the Executive Council for Infrastructure Development.
Greetings, Acting Speaker, and thank you. In terms of departmental cost drivers, can the MEC answer the following questions? How much is the total amount of money spent in the 2024 and 2025 financial year for office accommodation leases of all departments as well as security services? In all offices or departments, in terms of security services, can the department bring us into confidence which security service does this include? Is it for all governmental departments or construction buildings? In terms of increased spending for the office accommodation and alternative energy, can the department explain the increased spending towards this as well as the alternative energy project? And what is the state of this alternative energy project? I thank you.
Thank you, Member Masilela.
And it must be noted, MECs, 2024 to 2025. It's a mistake. Type error on 2023 to 2024. Thank you.
MEC Mamavulo, please.
No. Chair, thank you very much. Greetings. I think it's clear that the question has been changed. This is a new question. However, honorable members, I just want to say to Honorable Masilela that the questions that she has posed here are questions that are before the forensic investigations that was announced by the Premier relating to our office accommodation and the prices and all that. So I would like to appeal to the honorable member that we allow that process to be concluded and that the report will deal with some of these issues. I don't want to be seen to be fly in the face of the forensic investigation, because this matters. I could otherwise give evidence without an intention. So I don't want to undermine the Premier's forensic investigation. I hope the member will accept and wait for that process to be completed. Thank you very much. But the question was changed in any way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MEC. Member Masilela, any remark?
Well noted, Acting Chair, but also we need an update on that forensic report, how far it is, what's happening, because we need to be updated on everything. And it must be noted from the MEC that the question was not changed, but a typo error, please. And thank you so much.
Thank you. We now move on to the written questions for oral explanation and tabling in the House. in terms of Rule 137, subsection 5, which is read as follows. If a question for written reply is not replied to within the stipulated time frame and no extension is requested by a member of the Executive Council, during the next question day, the relevant member of the Executive Council must provide an oral explanation in the House for his or her failure to reply to the questions and still hand over the written reply to the table. MECs are therefore kindly requested not to reply to the question, but to provide an oral explanation for his or her failure to reply to the question and forward the reply to the question to the table. MEC for Health and Wellness, question 5.HL173 to the MEC for Health and Wellness. So we want to therefore call upon the MEC, Nkomo Ralhuko, to give an oral explanation as to why question 5.HL173 was not responded to. MEC Nkomo Ralhuko, kindly explain to the House why question number 5HL173 was not responded to. MEC, you are muted. MEC, I'm told you are online, you are muted. What is the point of order?
Well, it would appear that the MEC is otherwise disposed. She doesn't seem to be close to her computer. In terms of this particular ruling that you have quoted, she must provide an explanation as why she failed to reply on time. My understanding is that there is a reply circulating somewhere, so she has eventually replied, but irrespective, she did not reply in time and she did not request an extension of time. If she's not prepared to provide an oral explanation, I would strongly recommend that you, from the Chair, refer her to the Integrity Commissioner, please.
Order on order. Order on order. Yeah,
okay.
No, thank you very much.
Okay, Advocate?
Yeah, I think we are being abused because you have just called on the MEC to respond. Now we don't know what are the reasons for her non-availability. It could even be network related. We don't know. And up until such time the MEC has been afforded an opportunity, we can't predetermine the matter. So what Member Moriarty is essentially doing is prejudging, the response of the MEC. It could be that there's a logical explanation that would be fashioned. So Member Moriarty would have to wait up until the MEC has expressed herself on the reasons why there would have been that delay. I don't think the point of order was, in this instance, irrelevant anyhow. I think it's just an abuse of the rules.
Thank you, members. I am making a ruling that the matter will request the MEC to provide and submit the response in writing. That concludes the business for the day. The next sitting is on Tuesday, 2nd December 2025.
May I ask that your ruling be referred to the Rules Committee, please?
Noted. Noted. The next sitting is therefore on Tuesday, the 2nd December 2025. The House is now adjourned.